as much as the scoreboard matters, we also had like processes that we want to, like boxes that we wanted to take. I think so. In the conditioning weeks, we yeah, we really hammered a lot on those, and especially the breakdown. We saw Italy we're very good at it. So it has been a major like focus for us, and condition that, or like just for everyone to be comfortable and be confident in the fact that they can play at a high intensity at altitude.
I believe Ellis Park is typically a fast surface. Australia looked like they're wanting to attack. Are you hoping for a game that will really suit your attacking skills?
Yeah, I'm hoping for a physical game. I know it's going to be physical. I also know that obviously with the squad that they have and the backs that they have, they'll definitely play like an expensive game, and they'll try to run the ball. Yeah, just pretty excited to face the back three and the back line that's coming up.
I believe just to follow on that, I don't think anyone's expecting them to be kicking, but that takes away maybe a counter-attack opportunities that you guys can create from the back. How do you then force them to open up the play for you guys to attack them a bit better on the counter?
Yeah, I think we've just got our plans. Rugby is not only about counter, it's about every aspect of the game, and I think for us, we just wanna, whatever they bring, we know what we wanna bring and what we have to do to be able to attack together, then play our brand of rugby. And when we have the ball, we'll be doing what we want to do.
Has there been a different approach since Tony has come in for the counter specifically, or for kicking? Or is it just to play what you see in front of you?
Yeah, like obviously, like each and every game is different, and I think Tony gives us the freedom as backs and the back three to be able to play what's in front of you, but also being mindful of where on the field you are. So I think we come with variety in each and every week, and what I like is just the freedom, and obviously me being mindful where we're playing and where I'm putting my forwards.
Vloggers off. Ross.
Hello.
Guys, time is on now. Thank you. It's been on for like 2 minutes. There we go. Speak to you soon. Huh? Unjani? Uya ama-Wallabies. Uthi uya elandelani?
No.
Ama-Wallabies. Ohlangene. Wenza South African flag.
Just awuzwa ngithi security ngizangijima. Yeah. Abakusebenzana. Yabona manje ukuthi very important. Voilà. شوف.
We didn't find that.
There's been quite a lot of talk about the Wallabies centre pairing. Obviously, they did pretty well against the British and Irish Lions. They're really excited about them. What do you make of that pairing?
Yeah, I think they're obviously two great athletes. First of all, I think they've in the Lions series they've showed what they can do. I think both of them have got great skill sets. But for us, I think we've put a lot of hard work in over these last 3 weeks, and for us it's about going out there and executing what we've been training, and looking forward to the challenge.
Jerry, a lot's been made also of the Wallabies attack, especially in that second test where they unlocked the Lions like that, and in the third test obviously. Just what have you guys picked up from there, and what are the dangers that you have to look out for?
Well, we played them last year when Joe Schmidt came in, and we were aware of, from when he worked in Ireland and the work he'd done with New Zealand, we were aware of his kind of philosophy and the way he plays, and you could see a lot of that, but you could just see it developing from last year into this year, and I think that they play some very direct rugby with an awful lot of detail, and the breakdown is a massive area of their game.
Just following on from that, from your time in Ireland, working with Joe Schmidt, just his philosophy on the game and what you're seeing in the Wallabies, could you just expand on that?
I think if you look at it from a timeline, when they were at the last World Cup, they looked a little bit rudderless, and when Joe came in, he's a brilliant coach. His level of detail that he brings is phenomenal, and I saw the impact that he had in Ireland by making players play much higher than their perceived capacity, and I think he's come in and he's got a lot of he's got Australia firing again now.
Were you not surprised when they sort of stepped up against the British and Irish Lions?
I wasn't surprised because I knew they were better than they showed in the first test. And I think they were a lot more confrontational. They're obviously massively disappointed to lose the second test, but they were right in the mix. And I think that the narrative that's out there now is that Australian rugby is on the up, and they'll be looking to target us and try and keep building that.
Jerry, just going back to you mentioned the Wallabies breakdown. Obviously, they're a good attacking side when they get front foot ball and that. Would you say that's the key to maybe stopping that attack is the breakdown and stopping them from getting quick ball then? Hence playing 2 number 6s.
Yeah, you could definitely say that, because I think for most teams in attack, getting quick ball is going to be the big thing for them. I think when you look at how meticulously Joe Schmidt plans his plays, and whilst they didn't show a huge amount in 1 to 3 phases, you could see that the players were really aligned to a plan that might stretch 5-6 phases, which, to retain the ball and be in the right place, you have to be really, really detailed with your breakdown. I think that we look at that, there are 2 players in instantly all the time.
Jerry, sort of the most key things to them improving in that series against the Lions also had to do with the introduction of Tupou, Will Skelton, Valentini, and moving Tom Hooper to blindside, so obviously physical threats. When you plan for that defensively, is it specific to that, or is it just all part of the system?
Well, our system won't change much, but what you do is you'll emphasise certain areas a little bit more. And I think when you bring in Tupu, when you bring in Valentini, and you bring in Skelton, they're massive ball carriers, and they can give you huge momentum, which then feeds into the breakdown narrative, and they get quicker balls. So that was obviously a big part of it, and I suppose that they also give them a little bit more of a confrontational edge outside of play.
Jerry, I know that in the incoming series, in that first test against the Italians, you guys weren't too happy with the defensive effort. You guys cleaned it up very nicely in that second test. And then against Georgia, they got off to a pretty good start. A couple of more tries against Italy and Georgia. So has that been a specific focus these last few weeks, building up to the Rugby Championship now, on shoring up a bit of that?
Yeah, I think none of us were pleased with how we performed in Italy 1, and we conceded a maul try in that game. We also conceded a maul try against Georgia, so that's something that teams pick up and they look to go after. So we've invested a lot of time into our maul defence, but I think there's always going to be something for you to work on, and I think we conceded 40 points across the 4 games if you include the Babas as well. But it was a little bit like this. We started well against the Babas, really poor against Italy 1, good against Italy 2, and then kind of a little bit in between with Georgia. So there's definitely a lot of scope for us to improve, and on the back of the level of intensity that the Australians have been playing, we've tried to replicate that with our training.
Jesse, following up on what you just said, obviously you guys weren't happy with your performances in those 3 tests. Rassi was saying you worked hard at the preparation camps. Do you feel those issues were addressed and you are ready for this Rugby Championship?
Absolutely. I think we obviously drive extremely high standards in this environment. I think it's extremely competitive with the level of players and in each position. I think we pushed each other hard in training, and I think we've obviously had the points that Jerry's spoken about, and they've obviously been things we've worked on in these last couple of weeks, mixed with a bit of conditioning, or actually a lot of conditioning. So yeah, I think I'm definitely talking for myself here, and I think the other guys will say the same thing. But I sit here very confident in the level of preparation that we've put in, and feel that I'm confident going into the weekend, and very excited as well.
Jesse, one thing that's come up from pundits around the world, I suppose, asking if you guys are battle hardened enough from those 3 tests compared to the intensity that the Wallabies had. Just your thoughts on that?
So we'll have to see Saturday. I believe we've worked hard. I think everyone's obviously got their opinions on battle hardened and not, but I think it's a way you pitch up every day to training, the way you pitch up with the mindset to whatever you approach throughout your week. And I think for us, again, it's a good opportunity for us to represent South Africa, and I don't think anyone takes it lightly in this environment. So yeah, very excited for the challenge, and confident that we'll be up for it.
And just partnering with Andre as opposed to Boks, how's that differ for you guys as a combination?
Yeah, I think it comes back to what I said now, is that there's so much competition in each position. I think Andre was extremely good in all the test matches he played, and Duke has shown over the years what an asset he is for this team. So very excited to play with Andre. I've played with him many times, actually quite a bit against Australia, so excited for him to show, and also excited to get another opportunity to play again. I think Caden's also involved, so very excited to see what he can do when he comes on. But I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of guys.
Jerry, just looking at the championship as a whole, Rassi was talking yesterday about how difficult it is to win back-to-back. Obviously the All Blacks are always up there, Australia on the rise. How do you see the championship in general? How competitive do you think it'll be?
I think it's a phenomenal competition, because you look back on last year, and I think that Argentina were like the dark horses that came out of nowhere and shocked New Zealand, and they beat us as well. So I think it's there's no weak team in the championship. That is it, and I suppose last year, if I was to look at it objectively now, the fact that Joe Schmidt had only just taken over after the World Cup meant that the Wallabies probably started slowly, and we benefited from that because we played them early in the championship. I don't think that's going to be the case now. So, but we want to play the best teams when they're at their best. You don't want to be, with all due respect to Georgia and the Barbarians, we want to be playing the best teams in the world because that's how you get better.
Jesse, sorry, you have touched on it, but maybe just to elaborate a bit more. You've obviously played most of your career with Damien inside of you. Andre, you have played a fair amount with him. They would seem like very similar, sort of like-for-like players, but are there subtle differences to what Andre brings to the party?
I obviously think it's no secret that Andre's ball carry. I mean, he's devastating with ball in hand. I think he's also got a great understanding about the game, like Damien has as well. And I think the two of them, it's been so great to see how closely they work with each other to try and better each other's games. And I think that's exactly what we're all about as a unit over here. How the centres help each other to grow. We've actually buddied up, and it's constant feedback from the guy in your same position to see where you can get better, where you can sharpen the other guy's game, and how he can sharpen your game. So I think Andre is definitely devastating with ball in hand, and it's a great guy for us to have to get the team going forward, and like we mentioned earlier, to get that attack on the front foot and get us that quick ball. So I think that's probably one of his big standouts where he's really good.
Guys, before we go to some, vloggers off. So will YouTube start off these guys?
So should we take the 6-2 split on the bench to mean that you're a big Archie Snyman fan?
Our original split was 5-3. Ben Donaldson pulled up injured right at the end of training today. So he's currently out of the mix. So we've adjusted it in what we think now, but we may still adjust again just because it's only just happened. We've got a lot of faith in Nick Champion de Crepney. He had a very good game in the first test against the British and Irish Lions, so he is certainly one option for us. To get our coverage in the back line is another option for us. We've got a couple of options there, and obviously Carlo Tazzano is another guy who was part of a 6-2 split in the second test against the British and Irish Lions.
What do you make of Rusty naming his team on Monday? He did indicate that if you do go for a 6-2 split, he'll possibly change his team later today or early tomorrow morning. Really, what do you make of Rusty's mind games?
Yeah, I don't know. I've worked with Rusty and coached against him. I don't really focus too much on that. We've got a group that we've built over the last year or so from this time last year, where we got a couple of lessons from South Africa, and we'd like to think that we're building away and we're a lot more focused on what we're doing and what fits for us. So for us, it was literally a 5-3 split on the bench until the second last play at training today. So, we've adjusted that to where we think it is at the moment. But again, at captain's run tomorrow, we'll make a final decision. Just because it wasn't worth putting Ben into the group when we know that he's not going to be available now for this weekend anyway.
Joe, can you talk us through the recall of James O'Connor, what he brings to the party?
He brings a lot of experience, and it's probably fortuitous because our initial thought was going with Ben Donaldson, who'd spent more time with us obviously and played the last 50 minutes of that third test against the British and Irish Lions. But but we felt that James was best served and the team was best served by James getting enough reps during the week and having the time in the saddle, whereas Ben has had lots of time with us, so he could have easily slotted in his place. But obviously tracked him through the Super Rugby, playing for the Crusaders. I've seen him play for a number of years, probably because he's played for a number of years. A very long career, but hasn't played for the Wallabies for 3 years, so he's pretty excited about that opportunity.
Joe, talking about the Lions series, obviously you've got a lot in place there, particularly in the second and third test. Do these 2 games now against the Springboks give you opportunity to polish up on some detail, build on some things?
I hope so, Mike. That would be the plan. We'd love to build on. I felt a progression that went through the British and Irish Lions. That first half of the first test, I think we could have even been further behind. I felt we fought back in the second half, scored 3 tries, or scored 2 in the second half. Max Jorgensen scored 1 by himself in the first half, and then probably just missed a couple of others. Harry Potter almost went in the left-hand corner. Harry Wilson was held up. Joseph Suali'i was brought back for a non-release. So we got close, and then got such a good start in the second test, and massively disappointed about how that finished. And I felt that we probably deserved to win that third test. Right up till the final whistle, just about, it was 22-7. So we'd earned a decent scoreboard separation.
What do you make of the South Africa team that was named on Monday? I mean, they've got Sekulisi playing at 8, Andre Esterhuizen playing at 12. I mean, Highveld. I mean, what do you expect from the Springboks this weekend?
Yeah, the Springbok, I think they've grown their game a little bit. I think Tony Brown, I'd have a lot of respect for his acumen. Felix, obviously, I coach Felix, I know him well, and obviously I worked with Russie before, so I think they've got a coaching group that are very, very strong. Jerry Flannery as well, another Irishman. So I'm expecting that they'll be really strong in the set piece, as they always are. Their kick chase game will be very strong. That on any turnover or any bit of space they get, they've got lethal finishes. With Ronse, Van der Merwe, Jesse Creel is such a strong player. And you mentioned Esterhuizen. Boy, I remember 2 years ago I was working with the All Blacks, but I watched this game from South Africa, and he was a colossus, and was really difficult for the Australians to contain. So, that poses a similar problem on Saturday.
So, knowing that many of their coaches, does that give you some kind of intuitive feel in terms of what they might or might not try on Saturday?
Not hugely. I think Tony Brown has added more width to the South African game. That you'll often see them even go side to side very, very quickly. They've got some very efficient passing capability, and with a guy like Manny Libok, I still remember clearly that no-look kick pass that he did against Scotland in the World Cup. That's the sort of abundance of talent that they have, that that they can play in so many different ways. They can out-muscle you, they can outspeed you, and they can outskill you. So we can just have to be a little bit better, a lot better probably than we were in that last Lions test, because not just of who we're playing, but where we are. Coming up to the high veld is always a challenge for teams, I think.
Joe, Russie has a lot of respect for your breakdown work in that Lions series, and they've been really working on that aspect of the game. They tell us, do you think the selection of their loose trio sort of is in respect of that breakdown, that they're trying to counter it?
Yeah, I think with the breakdown, it goes across the whole team. You know, I think some of the best counter ruckers, like Jesse Creel, was really strong in the wide ruck. Those sorts of guys. You know, Fussy is a big man. So it's not just the loose forwards anymore that can really make the difference there. Malcolm Marks is such a threat through the ruck and on the ball. Oxney's so low and strong, centre of gravity. So, yeah, I think, you know, Sia, obviously outstanding player. Peter Steph de Toy, one of the best in the world. And, you know, Van Staden, you know, he's a mix of the two and outstanding as well. So we know that there's going to be some serious pressure on our ruck, and that getting pressure on their ruck is going to be a real challenge, because they're going to come in pretty forcefully to make sure that their ball carrier and their ball are looked after.
A lot of the talk in the build-up has been about altitude. You know, how difficult it is to play up here, etc. And to some extent, the numbers bear it. I was just curious as to your particular take or your approach or attitude to, you know, dealing with altitude.
Yeah, I think it's okay if you get an adaptation period, but when you fly in and play within the week, you don't really get that adaptation. So you're just going to have to manage yourself, and it probably means that those guys who come into the game later, they become even more important, which is, you know, one of the things that we're trying to balance up now in kind of renaming our team effectively and taking Ben Donaldson out, just because we're going to need to sustain our effort as best we can. So we're going to need the guys who come off the bench to add as much value as possible, because those guys who play the full 80 minutes, it's going to be a decent challenge for their lungs.
James O'Connor didn't really feature much in the last series, but I mean, moving forward, he's coming to the back end of his career. But how would you look to utilise him as a flower for the Wallabies, or as a player?
Yeah, again, the good thing with James is he came in right at the start of the Lions series, so he had 3 weeks with us. So he had a period to probably just assimilate himself into the systems that we run, and to start gaining confidence that he could run the game, and the confidence of the players that he was the guy to listen to, and he's done that really well. So that's probably the first thing. It gives us confidence. Whereas Tane is only just, because of Tom Liner's injury in that last test against the British and Irish Lions, Tane's only just joined us really, and so he was on tour with us last year very briefly and made his test debut. So we've got a fair bit of confidence in Tane as well, but he had a very disrupted Super Rugby, didn't play a massive amount of minutes and didn't play consistently in the Waratahs. So, you know, we're just trying to balance all those things at the moment.
Joe, maybe looking a bit more sort of long term on the back of British and Irish Lions series, we saw last week sort of confirmation that the kind of Ghetto law is no longer really in place. The Boks have used lots of overseas-based players, and it's a really good blueprint on how much it's added to them. Long term, how much do you think sort of extra overseas-based players like Will Scotland, for example, can really make sort of the Wallabies catch up to other teams quite quickly?
Well, we've only got Will, so there are guys who've signed to go at the end of this year, but they played the full Super Rugby season, so we still see them as our players, and they're contracted through till the end of our playing season. So I think to keep the strength in depth and to build it further in Australian rugby, I think it's really important that we keep investing in those who are within Australia, and it's nice to have the flexibility of picking up some of the guys who maybe are overseas, but we've always been pretty forthright in trying to favour those players who've committed their future or have committed their playing season to the Wallabies. And so at the moment, Will is the only one who's outside that, but when those other guys, Tom Hooper, Lange Gleeson, Taniela Tupou, when they do leave, that will be a more complicated situation for us.
Joe, Rassie has become quite famous or infamous in some quarters for his innovations, be it bomb squads or line-up mauls and general play, or the wing chucking the ball in. I mean, Matt Williams has made it clear he's not a fan. What are your thoughts? Do you think it's good for the game, Rassie's innovations?
I think there's some where it's maybe stretching things. Having a guy offside at the kickoff, I think that's been dealt with by World Rugby as a, as an intentional breach of the rules, which then comes down to a sanction other than a scrum. So, he's a great man for testing the boundaries, though, isn't he? And if you can test the boundaries and get an advantage, a tactical advantage, strategic advantage, with the athletes he has at his disposal, why not? And I'd be, as I said, an admirer of Tony Brown. He's innovative, and so is Felix. So I think the three of them together, I'm sure they have some pretty good coaching meetings where they come up with some pretty good ideas. And if anyone's got a recording of those meetings, I'd love. But I guess for us, we're a little bit earlier in our time as a coaching group with this group, so we're probably still trying to get the fundamentals right and not stretch things to the boundary too much. Try to be really good at what we can train at during the week, and then try to deliver on Saturday.
Guys, we've probably got time for 2 questions online if there's anything that hasn't been asked. Sorry, Pater.
Just the opening.
Sorry, mate. Just go again. Sorry.
The opening question around Ben Donaldson's injury, and then just confirming why you had James in the run-on team over Ben in the first place.
Yeah. So we had James there because if he came off the bench, he doesn't get that many reps at training. We only trained twice since arriving, so we just thought it was better for James to get that repetition and to get his confidence after having spent 3 weeks with us, because Ben had the last 50 minutes of the Lions' third test and had spent a lot more time with us. So sometimes it's just about getting the balance. The way we saw it was probably playing half a game each, and we just felt that with Dono's experience, greater experience with us, and his experience in finishing the game, we just felt it was probably a better way to balance it.
Sorry, can I just clarify, Joe, what's happened to Dono at training, and what's the calculation now? You don't have number 10 cover in that team, so who is your backup 10?
Yeah, well, Nick White can play 10 and Andrew Callaway, if we go with what we've got at the moment. In the second last play of the training, Dono kicked the ball and pulled up short, so we don't know what the extent of the injury is. We've only been back from training for about an hour, so he will get a scan though, so we'll have a definitive picture, because we need to know for next week as well whether we need more cover, and at the same time we're still trying to probably work out what we do to best get that coverage. As you asked, Nick White can maybe cover 10 and is astute enough to do so. Andrew Callaway has the skill set to cover 10, but it does leave us a little bit light. We know that Tate McDermott covers the wing well. I felt he had an outstanding game in the second Lions test where he had to fill in on the wing. So we know we've got some versatility in our group, but I think that's something that we're going to look at the captain's run and just see what best fits for us, because it's all happened just in in a very short space of time.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, just to further clarify, will you potentially change that team tomorrow? And is Tane Edmund in the picture? Why was he not considered for that 23 spot?
Yeah, so he's in consideration for sure. So Tane is one of the options. Nick Champion de Crepney, Carlo Tizzano, Hunter Paisami played 10 until in the under 20s and then shifted to 12, plus gives us really good midfield cover. So there's a few options that we're just going to try to get our best coverage and best confidence from. Our intention was probably to potentially give Tane a run next week after having spent a week with us. It's not a foolproof formula, but it's what we've tended to do with most players who come in fresh. And so Tane has only had 2 trainings with us. So, it's a big ask, but we've got confidence in him.
Thanks, guys. I'll pop back shortly with Tom.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sport. Nick White is officially going to be back in South Africa with the scrum half having been named in Joe Schmidt's travelling squad for the first 2 matches of the Rugby Championship. He has now delayed his retirement from the Wallabies due to the crisis at scrum half, which sees Jake Gordon not available to travel. As a result, one of the most infamous recent Australians in Nick White will be back in the mix, and for me will probably start actually at Ellis Park in a week's time. And he knows he's going to expect a pretty hostile crowd down in Johannesburg when he runs out after that very infamous incident between himself and Faf de Klerk, where he basically dived to feign sort of injury, which saw Faf de Klerk sent to the sin bin. And since then, he has had a target on his back from South Africans, and he'll know more than anyone that he's going to have a long day. But I tell you what, this really does strengthen the Wallaby side, and it is a very good squad that has been sent down to South Africa. Missing a couple of big names, no Dave Perecki, for example, which is a huge loss. No Jake Gordon, which is a huge loss as well. And no Tom Lynach, who has not been able to recover from the concussion, which saw Dan Sheehan, retrospectively banned. However, there's some big names in the squad as well. We're going to go through the entire squad and kind of break down where Australia might be able to match South Africa, where the game could be won and lost, and what we're sort of going to expect in just over a week's time when we finally get Springbok Rugby back on our screens and when we finally get the Rugby Championship 2025 underway. Before we do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's get into it, shall we? And this is the squad that has been named. Right, so if we look at the forwards, Angus Bell is into the squad and will likely probably come off the bench. I think we'll see quite a similar side to what we saw against the British and Irish Lions. You've got Nick Champion de Crepney, who made his first appearance for the Wallabies a few weeks ago. Nick Frost had a very good series, I think, against the British and Irish Lions. Lang Gleeson, Tom Hooper looked pretty good. Fraser McWright, John Nasser, Zane Nongo, Brandon Paenga-Mosa, Billy Pollard. Big opportunity for him with the retirement of Dave Perecki from rugby. He will now probably become the number 1 choice really for the Wallabies. Tom Robertson, Aiden Ross, Lakan Loto, Will Skelton. Incredible that he's only played 34 matches for the Wallabies. An absolute waste of talent, really. He makes that Wallaby side infinitely better. And with the fact that we've now got the Ghetto law scrapped, by the way, Joe Schmidt has got the opportunity to pick anybody he wants to as long as they qualify for the Wallabies. I do think there are more international-based players that he should be looking at. Something like Osama Kareva, for example, coming in, for me, only strengthens this Wallaby side. But Will Skelton's been a huge boost in that side. Carlo Tizzano, back after he was left out due to the media scrutiny towards him after that whole Jack Morgan incident. He will travel with the squad. Tonino Tupou does travel. However, there are doubts about whether he'll be available for the first test. You then got Rob Valentini, Jeremy Williams, and Harry Wilson. It's a squad that has players there that can match up with the best of them. So if you look at the likes of an Angus Bell, a James Slipper, a Rob Valentini, Will Skelton, Harry Wilson, they'll be up for the challenge up against the Boks. And the biggest thing when you play against the Springboks, and that's one of the big reasons that the All Blacks fans this year are quite excited about their side, is finding that forward parity. Finding parity at scrums, being able to have a good set piece on the lineouts, and being able to match the physicality of the Boks. If you can do that, you go a long way towards trying to beat the Boks. Now, interesting to see, for example, somebody like an Aiden Ross, He gets potentially a cap. He's uncapped over there. Fraser McWright, expect him to have a big series. There's some good players in that Wallabies pack. I think for me, the big sort of battle I'm looking forward to is if he gets first to Tupo against Oxton Chair. I think that for me is going to be probably the battle of the pack. Rob Valentini, very, very cool, a very dynamic player to watch as well. Will Skelton going to get some big hits basically next week at Ellis Park. If we look at the backs then, Ben Donaldson, Tane Edmund, who comes into the side as cover for the fly half there. Josh Fluke, Len Iketal, Max Jorgensen, Andrew Kellaway, Ryan Longinigan, not capped at the moment. Tate McDermott, James O'Connor does get travel as well. Hunter Pasami, Dylan Peach, Joseph Akusa Suali'i, Corey Toole, Nick White, and Tom Wright. Now, I think that we're going to see... I'd love to see James O'Connor play. To be honest, I think they missed a bit of a trick when it comes to playing James O'Connor against the British and Irish Lions. He had such a good season for the Crusaders. He's got so much experience, you know, even the fact that he's been out of Australian rugby for how many years and he's still at 64 caps shows you how many caps he got when he was a youngster. I think there's plenty to add from him if you look at kind of the experience he brings. In terms of the players unavailable for selection, Alan Alato is a big miss. Charlie Cale, Massimo DeLutis, Matt Faisler, Jake Gordon's a big miss. Nola Lucia, obviously is a huge miss as well. Tom Lynott, Harry Potter, and Luke Reimer. So a bit of a crisis at flower half, a bit of a crisis at scrum half, which is why we've seen the likes of Nick White, who brings in 73 tests to his name to the side. So, I mean, in terms of the question is, you know, does this team stand a chance? Now, I think a month ago, you probably would have said unlikely that they're going to come to South Africa and beat the Springboks. I still don't think right now that it's particularly likely, but I think what we saw with that final test against the British and Irish Lions, this Wallaby side is a substantially better side to what it was a year ago. You know, and there are players who are starting to look better and better. Something like a Joshua La'i, for example, you know, taken a while to really get into it. I mean, a year ago, he barely played any rugby union. He's now a lot more experienced, and he'll be a much better player for the 3 matches against the British and Irish Lions, where we actually saw him literally match by match go into the series. For the first match, he kind of struggled a little bit, but he got substantially better as things went on. And I think that he'll be a threat for the Springboks next week. He'll definitely be a player that they'll have to watch very carefully. I mean, something like a Len Iketal, I thought had a very, very good series. Hunter Pasami brings a lot of experience as well. When he gets to play, I thought Dylan Peach, you know, a young player to the international scene, he looked phenomenal against the British and Irish Lions. So there is X factor in this Wallabies side. The big thing about them is being able to exact a game plan to beat the Boks. Now, Joe Schmidt is a very tactically astute coach. You know, the first test, the Wallabies didn't quite manage to get themselves out, didn't quite manage to sort of exact the kind of strategy that they wanted to. But in the second test, we saw them play a game plan to beat the British and Irish Lions. And it worked in the final test. And it, you know, bar 2 minutes, worked in the second test as well. So we're talking about Joe Schmidt as a coach who understands how to beat teams. Now, he would have had a lot of information, far more information about the Springboks than he does about the British and Irish Lions. Which means that he'll have plans to try and beat the Boks, and I'm very interested to see how they go about their business. We saw them deploy a very tactical kicking game against the British and Irish Lions. Will they do a similar thing with the Springboks, for example? You know, will they look to try and sort of keep the ball alive and try and play quite a fast-paced game? It'll be very interesting to see tactically what are they going to try and do to nullify what the Springboks do well, which is set-piece dominance. And then we're now seeing a lot of innovation coming from the Boks, you know, as well. So are we going to see that kind of thing against, you know, Australia? Rusty Rasmus spoke about the fact that, you know, they might tone down the experiments with regards to team selection, but they're not going to stop innovating with regards to like the lineouts in the midfield and some of the set moves they have. But they would have watched those sort of things, and they would have had a lot of opportunity now to say, right, what do we look at in terms of when those sort of midfield and vertical lineouts get deployed? How do we stop that? You know, when they're sort of running off 9 and running off Grant Williams, trying to create those set moves, what are the running lines we've got to monitor? What are the players we've got to try and track? How do we sort of get into the Boks face with a rush defense, for example? So there's a lot more information available for the Boks, which means that Joe Schmidt will be far more prepared, I suppose, for this series to a certain degree than he will for the British and Irish Lions series. I also think they'll have a lot of confidence coming out of that British and Irish Lions series. They'll sit there and thinking, well, we beat the British and Irish Lions, you know, the best of 4 nations. We can go toe-to-toe with the world champions. Now, I think this is a much bigger task for them, obviously being away, for example, being at altitude next week and playing against the best team in the world. But they will start to believe that they are worthy of being called the Wallabies, for example, and that they are a test side that can go toe-to-toe with the best. I think we're good for a good game. Which of these players are you looking forward to watching? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Springboks squad 2027. That is what we are going to be doing today. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Sports. And a very interesting exercise. With the Boks not having played in the last 2 weeks, we've got a bit of time on our hands to kind of look at where Rassie Erasmus's sort of squad building is and where it's going, and get an idea of what the 2027 World Cup squad to try and win an unprecedented third Rugby World Cup in a row might look like. The three-peat is the big goal at the moment for the Boks. The immediate goal right now is to actually go win the Rugby Championship in the next month. After that, it's all about, can we win the next World Cup, really? I mean, I think, honestly, even next year, I want to win the Rugby Championship, but this year, for me, has to win the Rugby Championship. Next year, it's more about finalising that kind of World Cup squad and the likes of that. So, basically, what's quite interesting about the Springbok squad is if we look at 2023, it was a very interesting squad with regards to kind of the makeup of the squad. We didn't go with traditionally, looking at how many hookers we need, props, locks, etc., which is why we ended up going with just 2 out-and-out hookers and then makeshift hookers in the form of a Dion Free and a very makeshift hooker in Marco Verstappen. We also looked at, for example, having just 1 fly half go over, whilst we actually had 4 scrum halves. And I think the reason was that because of injuries at the end of the day and because of the way we had used certain players. And Rassie Erasmus always speaks about taking the right players, not the best players, the right players. And that means that it's not about going and choosing the 33 best South African rugby players. It's about choosing a 33-man squad which ticks all the right boxes with regards to personalities, positions, impact, skill sets. It's about finding that balance, about finding the best possible makeup of the squad that's going to give you the best possible chance of success. And that's what we've gotten it so right in the past, that we haven't been bound by the fact of this is traditionally how it's always been done. This is how many of these sort of players you need. You pick this player over that player because he's had a better season, not necessarily because he's a different style player or a different type of attitude and the likes of that. So it's a very different way of doing things than maybe it was 15 years ago. I do think it's the right way of doing things, and I think it's definitely created some very interesting stories, like a Dion Free, the oldest cap Springbok ever, at finishing the Rugby World Cup final as on-field captain. That is because of a new attitude we probably wouldn't have had a few years ago. But let's get into the squad, shall we? And when we do, I want to know what you think of the squad. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video as well. Let me know what changes you would make to the squad as well. We'll start with the forwards, shall we? And I have included Siya Kolisi, whose dream is to go to the next World Cup. Yes, he might have been a bit slow against Georgia, but I do think that last year, for example, he still looked very comfortable in a Springbok jersey and does not need replacing as is. So let's go through it. I have gone with 2 out-and-out hookers in Malcolm Marx and Marnus van der Merwe. So I've actually left out Bongi Minambi. But I have included Jan-Hendrik Wessels. Now, the problem is, I do think you need to take 3 players who can play at hooker at the World Cup. So I think that you probably either need to take 3 hookers or you need to take somebody who can double up or can play at hooker. Now, I've not included Marco Verstappen. I've not included Dion Free, which means it's taken out those options. As a result, I have put in Jan-Hendrik Wessels within my props. Of those props, I've actually only got 1 prop from the 2023 World Cup. And I think that we might have 2, maybe max 3, in all honesty. I haven't included Frans Malherbe, but I don't know where he's going to be. He's going to have basically an entire year rugby off. He's going to come back in January 2026, and we have to wait and see. Right now, with the long-term injuries, with the fact that I think he's had quite a few recurring injuries, I have my doubts about whether he might be able to make it. But again, we'll only see come next year. So I've replaced him with Wilco Louw. Vincent Koch is currently the oldest player in the Springbok squad alongside, I think, Kobus Reinach. And I don't think he's going to make the next World Cup. So I've taken him out. And I've taken Trevor Nyakani out. He's kind of already being phased out. And once again, also out for the year. So we've got quite a new selection of props, which maybe might be a bit of a worry. But I do think that we are looking to try and give a lot of these props a lot of game time. So I've included Gerard Steenekamp, who was, starting or coming off the bench for most big games before his injury. Wilco Louw, Jan-Hendrik Wessels, Oxenchair, and Asenate and Tlabakanye. If Frans Malherbe makes it, he goes ahead of Asenate and Tlabakanye. And you could also go with a Thomas du Toit ahead of the likes of an Asenate or even a Jan-Hendrik Wessels, who kind of becomes a bit of a swing prop over there. So that's probably a bit of an interesting call to make at the props. With regards to the locks, again, I kind of ummed and ahed. So I've left out Franco Bostert from the last World Cup, and I've left out Marvin Orie. I've brought back in Lourdes Diaga. At this stage, I've retained John Klein, and I've included Ruan Nokia as well. You have to take Ruan Nokia for me. I personally think you could probably go with one lock fewer, with Peter Steph the Tory covering that position. You could then add an extra prop, for example. You could add an extra hooker. You could actually add an extra loose forward. That gives you a bit of license. I do think that you would probably keep about 18, 19 forwards, and I'll go with 15 backs. So I do think that Giant Lane, 31 years old, nice age profile, very unlucky with injuries. But if he gets back to the way he was playing going into the 2023 World Cup, as he is, going into 2027 World Cup, then I'd be happy to take him. So those are kind of where I'm at with the locks. Lood de Jager for me versus Franco Mostert is a bit of a straight shootout right now. Ruben Nokia has to go. Even a couple of question marks, but Eben Etzebeth maybe not looking at his absolute best, but I think he'll be absolutely fine. And I see him being a big part of the 2027 World Cup. When it comes to loose forwards, so the replacements I've made, I brought in Alric Lowe, he's currently injured. I think last year was really impressive, and I think that he is in the World Cup plans. And I brought in Cameron Hanekom as well, in place of Dwayne Vermeulen, and I've left out Mark van Staden. Those are the changes I made within the flanks. Sia Khaleesi, at this stage, I think is on track to make the next World Cup. If he doesn't, then it gets interesting. You've got Marco van Staden, who's the natural replacement. They want to look at a player like a Renzo Duplessis. You could then play Cameron Hanekom in the number 6 jersey, Kwagga Smith in the number 6 jersey. You could bring in a Vincent Tuka. You could keep in a Kobus Visa, for example. But I think that's kind of where I'm at with the forwards. I mean, Jasper Visa goes. I don't see why Kwagga Smith doesn't go. Somebody keeps talking about the fact he's too old. He's one of the younger players, actually, in and around some of the players in the older profile. He'll be less than 35 when he goes to the next World Cup, which is absolutely fine. So those are sort of my forwards. When it comes to my backs, I've gone with 3 scrum-offs. Maybe controversially, I've left out Kobus Reinach, who's in the current squad. I've gone with Faf de Klerk. I think he gets to the next World Cup. I think he's so important to where we play, and I think he has to be there. Grant Williams, for me, could be the next big thing in scrum-offs around the world. I think he's up there with an Anton Dupont, a Cam Roygaard, Jamison Gibson Park as one of the top scrum-offs in World Rugby. And I think he's so good. And then I reckon Mono van den Berg at this stage goes. So I think at the moment, it's Grant Williams goes, and the questions are who are the other 2 players that go with them. I don't think we see 4 scrum-offs going again right now, the way the squad makes up. And the reason for that is because we've got fly-halves all of a sudden. So I've gone Andre Pollard, Mali Liebach, and Sash Fine Mazulu. Now, Andre Pollard was not even on the initial list to go in 2023. He was brought in as an injury replacement. So, we've actually added 2 fly-halves to the squad that initially flew out in the 2023 World Cup. Then a bit of an important change. I've included Caden Moody as a centre. We know he plays on the wing as well, but again, we talk about hybrid players. I've got Caden Moody in the number 7 jersey. Andre Esterhuizen obviously also covers flank. So we'll interested to see how that experiment goes, but obviously from a forward's point of view, you basically have an auxiliary forward in Andre Esterhuizen if you want to go with him in that sort of capacity. So I've gone with 4 centres: Damien de Allende, Andre Esterhuizen, Caden Moody, and JC Creel. 2 inside, 2 outside cover. And Damien de Allende can play outside centre if needed. Damien Vincent can play inside centre if needed. So we're quite well covered. From a wings perspective, I've got Kurt Lawrence, Cheslin Colby, and Edwin van der Merwe. Edwin van der Merwe straight swap with Michael Zuma Pimpy. And then Apelele Fassi is coming for Willie Leroux, Damien Willem Thames' spot. I think this is pretty close to actually what we might see. I think players who might be on the fringes are your Kobus Reinach, for example. Interested to see how Ethan Hooker goes in the next few years. Whether the Hendrickses make a bit of a return. But I think that's pretty close to what we might see. I think it ticks all the boxes. You've got hybrid players there. Sash Fine you can play 10, 12, 15. Williams the same, 10, 12, 15. Fassi can play 15, 14. Edel van der Merwe either wing. Kurt Lawrence either wing. Cheslin Colby can cover full back. Caden Moody 13, 14, and probably 11. Andre Esterhuizen 12, 10, and potentially flank. So you've got lots of options in that squad, and I think that it's a nice makeup. Again, you've got 18 forwards, but it could potentially be 19 of Andre Esterhuizen who kind of makes that sort of switch. I think you've got sufficient cover across the 2 sides. So that's my 33-man squad. What do you think? What would you change? Let me know down in the comments below. We will review this in 2 years' time when we make that squad announcement, sort of see how far we are. I think I'll be happy with anything over 80%. 80 to 85%, I think we'll be done a pretty good job from a prediction point of view. Because plenty can change. There could be injuries. This is assuming everybody is fit, by the way, which is a big assumption. I mean, as I said, Andre Pollard did not get on the plane, to go to the World Cup, was flew in later. Lood de Jager did not feature at all at the last World Cup. due to injury. So lots can still change between now and then. So what do you think? Let me know. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Russ, maybe let's start with the fly-off. Damien's obviously the backup fly-off. Maybe just a thought process in that, and Sasha and Andre not in the 23. What's your thoughts around it?
Sasha and Andre will probably play in Cape Town, so we're trying to spread the load a little bit there. Yeah, and then not having a fly-off on a bench. We know Damien can play fly-off for us. We've tend to find in the past, the only time that we really swap a fly-off is maybe if he's having an off day, but or when he's missing goal kicks, and Mani's been really slotting them really well. I think the new Rhino balls might be a little bit of a difference there. He's really doing well there. And yeah, we felt we had to have a 13 cover with Damien Dalende normally covering 13 for us, but with him having a bit of a niggle, he'll be ready next week. We felt we'll have to have Kanan on the bench, so it was between having Andre or Sasha on the bench or having Kanan on the bench, because we don't have an out and out 13 cover, but we do have a 10 cover in Damien.
Rassie, also maybe if you could just talk to us about just having Sia at 8. And also, usually do this on a Tuesday. Is the reason why you decided to?
No, because we've been preparing 3 weeks for Australia, where it doesn't normally happen. It's normally after the incoming series, the next test match is pretty a little bit closer or shorter period before we. And why we're announcing it as early is to get the speculation out of the way and all the so you guys can actually speculate about the team that are playing. So the team knows already who's playing, so getting this out of the way, we can just focus on the really training well and preparing. We might, if they go 6-2, which we might have if you look at the spread of their squad or the balance of their squad, there's a lot of forwards in there that they brought on tour. If they go 6-2, we might change on Thursday or Friday and bring Erke back into the mix. But if they go standard 5-3, this would pretty much be our team. So yeah, that's just to get it out of the way and focus on training. And tomorrow is a pretty heavy day for us, and to fit in a press conference, we've changed our schedule a little bit in terms of training. And tomorrow is going to be quite a busy day for us, and we just thought getting it out of the way. What was the other question? Sia at 8. Yeah. We actually changed our mind there. The more we practiced and prepared, we realized that the only position the guy really plays at 8 is at scrums. And scrums is probably the thing that happens 13 or 14 times in a game. But general play is probably the thing that happens the most. And with having a guy like Peter and Marco and Sia on the field, at the same time, we really feel Australia is a big threat at the breakdown. They really bite hard at the breakdown, and all three of those guys are really good guys who clean out at the breakdown, and we feel we're going to need that. So yes, Sia's probably going to pack 6 scrums, and sometimes on defense he might be at flank, and Marco might be at 8. So Don is happy with the way he's scrumming. So it's actually just at scrumming where he's 8. Apart from that, the guys will in general play in defense and attack. So I know I said a couple of weeks ago Sia has a 6, not an 8, but we came to the conclusion that it won't happen so much in the game where we actually need him at 8. So, and then we have Kwagga on the bench who can cover us there as well.
Rassie, with Grant starting and Kobus on the bench, did you not consider picking Morna maybe to play at his home ground?
Yeah, well, it's always nice to do that, like we played Foff and Nelspruit, but when we get up to teams that's better and better and really competitive, and we see Australia as a really good team, and I think everybody is seeing how they're improving and they're building up to a nice World Cup in their home country. You sometimes have the luxury of playing guys at their home venue, but sometimes unfortunately you can't be too emotional, But Krappies will get a chance next week in Cape Town. Hopefully, if things goes according to plan, if you lose momentum, then sometimes you change your plans. I think Andre would have loved to play as well. I know it's not his home ground, but he knows this part of the world pretty well. But he also knows him and Sasha knows Cape Town pretty well. So Krappies, hopefully, if things goes according to plan. Sometimes you want to not make always the emotional best for the person the decision, but what's the best for the team. And Krappies is probably one of the the most humble and serving team members that we have in the team. He understands.
Rassie, morning. People always like to sort of label, what the best first 15 is, your best choice team. But would you say this is more of a sort of mix and match? I mean, we obviously can't call it your second stringers, but it's not your first 15 either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you take Andre, Mani, and Flash, we've spoken so many times about that. And if you take the 3 nines, I think all 3 is test match quality. Same with the centres, Damien Dukes is a random Dalenda. We all know he's world class, but Andre has never dropped us there, and that's a pure injury sub there. We know Jesse and Kanan and Ethan, all 3 of them are test match level, but Jesse is probably our most experienced there. Then Cheslin had a little bit of a knee, so it's not. Edwell is doing really well. He's never lost a test match, and I think he's on 4 tries or 3 tries in 2 matches. And then fullback, Willie, we got to his 100 and he's learning, or he's teaching a lot to the young guys now. And, Fussy is probably ranking-wise between him and Damien. They're competing really well there, with Willie as a solid backup there. So I think if you look overall in the back line, with maybe the 10s you can discuss a little bit. The 9s we know are really close. I know Kobus is 34 already, but he brings a nice, solid, experienced vibe when he gets onto the park. But I think Grant's been firing really well. He's over his injuries, and he's been doing really well for us. Then you look at the pack. I don't think anybody can argue that front row starting is definitely. If they're not the best, they're very close to the best in our squad, and there's 1 or 2 guys off the bench. Pongi is very experienced. Wolf-Jan Hendrik, who's a youngster who's played against Australia before, and giving us a run with experienced guys like Pongi next to him. Who's off the, Luet and Eben, they understand each other. They've played under these circumstances. And then Marcus Sia and Peter Steff. I think it's pretty solid, but we hope if things goes according to plan, next week we'll hopefully give some other guys. There'll be a few guys that swing in both matches, but yes, I think it's a relatively strong team that we picked.
Rassie, after that first Italian match at Loftus, you spoke about how you guys had a really good training week, and then things didn't really go to plan for the match. So is that something that's sort of been in your guys' mind in this build-up? You've had a good couple of weeks training, and now you're going big time this week. Have you sort of changed anything in the build-up to try and make sure something like that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, well, the guys would have had 7 days, 10 days off, and we cancelled that, and we had it's our 3rd week of being in camp now. I think we've been together for 9 weeks now. I think you actually asked me the question there that with the bomb squad when they came on didn't do that well. We don't have a bomb squad in this game. We've got a 5-3 split, and if you actually go and look at that game, we didn't want to sound like a team that has a lot of excuses, but it was actually 2 minutes where we lapsed. We were, I think, 27 or 29-3 up or 25-3, I can't remember, and then there was like 3 minutes where the guys just scored one maul try from inside the 22. But we still gave them 42-20. So I think our expectations are really high from the team, and we disappointed ourselves with the intensity there. I don't think the start was bad. I think we had actually a really good start. I think when you see the scoreboard and you think, we're 25-3 up, that's a lesson that we definitely learned. I don't think we'll have the luxury of Australia being up with 20 points and the guys relax a little bit. So sometimes when you start too well, you think, okay, this is going to be an easy game, and we certainly learned a lesson from that. But we're playing tier 1 nations now, and we're playing teams that beat the British and Irish Lions. So firstly we tried to rectify that during the second Italy test match and the Georgia test match, and then up the intensity at training and have an extra week of training. So hopefully, if that happens again on Saturday, us as coaches are doing something. I'm not talking scoreboard wise, I'm talking intensity wise. We as coaches missing a trick.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. And on the back of Rassie Erasmus's team announcement yesterday, we're going to be having a little bit of a look at sort of the winners and losers within the team announcement. Players who have been given an opportunity to try and stake a claim, or have been given a great opportunity to get themselves really back in the mix, as well as players who might be feeling a little bit left out, or that they're kind of missing a big opportunity to try and up their stakes in the Boks squad. It's very easy to say there is no A team and B team within the Boks squad, but at the end of the day, all these players are vying for World Cup squads come 2027, and they are all desperate to try and play as much as possible and to play in the important games. I think that's a very important part, with the fact that we now rotate quite a lot and we really try and use the full sort of spectrum of our players. We are now looking at, big games being kind of where we suddenly see maybe a bit of a better education of kind of the type of players who are in the mix. We've got a very big player base, larger than 50 players that are currently within the Boks sort of setup. And what we want to sort of understand is what is sort of the top 33 players right now. Which players are currently sort of very much within the World Cup setup, and which players are going to feature at a Eden Park, a Wellington, a Dublin, a Paris, for example, because those will be close to our sort of strongest size that we can put out. And as I said, it doesn't mean necessarily that other players aren't going to play, but the players that play in the big games, those are the players who sort of find themselves further up within the pecking order itself. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Big weekend. We are playing a tier 1 nation for the first time this year. And with it, Rassie Erasmus has spoken about the fact that they've had to name a much stronger sort of side, and a side they believe can do the job. So let's get into our first winner, really, and that is Asanate and Tlabakanye. There are other tight end options at the moment. You've got a Vincent Koch in the squad. Thomas Toy currently resting, but could have been called up if needed. But they have backed Asanate and Tlabakanye, and they're going to give him a go on Saturday. I think it's the perfect place for him. Home crowd favorite as well. And I think he will become a Bok crowd favorite. He's such a likable character. And, when you see somebody the size of him smashing an opposition player, it's hard not to love the guy. But a big opportunity for him this weekend. If he comes through it with flying colours, I think he genuinely ups his sort of stake within that South African side. I think he puts himself in, conversations further than just he's there for depth and we're trying to build him up. I think he starts becoming a serious consideration for the 2027 World Cup. He's had to work very hard on his conditioning, and he's dropped a bit of weight, so he's a bit more mobile around the park, which has never really been a massive issue for him. But they basically said they just want him to be able to take it up a gear when it comes to test match rugby. And I think that he's a player with a big opportunity this weekend, and really excited to see how he goes. A player who'll be feeling like he's sort of missed out really is Jean-Luc Dupré. Very few number 8 options within the Springboks side at the moment. Injuries to Cameron Hanekom, a ban to Jasper Wiese, injuries to João Augustus. The number 8 stocks are not particularly high. We saw Cobus Wiese given a go at 8 against Georgia. I think a lot of people would have been maybe expecting to have seen a Jean-Luc Dupré get the chance at 8 this weekend as one of the more natural out-and-out 8 options. Instead, we've once again gone with a makeshift number 8 this year in the form of Sia Khaleesi, rather than going with an out-and-out number 8. Now, I don't think this is necessarily down to Jean-Luc Dupré himself, although I do believe if Jasper Wiese was fit, he would probably start in the number 8 jersey. But it's a very interesting thing that Rassie Erasmus spoke about yesterday. And basically he spoke about the fact that, you know, your number 8 doesn't necessarily have to be your kind of traditional 8. You're going to basically look at what kind of roles does your 8th man have to basically occupy. And it shows you the different type of thinking within the Springbok management at the moment. They're not looking at Siya Kolisi as being a Jasper Wiese. Instead, they're looking at it far more holistically and saying, right, within our loose trio, what do we need to basically accomplish? You know, potentially line-out options, kick-off receiving, ball carrying in the fringes, ball carrying out wide, for example, breakdown work. Obviously, you know, loose forwards breakdown is one of the biggest aspects of that. And we've got two traditional number 6s in this weekend because Rassie Erasmus has said that we need to make sure our breakdown work is good. And basically what the Springbok management have identified is that with all the different roles that can be filled, Siya Kolisi can still play in the number 8 jersey and they can fill all the different roles. And it's a whole different way of looking at it. You know, they haven't gone, right, we need a number 8 who can jump in the line-out, who can receive kickoffs, who can be a big part of the defense. They've basically gone and said, can this makeup of a pack fulfill all the different roles that we need them to fulfill? And if they can, then we're going to sort of play it like that. But I do think it's a big opportunity missed. Jean-Luc Dupré would have been desperate to have given a chance. And I think that it does sort of show that maybe they're not the default option is to go to him and give him a go. A big opportunity this weekend. Lood de Jager looked so good against the Barbarians. Looked like he had never been away, really. Does look very fit. That is one of the benefits of playing in Japan. It's a fast-paced game. You play in very difficult conditions, very humid, and your fitness levels go up. He didn't look like he had lost his physicality at all. On his day, Lood de Jager is one of the best locks in the world. He really is, and is probably arguably the best number 5 from a line-out call point of view in World Rugby as well. Class operator. Now, can they get him back to his best? You know, is he still at the levels that he was before, you know, he had his health conditions, for his injuries? Is he still the Lood de Jager we remember? He's got an opportunity now to stake a claim. And I think if he plays well this weekend, you know, he's kind of playing for a starting position against the All Blacks. I think Rowan Nokia has been phenomenal against Georgia and he's put himself in the mix. Lood de Jager now needs to put himself in the mix because Franco Moster in the last few years has been very consistent. So, big opportunity for Lood de Jager. I'm a big fan of the selection. When I see Eben and Lood packing down at scrum time, you just think that's a lot of bulk going in behind what's a very strong front row. Another massive winner this weekend is this man here, Manie Libbok, being backed, completely backed by Rassie Erasmus, who even spoke about the fact that the plan is not to bring him off. You know, he said that we don't really like to sub our number 10s unless they may be having an off day or something similar. We've not named another out-and-out 10 on the bench. We've not named a Honje Pollard. We've not named a Sashafami Zulu. And as a result, this is backing Manie through and through. You know, it's not saying, well, we're going to play you, but we're going to have a backup option on the bench. You know, a bit of an in case of emergency break glass situation. They are saying, we're backing you from the get-go. You know, you're going to be our general, go forth and do the business. And I love that because I think that he's the right player to be able to do that. I really do. And I think it's a really exciting selection in conditions that will really suit him. So a big opportunity for Manie Libbok. He's a big winner for me this weekend and probably one of the top 3 players I'm most excited to see how they go. Finally, where is this man? When are we going to see him again? Vincent Koch. Big pressure on him after maybe a couple of ordinary appearances recently in the Boks jersey. Asenate Tlabakanye being picked ahead of him means that the Boks are definitely looking at other options. It's not to say this is the end of his career. It's not to say he's not going to play for the Boks again. However, it does look like the Boks are not afraid to look at other options. You know, I think traditionally he would have probably been on the bench. If we were playing against the All Blacks, he probably would have been on the bench. But they're having a look. I think he's a player where there are question marks with regards to whether he's going to make the next World Cup, whether he's going to form part of that squad. He's been a phenomenal servant for the Boks, and he's been such a good bench player over the last few years. You know, the sort of Superman kind of vibe when he comes on. Good ball carrier, good scrummager, and adds a lot of impact. We maybe haven't quite seen the same from him recently, and the Boks are definitely having a look at other options so that if they decide that he's not going to make it all the way, he's not going to make the next World Cup, we do have other options in the form of somebody like a Nasanate in Clavicania. But given the fact that we're 2 tight heads down in France Maheba, Trevor Nyakani, and he's still not quite in the mix, it goes to show that we're definitely trying to sort of broaden our tight head stocks. Those are the 5 players I picked out. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Rassie Erasmus has officially named his side for the Rugby Championship opener against Australia, and it is stacked and very, very interesting. It is Marty Leibach's time. He gets the opportunity in the number 10 jersey. We talked about whether it's going to be him or Andre Pollard or Sashafai Mugomezulu. Well, only Marty Leibach in the lineup. Damian Willemse will be the other option at 10 potentially. Big news is Sia Khaleesi has been backed in the number 8 jersey. Very interesting decision. We looked at the fact that they didn't really have a sort of out-and-out number 8 within the squad, and whoever was going to feature in the number 8 jersey, unless it was Kwaka Smith, was always going to be kind of a bit of a makeshift number 8. But Sia Khaleesi has been given that task. We've got Evan Etzebeth, Ludiaga in the lock combination. Very strong front row. Very interesting bench. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's have a look, shall we? That is what Rassie Erasmus has named. In that front row, Oxenchair, Malcolm Ox, Wilco Low. It's our strongest front row we can go with. You know, that is our top 3, especially from a scrubbaging point of view. Wilco Low, destructive, Oxenchair, one of the best in the world, and Malcolm Ox will get going from the start. In the second row, it's experience next to experience. Eben Etzebeth and Luit Diaga starts together. Really interesting to see, for me, the type of role Luit Diaga is going to have in the Rugby Championship this season. I do think that, you know, he looked really good against the Barbarians. He looks fit. He looks like he's in some of the best condition I've ever seen him. And if he can get back to playing some of his best rugby, then, you know, we've always known we've got incredible lock stocks, but he's one of the best in the world on his day. You know, I mean, you feel for Ruan Nokia, who doesn't make the squad, but neither does Zakia Sneeman, which is quite interesting. It's a very interesting back row. Marco van Staden in the number 6 jersey, which is what makes space for Peter Steph the Toy to have Sia Khaleesi and the number 8 jersey. So it's a strong pack. It's a very strong pack. It's a very good ball carrying and confrontational pack. For me, one of the big things is you have to have a Luit Diaga almost in there. Given the fact that we don't have that extra line option, we've now only got Eben Etzebeth, Luit Diaga, and Peter Steph the Toy as line options. Sia Khaleesi doesn't jump in the line-out. Maybe it's something he's been adding to his game recently, but he and Marco van Staden don't offer you line options. So that's immediately going to be not a concern, but that'll be somewhere I think the Australians will look to try and target, which is why it's important you've got Luit Diaga in the number 5 jersey, who is one of the best line operators in World Rugby. And off the bench, you then probably have to have then a Franco Mostert, given the fact that he's also a very accomplished line operator. In the backline, this is actually very close to the backline I wanted and I predicted a week ago. The only difference is that Andre Esterhuizen gets a start, and I went with Cheslin Colby ahead of Kurt Lawrence. But I tell you what, there's pace on pace in this backline. Grant Williams next to Marty Leibach. That is an absolute superb selection. It really is. Dry conditions up in Johannesburg. This is a team designed to run Australia off the park. There's so much physicality in that pack, and in the back line, it's, you know, there's X factor on X factor. Andre Esterhuizen next to JC Creel. Very interesting to see what might happen in the second half when we see some of the replacements. If you look at the bench, Andre Esterhuizen might not even necessarily come off, but might shift to the scrum, for example. And so our 5-3 split, you know, could actually be, you know, done in such a way that, you know, you bring in 3 backline players and one of your backline players sort of shifts onto the scrum. So you kind of then have a bit of a different way of using your bench there as well. Your 2 wings, Kurt Lawrence, Edwin van der Merwe. Edwin van der Merwe knows that field like the back of his hand. He has scored tries for fun at Ellis Park, you know, and I think that those 3 are so close between them, you know, Cheslin Colby, Kurt Lawrence, and then probably to a certain degree slightly behind them is Edwin van der Merwe. What's it, 4 tries, 3 games, 5 tries, I think, or 4 tries in 3 games. If he scores this weekend, he'll become the first Springbok to have scored in every one of his 4 matches. And everybody keeps sort of dismissing and saying, oh, well, it was against Italy and Georgia, and then it gets Wales. It doesn't matter. You got to still score the tries. And especially that game against Wales a year ago when he was man of the match, he is the real deal. He really is. Aprilefasi backed once again in the number 15 jersey. That backline does not get much stronger. You can bring in a Damien Delendi, you can bring in a Cheslin Colby, but that does not get a lot stronger. Off the bench, Bongi Manambi, a little bit of pressure really on Bongi with regards to some of the form he's shown so far. And very interesting to sort of see what his role is going to be. I really enjoyed what I saw of Marnus van der Merwe, and I think that he might get an opportunity next week down in Cape Town. You then got Jan-Hendrik Wessels and Asenate and Tlabakanye, also 2 players I wanted to see in the side. We talk about the fact that we're going to try and extend our depth, but also want to be very competitive. But I think those 2 players are 2027 World Cup project players. They're not just Springboks of the future players. They are genuine options for the World Cups moving forward. And I'm really, really excited to see what they can do. And it's a bit of an experience really with them coming on in the second half. It'll be interesting to see how Australia kind of do that, because I think you expect James Slipper to probably start. Angus Bell's a very good scrummager, so I think that we'll see that potential battle between him and Asenate and Tlabakanye in the second half, which should be a lot of fun. Franco Masters, one of the players people have spoken about in terms of one of the older sort of players. So again, a field he knows very well. Played all his sort of Super Rugby there, and was a huge part of the Lions' success. So he'll be familiar with the conditions, as will Kwagga Smith, who covers sort of the back 3. But 5-3 split is interesting in itself. We haven't seen the 6-2 as much this year, as much as we maybe expected to see it. And I think a lot of it is got to do with Andre Esterhuizen, because we can still replace a Siya Kolisi and a Marco Verstappen, for example, and shift Andre Esterhuizen onto the flank. Kuba's trying to get an opportunity. Kane Moody, Damian Willemse. So what we've got in the bench is lots of experience, but still quite a lot of youth, really. In a young player in Jan-Hendrik Wessels, a young player in Kane Moody. Some youth in Asenate and Tlabakanye, Damian Willemse, I think Asenate is about 25, 26. So, and Damian Willemse also still very young. So there's not a lot of players, I think, in the side that, for example, don't necessarily make the next World Cup. Your players that we're going to be watching out for during the Rugby Championship are going to be your Franco Masters, your Kobus Reinigs, your Bongi Manambis, maybe your Louis Diago to a certain degree. But in general, you look at that side, especially the starting 15, and all of them very comfortably at this stage get to the next World Cup from an age profile point of view. So not only is it a really strong side, it's a side that's going to play for a while. And that is really, really exciting. And I think that we're going to have to wait and see what kind of side Australia put out on Thursday. But I expect the side to do a job. I expect them to make it really difficult for Australia on Saturday. I expect to play quite a high-paced game. Grant Williams, Moy Liebok, they're going to want to try and up the ante. And I think that if Liebok has a really strong game, I think he can really elevate himself to, inverted commas, the number 1 position player. I don't necessarily think he'll play against New Zealand, simply because we're playing in New Zealand. We expect it to probably be quite wet, quite cold, very different conditions. It'll probably necessitate quite a different game plan. At altitude, dry conditions, you've got to let these players run, and conditioning will be key. And I do think that's going to be the plan. There's a lot of X factor coming off the bench. Damian Willemse, Kane Moody. The form that Kane Moody is in at the moment, there's no reprieve for Australia. When he comes on, it doesn't suddenly say the pedal's not going to be taken off. They're going to keep having a go. So I think it's a really, really good side. What do we think? Let me know down in the comments.
Yeah, just tell me, how do you approach a game like this where you're considered massive favourites?
For us, we don't think like that. We think on our standards, and we obviously looked at the past 4 games that we played, and we were supposed to have an extra week of holiday, and we believe that we didn't hit the standards that we wanted to hit. So the focus has solely been on us, and we all know as players that we could have been much better in so many ways. We played far better than that and been far more physical than that. So the focus is solely on us and getting the standards that we know as a team we can get to. So we focus on them, on looking at what they've done in the past and also studying their players, see what they can bring. But the most important thing is for me to go out there and be the best that I've ever been in the Springbok jersey.
Ross, and then Brendan, and then Mike.
Stocker, obviously born in for Jan Hendrik. What's the extent of Jan Hendrik's niggle? Born's obviously this is a massive game for him, second appearance, and it's against the Aussies. And then lastly, Rassi mentioned that if the Aussies win 6-2, you guys might look to bring Ock in. Looks like you guys have resisted that urge. What was the thinking there?
Yeah, I think with Jan Hendrik, I think it was just unlucky in one of the sessions where he just got a knock, so we just wanted to be safe and not take a risk on him. And then Buan also has been with the squad for a couple of weeks now, and he's been doing very, very well and fitting in nicely when it comes to the system and how we want to operate. And the nice thing about him and Dan as our scrum coach, they've got a good working relationship. Dan have worked with him since their young age, so which is good. So yeah, we just wanted to be safe in the sense of Jan Hendrik just had a knock in the training session. And regarding the opportunity with that we were going to go 6-2 or 5-3, I think there were a couple of, maybe two positions where we had slashed some of the players when it comes to team selection. So, but once again, the squad we've selected at 23, I think it's a good squad that is good enough for us to make sure that they go and do the job for us. It's going to be a tough game, different game compared to what we've already faced, talking about Italy and Georgia. But I feel like the team that we've selected and all those guys, they deserve also their opportunity. So yeah, that's the thing. That's why we didn't go towards 6-2 split, but we thought the 5-3 would be good enough for us to handle the game for us. And we know the challenge that's coming. Australia is a side that can give you tough times when it comes to ball in hand and give you a lot of challenges. So that's why we preferred to go for that 5-3 split with the Boks.
Sia, you're playing at 8 this week. Has your role changed in any way? And obviously, Rassi spoke earlier in the week about the breakdown and the threat of the Aussies there, where they obviously going to try and target you there. So maybe speak a little bit about your role this weekend and the loose trails role.
Yeah, my role changed a little bit just on set piece, both line out and scrum. But other than that, I'm still doing my normal job, and breakdown is a focal point. They're very good at it. I think it helps them in a lot of ways when they do. Freedom Wright is really good, and then there's a couple of other players who get in on the ball. So myself and Marco and Peter Steph have a job in our hand, but the rest of the team is all there. So that's still going to be my focus point in making sure that we do win the break. When we have the ball, we can keep the ball in hand and obviously try and slow down their ball or steal a couple of their balls too.
The Springboks generally over history haven't been good between World Cups. I know you guys had a good year last year. How important is that to you guys, and to that end also to win back-to-back rugby championships?
No, it is important. And I think that's why you see so many players getting opportunities, because injuries can happen, and it's unfortunate, as you saw with Jan this weekend. That's why players, when they get opportunities, we want to make sure, when we're in training camps, that group gets to be the best they can be, and you want to train against the best guys as well, and you go into the game, make it tougher. So trainings have been much tougher against each other, and it's been brutal against each other at times, especially in set piece for us as forwards. And the mindset has changed. We want to be the best all the time. We've never wanted that. It's never been a goal to say, no, we just want to focus on World Cups, because anything can happen in a World Cup. So everything in between, and also being number one makes a difference. Being number one in the world when it comes to the World Cup pools and stuff, that also makes a difference. So our mindset is definitely to try and win every single game, but also building squad depth, because that helps a lot in the long run.
Francois over there, and go on Francois.
How much of an advantage was it playing for the Sharks regularly? Not regularly, but this year, and basically just changing Coach Rassi's mind.
I think injuries, obviously, Jasper been injured and stuff, but I think it helped me a lot playing at 8 with the Sharks. Coach Plum, at the Sharks sees me as an 8. He told me that from the first time we had a meeting. He said he wanted me to play at 8. And I think here roles are different, and I'm not your Jasper kind of 8th man, or doing in a big body, but I've got my own way and I've got my own skills, so I'm going to focus on that. I'm not going to try and be somebody else. And like I said, role doesn't change much. I'm still going to be playing towards the ball, looking after the breakdown, getting carries where I can. Myself and Marco will just talk and chat in the game and see how it goes. But rugby is rugby at the end of the day.
Coach Stalker, I've been hearing players talk about the intensity of your fitness sessions lately. And with the evolution of your game, I guess there's different demands in terms of defense and attack. Are one of those demands a big attack for the players? And should we expect tomorrow a much higher tempo in terms of what the Springboks are going to bring, presuming that the players are fit?
Yeah, I think it goes back to the point Sia also mentioned earlier. We've got standards that we've set for ourselves. We've got goals that we've set for ourselves. And for us to be able to maintain those goals, and to be the best in the world, not only during the World Cup year, throughout all the games that we played, and we know the people of South Africa, when the Springboks are playing, it's just a different vibe, so we don't take it for granted. We want to be the best in the world. We want to stay there on top of the world. And the other thing is that with the way we want to develop our game, you can see with the input of Tony Brown, we want to. It's clear for everyone to see that we want to play the fast game, and you can see even without probably most of our forwards now that probably in the past you won't see them passing the ball around, and all of a sudden now there's a lot of ball players around the field, So we want to develop our game, and fitness is part of that goal. And once again, you want to be the best in the world, If you want to compete against Australia, you want to compete against the All Blacks, you want to compete against Ireland, your players have to be fit enough, to handle whatever challenges we're going to face from the opposition. And once again, if I touch on Australia, you've seen probably the last two games against the British and Irish Lions. Second last game, they could have won the game. They've lost probably in the last seconds of the game. They've managed to win the last one, so they're probably also in a good space as a team in that changing room. So it's going to be a tough challenge. When you talk about ball in play time, that's why you need your players to be fit. So yeah. We're still getting there. I don't think we're at our best, but we're still getting there. So fitness-wise, yes, it's one of the biggest things when it comes to what we want to achieve as a team.
Ross and Annemie?
You guys are facing a bit of an unexpected halfback pairing that you maybe weren't thinking of a couple of weeks ago. Nick White was supposed to be retired, and O'Connor hasn't played since 2022. So did that shift the focus a little bit this week? And is that something you guys have sort of had to align for?
Yeah, I think it's our job as coaches, to make sure that you do your job very well and research. The moment they've made that call that Nick White is not going to retire, we knew already we have to make sure that we focus on what challenges can he bring on. Or we know we've played against him many times, and it was clear for us the fact that he didn't retire, so they had a plan that they're going to use him. So for us as coaches, we've already planned on Nick White playing the game. And James O'Connor, experienced player, and you can tell their mindset. They want to come here, they want to use probably the most experienced brains when it comes to their system, and and it comes with a different challenge. He's one of the best when it comes to kicking game, and also when it comes to his leadership in that team, he's got a massive impact in that team. So we knew that chances of he was going to play, so we were always prepared.
For both gentlemen, the Springbok women arrived at the World Cup, being very experienced in the World Cup. What are your messages, not just for the players that's going to be there for the first round, but also for fans to get behind them?
We saw the videos of them arriving and chatting to some of them. Obviously there's a lot of nerves. But I think they can take a lot of confidence of what they've done the last couple of years, and people can look at that they won the last game against the All Blacks 15. But I've seen how they've just changed as a group, and how hard they are on set piece, how good they are on scrums. They've got things that matter the most. They are capable of doing it. It's all about putting it together in a game. And I think they take confidence in what they've done in the past couple of games. And I don't know, I just have a feeling that we're going to see them make history by reaching the playoffs. I know they've got a tough pool. They've got Italy, where I think they could have won that game, and one or two mistakes. But they're a better team than they were when they played in the W15. So I'm looking forward to what they're about to do. And the people of South Africa, they definitely should get behind them as they got behind us. You know, they're growing and yeah, and they give everything. I've seen, and they're hungry to get better, and they chat to us, they ask questions, going to the session. It means a lot to them. So I'm looking forward to see what they're about to do.
Yeah, I think from my side, the message is clear. We appreciate them and we love them and we support them. And they must know that we are behind them. We support them with everything. And it was great to see when they played at Watchalong Stadium in Cape Town, the vibe, the people that came out to support them. And like we always say, we are 100% behind them. And it's good to see now people that are also now starting to be behind the ladies, you know. Watch from TV when they were playing, the vibe at Watchalong, it was just another level. And once again, like I always say, you know what, the more games they play in front of big crowd, also as a main curtain raiser towards the test match rugby, which is I'm talking about the Springboks, you know, that was something nice for me to see, you know. So I'm not sure who makes the call, if it's World Rugby or it's SA Rugby, you know. That is something, I think, for the growth. We can't just talk the talk, you know. There has to be action, and then we're starting to see the action now. Sia spoke about growth when it comes to how they're playing now as a team. And once again, I must give credit to their coaching staff, Sway's, Bafana, and everyone who's involved there in that team. They're doing a great job. And once again, we wish them all the best. We will be watching, we'll be supporting, and we appreciate what they do for the country.
Thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome back for round 2. Just welcome to Monday, isn't it? Welcome to Monday. Apologies for the previous stream going down. We've had lots of issues with trying to sort out the press conference and that whole thing happening over at Santa. And this is what happens when the Boks decide to name their team on a Monday, which is very unprecedented and caught everybody a little bit unawares. So bear with us. But we are back, and we're going to chat about that team on the screen over there. We broke it down a little bit earlier, a couple of things, but I want to really sort of get stuck in, and I want to see what you guys all have to say. So my big question is, do you like the Springboks side? Like, or what are we thinking, basically? Are you a big fan? Is it not really your cup of tea? You're giving a yes or no? We almost need to do like a rate the team between 1 and 10, which would be quite a cool concept, actually. But anyway, I'm going to ask, are you happy with the Springbok team? Big question mark, simple yes or no. Get your comments into the chat. Let's go into it. So we'll have a couple of quotes open from us coming from you now. The press conference started a few minutes ago. And so I'm waiting to hear exactly what he's had to say so far. So give me 2 seconds and I'll be able to hopefully get into that. But what are we saying, people? What are we saying about that team? And this is the point. I had a whole bunch of comments I wanted to get through, and then we lost the stream, and but we go again. It's the one thing about us here at Fair Sports. We're not going to let setbacks push us back for long. We get back on the horse, and off we go. Matthew says, good team. Agree with everything you said in the first live. Very good team. Don't get much better than this. Josh says, Andre and Creel might not gel. Well, they've played together. Not often, but a couple of times. But I think it's quite good that they are playing with each other. You know, I think that we need to see some more combinations in that midfield, but different combinations. You know, for example, when we saw like Damien playing with Kane Moody, for example, I think that's a nice combination to try and build. I think Jesse Creel playing with Andre Esterhuizen now, for example, is a nice combination to build. Because maybe we're going to start seeing that sort of those combinations change up a little bit. You know, maybe we might start seeing, you know, combinations becoming more important, almost like a 10-12 combination is almost better than maybe your 10 or your 12-13 combination, those sort of situations. So with regards to injuries, there are no injuries that we have been told about. And Chesney, for example, had a niggle, and apparently Delinde had a niggle that could have been selected. So they've decided basically to not risk them from the sounds of it. So it sounds like they could have played, but they haven't been risked, basically. So I think, I don't think that it's a difficult decision to have, for example. You know, you're talking about, well, Ches is not maybe at as fittest, but, you know, the alternative is to go with Adolf van der Merwe, who we're very happy to go with. Similar type of thing with Damien Delinde, who's saying he's had a bit of a back niggle, but he's going to train this week. Again, Andre Esther hasn't been good, so it's not a problem for them to go name him and back him there. But those are the only sort of niggles, inverted commas, that there are. So in terms of what he said in the actual official team announcement, more coming from the press conference in a bit. Fun fact, by the way, is that Eben Etzebeth will extend his most cap block time to 134 matches. That puts him in the joint 10th most cap player ever, alongside Gethin Jenkins from Wales. He actually goes ahead of Conor Murray in terms of the number of tests he has played for the Boks. So, big opportunity for him there. And speaking on some of the discussions, Rassi said, we've been experimenting with player combinations during the Castle Lager incoming series and at our conditioning camp in the last 2 weeks, and we believe this team will allow us to play the type of rugby we want to play against Australia. He said the Wallabies will be determined to change their win record against us in the last 3 seasons, so they'll come out guns blazing, and we are confident that the players we selected will be up for the challenge. All our starters except for Edville have faced them before, and we are confident that he is ready for this challenge. He said Damien picked up a back nickel in the last 2 weeks and will train again this week, but Andre has been strong for us in the last few seasons, so it was an easy decision to name him alongside Jesse in the midfield. Similarly, Chesn Colby has also recovered from a niggle and trained with us last week, but we decided to exercise caution and give him a little extra time at training before selecting him. Edville has been in good form this season, and it'll be good to see what he brings in this match. So that's what I'm saying. You know, in theory, there are a couple of niggles, but no official injuries per se, and they could have played if they really needed to. If it was the World Cup final this week, they'd probably play, but they're not going to risk them for the sake of risking them. And so it says today, not a Monday. It is a Monday. It is a Monday, and they have changed the team announcement day, which I'm not best a fan of, actually. You know, I like the fact that we used to be able to spend 2 or 3 days hyping up and trying to guess the side and kind of looking at what we might see, and then get the side on a Wednesday or Thursday. And now we kind of, bang, Monday, there it is. There's the side, and it takes away all the fun part we have in trying to predict the side and the likes of that. But no injuries, for example, to Andre Pollard, no injuries to Archie Snyman, so that's not a reason they've been left. That's not the reason they've been left out. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to sort of see kind of what those sort of players' roles are going to be in the future, and kind of where they might kind of fit in. So it's interesting to sort of see that they've gone with this sort of combination. Now, what I spoke about a little bit in the previous video is the fact that, you know, line options, for example, Siriklis at 8's a big call. He's not a line option like a Kobus Visa is when he plays in their number 8 jersey, like a Cameron Hanekom would be when he played in the number 8 jersey. So I think that's a big reason we've probably gone with the Lotte Jager in the number 5 jersey. You've kind of gone within your best line-out lock in that number 5 jersey to make sure that that set piece in itself is taken care of. And I think that's also probably why you got Franco Mostert off the bench to do a similar type of thing. So Ruan Lokia, I think, can feel quite hard done by in terms of the form he's shown in the last few tests. And I think he's been really, really good. I would be surprised if we don't see him next week, to be honest. And I'll be interested to see how much rotation we see next week. Ty Smith, to ask you a question, Andre Pollard has just been left out of the side. Antonio says, a C at 8 is surprising. I'm happy with the team, especially under the high ball and the fast pace we can expect. I'm curious, given this team, what does that mean for the team for Eden Park? Evan said, who is more likely to play full 8, Van Staden or Sia? Well, I personally think that they might both get taken off, because you can actually then go and move Andre Esterhuizen to the bench. You know, you can move him to the bench, not to the bench, to the flank, and you can replace Sia Khaleesi and Valka Verstappen, bring on Kwaka Smith, the number 8 jersey, and move Andre Esterhuizen to the flank. You could put Damian Willems at 12, for example, and you could have Kane Moody at 13, or Kane Moody on the wing, and so there's lots of different ways we can kind of negotiate the bench that we've got, and with the replacements and the likes of that. And Matthew says, the combination of Grant Money and Andre is one of the best. They just understand each other. And then said, then not to mention throwing Damien off the bench. Adrian saying, Moody is starting to look undroppable. Andre will exploit that 10 channel all day long. Matthew saying, do you think that Rassi has chosen 2 different squads, this team from then the Cape Town team? Yeah, I think that we will see. I mean, who knows? But my gut says I think we will see a bit of rotation for next week. I don't think necessarily a lot, but I think we will see a little bit. I do think that we will see the likes of Ruan Nokia, for example. I think we'll see him involved next week. I think we'll probably see Archie Snyman involved next week. I'd be very surprised if we don't see a Sasha or a Andre Pollard next week. especially what the condition in next week might dictate. More likely to be wet, more likely to be a bit more of a tighter game down in Cape Town. This is a team that's been picked to play the conditions. Rassie spoke about the fact that this has been picked to play the way that they want to play, and that is to run them off their feet, I think. At altitude, you've got to try and make sure you're kind of running them off their feet as much as possible. And I think that they've picked a team to do exactly that, which is exciting. And I think it's the right way to go about it. What will also be interesting is, depending on how this team performs, that might also dictate what changes we make. So we have had to sort of see team selections change based on what original plans, due to maybe sometimes poor performances. We have seen Rassie have to say, well, we had to kind of relook at things after that performance, and maybe we might have to change things up for the week after, based on performances. So similarly, if we see a really good performance this weekend, then Rassie might say, well, maybe we need to see more of some of these combinations. If we see a poor performance this week, he might say we need to change it. Or he might say, well, some of these players need to play again, actually, because now I need to have a serious look at them ahead of going to Eden Park. That's also a very interesting part. It's not just a case of these players have played badly, therefore we need to change them. Sometimes, if they're not playing at their best, you kind of have to give them another chance, because in your mind, you're thinking, I want them to play against the All Blacks. Has he just had a bad game? Or should I not be playing against the All Blacks? And there's always that chicken and egg situation of, do you have to replace them and say, well, you've almost been dropped, and is this guy good enough to play against the All Blacks? Or do you give them another game to get them back to form to then go and face the All Blacks? And there's no real right or wrong answer. It's pure sort of sometimes luck to a certain degree. It's just gut feel, though, at the end of the day. It's what the coaches feel they need and what the coaches feel the player will need in that situation. Racer 10 saying, I think this side is amazing. Scary when you consider we still have players to rotate for the rest of the Rugby Championship. Cheslin, Hondre, Ruan, Sasha, Van der Merwe, etc. Rob saying, very happy with C at 8. He was excellent there for the Sharks last season. I agree. I think that he can become a good option at 8. I spoke about it previously, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if we did see him playing the number 8 jersey for the Boks. I think he suits it. I think he's become a much better all-round player in the last few years. I think he's added a few things to his skill set. So I think that he's a good option there. Mark Sony says, I'd like to see Kuba's visa at 4. We need to test alternatives should Eben not be there. Peloso saying, was it going to be too soon for Ethan Hooker, or was the competition for places that tough? I think it is, to be honest. I think he's your third choice 12 and third choice hooker in, well, not hooker, third choice outside centre is Hooker in the squad at the moment. Canan Moody's ahead of him in the number 13 channel, as well as obviously Jesse Creel. Damon Delinde, Andre Esthuizen ahead of him in the number 12 channel. So he's obviously gaining a lot of experience training with them at the moment, being around the squad and the likes of that. But I do think that the reality is he's not quite in the frame yet. I think they look at him as the future, and that's why he was called up last year. He's probably spent the most time in the squad without getting any sort of serious minutes. Somebody like an Asenate and Tlabakanye has only been involved in squads this year. This is going to be his second test, but third appearance of the year so far. And you can just see that he's somebody that they very much rate and are planning around having him in the mix, quite often, and more often than not. So that for me is quite interesting to sort of see how players sometimes come in and get backed and get lots of opportunities versus players who've kind of been around quite often but still haven't quite had those opportunities. And I think Ethan Hooker is just in the unlucky position of also playing in positions where, how often is Damien Delende not available? He's got a bit of a back niggle but potentially could have played. He's so reliable. And him and Jesse Creel are always staying fit. And that's the big thing as well. It's not like tight head where you've got no Frans Maherba, you've got no Trevor Nyakani, and we've had to bring in Asenate and Tlabakanye during a time where injuries are a bit serious in a particular position. And that's a big part. I think it's huge that he's been picked ahead of Thomas Tutoy, and I think it's big that he's been picked ahead of Vincent Koch. I think it's the right decision. I think he's playing at a field that he understands. It's a really good place for scrummaging if that field holds up. And, I think that if there was a time to give him a chance here or Cape Town, this was the one. I think Thomas Tutoy will come in next week, but I want to see Thomas Tutoy at number 3. I know that originally, for example, he was a loose head, and a lot of people sat there saying he's a better loose head, but he's not played loose head week in, week out for years. he is an out-and-out tight head these days, really. You know, he's a tight head that can play at loose head these days versus what used to be a loose head that could play at tight head. You know, he's played far more rugby in the last few years at tight head than at loose head. He then comes back to us, for example, and we put him at loose head, and he just didn't quite manage to replicate that form that we saw in the Premiership, where he's been back-to-back Premiership team of the seasons. So we know that there's a player there. We just haven't quite seen him maybe at his best so far, which is a bit frustrating. Yeah, it was interesting to sort of see that he hasn't been given that chance, and I think that, you know, if we do see him next week, I'll be interested to see if we might see him start, and what are we going to do with Vincent Koch? Vincent Koch, once again, not in a 23. He's not played a lot of rugby for the Boks so far this year, and he's somebody who I think a lot of people are saying that, you know, he's not going to make the next World Cup. Should he kind of be in the squad? But if he's going to be in the squad, you'd like to think he's going to get some game time to sort of almost sort of prove and gauge whether he's the right, you know, player to trust and to move forward. Or are we looking at Asanati and saying, right, well, we've got to back him, really. You know, we've got to really give him the go. So lots to sort of ponder with regards to that. And I love the fact that, you know, we then get to sort of look at Asanati and we're thinking about, well, this is a big opportunity for him. But if he doesn't work out, you then still got a Vincent Koch who's got that experience. But I like the fact that somebody like a Vincent Koch has got good competition. And Francois Herbert will be sitting there injured at the moment, not saying like, not worried necessarily, but he'll be very aware that other tight heads are in the mix and taking their chances, you know, Wilco Low, for example. And I love the fact that you then got some players who maybe previously haven't been pushed that hard for that. So Thomas Toy, for example, he is being rested. They did say that they can call him up if they want to. So I don't think he was ever going to be involved this week. But I was almost really surprised that they didn't then try to bring him in next week, because I get that they're trying to rest him a lot, but I don't see him being involved against New Zealand. You know, and for me, it was almost a bit of a weird time to kind of sort of give him that rest period. I had a sneaky suspicion that they might have called him up next week. And that's why I think that, and I think he needs to play next week, to be honest. I think at the moment we're really stuck in trying to find time to give him that opportunity where, for example, he's not going to come from not playing 2 weeks and not playing any rugby and then starting against New Zealand, or even, I think, in the 23. So my gut says you're then probably looking at Vincent Koch more so in New Zealand, and then maybe Thomas Toy comes in against Argentina. But it's just such a waste of opportunity. I think we have the 2 home tests against Australia, you know, conditions where he would have known, you know, what it's like to play at Ellis Park and to play at a Cape Town stadium, much more than playing in Eden Park and then playing in Wellington and the likes of that. So Evan says, feel that like this team is aiming to win this game more so in the first half with tempo rather than the second half with a bomb squad. Yeah, I think that is also an interesting sort of shift maybe. You know, I think previously we've obviously always looked to try and take the game away from teams in the second half and to kind of like flood them on and suffocate them and to really, you know, take them to the cleaners in the second half. I think we're now taking a much different approach and trying to get that start where we can basically put them away in the first half and try and then build on them. So it's an interesting sort of kind of look at it. Now, I do think there is impact on the bench. You know, there is the impact. Like Kwaka Smith brings a lot of energy off the bench. You know, Kobus Reinach, Kayman Moody, Damien Willems, those are nice players to bring off the bench. They will up the tempo. They certainly will. But it's not your, you know, your Vincent Koch, Arceus Neyman, Malcolm Marks, big ball players, you know, that really sort of up the tempo and really have a go. Like Arceus Neyman not coming off the bench is an interesting call. Franco Master for me has always been a bit of a better starter than coming off the bench. I think if we had the 2, for example, locks, and you kind of go with the 2 locks on the bench, he's a good option. But we've always traditionally gone with an Arceus Neyman off the bench when we had 1 lock. So it's interesting not to have backed him in this regard. Again, what we don't know is, are we going to suddenly see a whole different team next week? I mean, could we see Arceus Neyman start next week next to a Kobus Visa or next to a Ruan Nokia? Could that be an option next week? how much does that become a consideration? And that's the biggest problem, is we just don't know what the attitude's going to be towards next week's team. And until we do, it's all just speculation. But that's half the fun, isn't it? We get to speculate about what's going on, and we get to try and predict teams, and then we get it all wrong, because Rusty always has a thing. But to actually want to go back to my predicted team, because when I put it out last week, it was 2 weeks ago, I was told categorically that it was going to be very, very wrong. And where was it? There we go. And I put out teams saying, put out this team to dominate Australia. That was the video title. And you should actually almost put some of the comments on the screen of you, and let's see how close I was. Right, so what did I say? Okay, let's go through it, shall we? So what I said when I predicted the team is I went Oxen Chair. So Oxen Chair, tick 1. Malcolm Marks, there. 2. Wilco Low, 3. Eben Etzebeth, 4. I said Ruan Nokia. They've gone with Lua Diaga. Okay. I said Siakalisi at 6. I put Visa at 8, seeing if they might have a look. But they went with Siakalisi at 8 and PSF to 7. I'm going to give myself 5.5, because I've technically gotten 6 out of the 8 pack right. From a name point of view, position not quite. So I'm going to give myself 5.5 out of 8, which I don't think is terrible. And for the back line, I said... yeah, so I said Grant Williams, Monty Lee Boks. So that's 1, 2. I said Kirkley Orange, but that was actually supposed to be Edel van der Merwe. So I'll give myself that... I won't give myself that point. I said Damon Delinde and Jesse Creel. Damon Delinde is injured, but Jesse Creel's playing. I said Fassi. So I did say Edel van der Merwe, so that's 1, 2, 3. I did say Jesse Creel, 4. I did say Fassi, 5. So I've now got 10.5 out of 15. Off the bench, I said Jan Hendrik Wessels. I said Asenate. I said Kwaka Smith. I went Andre Estesen on the bench. He's in the starting lineup. I said Mone van den Berg. It's Kobus Ranach. I said Andre Pollard. To be fair, I think that nobody would have picked not having a Pollard or a Sasha on the bench. And I think that Arceus Neumann pick was also quite a big one. So my bench was relatively off. But I don't think 10.5 out of 15 is terrible, considering how much Rusty Erasmus changes teams. I think it's I think it's going to be interesting to sort of see what this next week looks like. Whenever we're actually trying to build a way over that you guys can predict your teams, and we can kind of all see who gets what's right. So it's going to be interesting to sort of see how this changes. I mean, because I think predicting next week's team is going to be very, very difficult. And I think the big thing is, the problem is also, we talk about changing the team with regards to changing the way that we perform this weekend. I think if we perform poorly this weekend, then that will affect the team next week. And I think that's going to be an interesting aspect to it, isn't it? Jean Stewart says, why not give Jean-Luc Dupré a shot instead of playing an experienced player? We want to win at the end of the day. It's not just about experimentation. Errol says, trio look much better. Problem areas 6 and 8 address. Look at Curry Cup. All the locks can drive, but not the block number 4. Crazy. Saka says, to my disgust, the team's solid. Contender says, no one has talked about Marco getting a nod at 6. Shows faith from coaches, giving consistent and very good performances. First time we are seeing him and Sia in the starting 15. Alex says, who's our normal 6? Well, it's normally Sia Kalisi. If chooses number 6 position. Jean says, I don't like the idea of Rassi changing the team depending on what the opposition opt for. Seem like we'd let the opposition dictate who we pick or what we do. Can of worms type stuff. Contender then saying, if we put Willemse at 12, Esterhuizen flank, we might see a reshuffle of the back 3. Could we see Kurt Lawrence get subbed and Edel van der Merwe to 11, or Fassi goes off, Kurt Lawrence to 15, or straight Edel van der Merwe and Moody swap? Yeah, I don't think we'll see Fassi really go to the wing. Maybe we might see Willemse go to fullback and Fassi go to the wing, but yeah, I don't really see it. In all honesty, I would like to see David Willemse at 12. I really, really would. I would really like to, and that gives you an opportunity to, and I'm sure that must be consideration because it gives you an opportunity to then try Andre Estes more at flank as well. So I think if things are going well, if we're on top of the game, I think we might see that. If we're not, then we're going to see Andre Estes and probably just be play the full 80 at centre, and we'll probably see Damien Willemse coming on at 15. Or coming in at 10. And that's what's also quite interesting, the fact that we've got no natural fly half replacement. So there's no Sasha, there's no Pollard. Lots of people are going to be concerned about the goal kicking, for example. But I think that Mani will be fine. I think that he did look a lot better last time he played. When he played down in Kobecha, and then he kicked pretty well, looked very comfortable. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting aspect of that game. How well he kicks for goal, and what are they going to? And if he doesn't kick well, for example, but we score tries, is that going to be a considered issue? Or we always forget I'll never forget that response from Jacques Ninobo, where they said, is Mindy Boks goal kicking an issue? And he said, not when he wins man of the match. And I was like, spit bars, Jacques. And he was right, though. In fairness, he was 100% right, because at the time, yeah, he missed he left some points out there, but we also had a bonus point win against Scotland in the World Cup. We were ranked 5th in the world at the time. It was a huge statement performance. And he got man of the match. And it was a bit of a case of, well, if he's going to create more tries, then, and I think even against, France, missed a few kicks, but also created tries. So it's the continued trade-off. And it's not ideal to have the kind of trade-off. The issue comes with the fact that we don't have for example, a Thomas Ramos, or like, for example, France had in the last tour here. What's his name? He's one of my favorite players at the moment. It'll come to me. The scrum off, who was kicking for goal. And that's kind of our frustration, is that we don't have a Percy Montgomery even. A fullback who operates on over 80% and can do those sort of, that can operate that role. Because then Moyebok wouldn't even have to worry about kicking for goal. So I asked earlier, are you happy with the team? And 88% of people have said yes. So it's not bad. I usually say anything north of 80 is pretty good. But if you're not happy with the team, what are you guys said? There's a couple of people asking questions. My chair needs to be regassed. I'm suffering over here. We got my Scots going. But what don't you like? Of this team. If you're one of the 12%, 11% apparently, because YouTube can never add to 100. If you're part of that 11%, what don't you like about this team? What would you change of this team? So Leandro Baez says this is about to be a record score. Robert Wilco says Grant Imani is a fire combo. Katenda said JC needs to step up this week. I reckon his experience and pure power will tame Swali'i. Estes needs to dominate versus Ikata. I'm concerned with Vessels and Bongi. I hope they don't fumble. Robert says behind a monster pack. And Mo says Asanata coming in to scrum off the bench is interesting. I'm predicting a big game for him. I'm such an Asanati stan. I think he's got such good all-round ability. And I think that, we've seen people speak about his size and his weight. And it's such lazy analysis because you take one look at him and you say, yeah, no, he's slow around the field. Statistically, you talk about your battle stats, for example. The Boks have got their battle stats. He outworks a lot of people. And he goes, as I said, what he puts is output, the number of tackles he's making, for example, the carries, his scrummaging. He really, really does outperform a lot of people. And it becomes very lazy to look at somebody of his size and decide he's not fit. And actually, to be honest, we saw the same thing with Francois Herbert, We saw Francois Herbert, who doesn't look like your typical athlete, and everybody sort of said, they say, oh no, he's too big, he's not fit enough, blah, 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 blah. And Francois Herbert is probably one of the most underrated number 3s in World Rugby. And that is something that everybody had to then go and almost sort of put their hands in and say, right, we got it wrong, we thought maybe this, that. And you got to sometimes back what the coaches see, and that's what I say about Asanati. He's it's easy to look at his size and just decide he's not fit enough or whatever, he's not conditioned. But he's put a lot of work into getting himself conditioned and making sure that he's not a passenger. And if you've watched any of the Lions rugby this past season, you'll know that he is the furthest possible thing from a passenger. He is an absolute world-class player in the making. I genuinely believe that. You know, I think that he gets around the park really well. He contributes a lot. He's fantastic. He really is. And from an attitude point of view as well. So I think that we're going to see him putting in some big hits in the second half. His physicality is top notch. It really is. Jan HB says, stop whining about Marty. Focus on the team, which is a good team. Justice Service says, uncertainty of a kick, I guess. If it is close, then with a bad kicking game, then could come into play. The hope that we don't get multiple loose forward injuries. Illicit failures says, Asanati to give Will Skelton an HIA. Well, that's going to be a massive collision. If those two run into each other, then the ground might split. Burning Flash said, Marnie's kicking will be okay. Tri-Fest on the cards. Boks going for a big score. Damien at 12. Moody at 13. Andre at flank. Just watch this. Errol says, could have changed Archia for Mostert on the bench. We need weight in pack. Caesar says, what happens when Albert Lowe comes back? It's a good question, actually. I was trying to do a sort of prediction squad of who's going to go to the next World Cup, and I had him in my squad. I said that he will make the World Cup, and I think that right now he's probably ahead of the likes of Vincent Tuka in the pecking order. I'd like to see Vincent play a bit more. I really hope he gets the call up and plays against Argentina, because I think that he looked really good. But I'm very interested to see kind of what's going to happen when Albert Lowe does make his return. He was actually running last week, which was really good. He actually posted on Instagram him on a treadmill. So really, really good to see that he's starting to run. We'll probably only see him towards the end of the year. I don't think we'll see him play for the Boks this year. He'll have to come back and kind of get himself going for the Bulls again before he gets that call back up. So Carl says, fantastic team, going to tear Wallabies apart. Then Dricker's going to maul Kamzat. Great weekend for South Africa. Well, it needs to be. I had such a bad sporting weekend. This last weekend, it was a disaster, an absolute disaster. The Lions lost. United drew in preseason. The Proteas lost yesterday. I had none of my team, and then Tommy Fleetwood last night buckled in the PGA Tour. Like, can you guys? I just needed one thing to go well last night. The only other thing actually was that Stingers won. I think somebody even said that in the last stream, is the fact that the Stingers won the Live tournament, and Live coming to South Africa next year is going to be absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, the point is I need a good sporting weekend, because I usually relied on the Lions during the Currie Cup to sort of pull my weekend through, and it didn't quite work that out. So that wasn't ideal, to be perfectly honest. That was not what I needed. So this week I need to set Tri-Fest from the Boks, and I need to see Argentina beat All Blacks, because that'll be fun. Contender says, if we seal the deal this week, Rassie will put Sash at 10, Polly kicks at 12, like Farrell Moody at 13. Quite a surprise that we haven't seen much Colby this year. The scrum cap wing competition is real. Yeah, so they did mention that he has got a bit of a niggle, but doesn't sound like anything that is of concern. He did train last week and probably could have played this week. And they're just trying to be a bit more cautious. Troy and Wainwright says, good team. The only changes I would make is to start Bongi and have Pollard should be on bench just in case Marnie is bad at kicking for poles. Evan says, from a future view on the World Cup, I'm only concerned certain players are not getting caps. Otherwise, a good team that needs to perform. Daniel says, I wish Vincent T was in the team. Outlaw says, is this the best team? Lol, the team is laughable. Okay, well then come on, Outlaw. Cock on the block. What's your team? Put it out there. Don't throw rocks. What is the better team? What would you have gone with? What changes would you have made? Put it out there, and then we could have a chat about it. So I'm not saying you can't not like the team. By all means, not like the team. But then what do we change? What are we saying? Contender says, I think Snyman has been nullified of late. If Franco steps up, I reckon he'll be used more with Lewis and Pierce-Steff the toy able to cover 4 and Mostert able to cover 7. Sometimes work rate is better than offload. Look, Arcus Snyman had a great season for Leinster. He really did. He was top notch, and I am surprised that selection does surprise me, to be honest, because I probably would have. I think I did have Arcus Snyman in my predicted team from when I did it 2 weeks ago. I think it was. Obviously, you don't know what the injuries are going to be like. So, for example, I had Damon Delindi in, and he's got a slight niggle, and I had Chesn Colby in, and he's got a slight niggle. So I think in the end, I got about 13 or 14 and a half out of 23, which I don't think is terrible. It's a pass. It's a pass. But that 14 becomes, for example, 16 if the injuries don't come in, which is obviously a lot better. It's close to an 80%. But yeah, so in terms of the week to come, so we're going to have the Rassie Erasmus press conference up. Obviously, that'll be up very shortly. Tomorrow, we're going to have another press conference with a coach and a player. Tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we will have player press conferences as well. We'll obviously also have lots of Australian content coming your way. Their team announcement is on Thursday, so you can keep an eye out for that. That'll be about 2 o'clock, I think, so we'll have a video on when they do announce their start, as well as obviously the Joe Schmidt presser. We will have your team photograph, we'll have your team training. That'll be on Wednesday. We'll have team training footage. We'll have captain's run on Friday for both teams. So lots and lots of content coming your way, as well as then obviously on Saturday itself, we'll have plenty of content. So, but the main reason I'm telling you all this is that if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you do. We are past that 90,000 subscriber mark, which is very exciting. So please make sure you do join the community by making sure that you subscribe to the channel as well. And then a bit of a personal punt. I've started something quite interesting, something a bit of fun, and that is a personal Patreon where I do a couple of more relaxed, sort of less news kind of stuff. And that was launched last week. So if you would be considered becoming a member, I'll put the link in the description, shall we? And basically, I've got a fun series I recorded last week called Sports Therapy, which is basically a bit of a rant and a rave from the past weekend. And we've also got a very cool thing happening on Fridays. We're going to be dropping audio documentaries. The first one is Come Staldrod. That drops on Friday. And it's about a 15-20 minute audio documentary on different sporting scandals. We've got the Escobar brothers, or the Escobar, and that whole sort of the way they ended up with assassinating the captain of Colombia. So we've got that audio documentary coming in. We've got a couple of cool rugby documentaries as well, audio documentaries. So sort of podcast vibes on your Friday mornings, on your way to work type of thing. So yeah, please do consider going and joining that, and any support would be highly appreciated. We are going to have Sports Therapy out by tomorrow, the latest. Hopefully we'll have it out this afternoon. And it's been a rough few weeks from a sporting perspective, so there's plenty to rant and rave about later when that comes on. And then we've also got a couple of other things in the works, so please make sure you subscribe and go check out our community page as well. Lots of different sort of channels and different projects in the works and around you. Our sort of whole point of Forever Sports is to give you guys as much access and content and information as possible regarding Springboks, rugby, and you know, the general sport as well. So yeah, any support is always appreciated across those different platforms. Going back to some of the comments, WLK says, where have people been in the last 5 years? Rassie makes changes almost every test. There is no strongest team in Rassie's world. Every player has to be able to start. When are people going to wake up? Yeah, look, there's a lot of rotation, but there's still going to be a strongest team. In the World Cup 2023, we still named, you know, I think it was 3 in a row, unchanged 15s. I think set a record for the most unchanged 15s in a row, for example. So currently in between World Cups, there's always going to be changes, but you know, to suggest that there is no strongest team, there is a strongest team. If there's a World Cup final tomorrow, there's a strongest team that will play in that World Cup final. So that's, you know, yes, now there's lots, and that's the whole point, is that to try and create the depth and trying to make sure that if there are, you know, injuries and the likes of that, other people can kind of step up. But there is always going to be an inverted commas strongest team, because if there was going to be a final, and what we'll see against the All Blacks will be basically the strongest side we've got in the Eden Park. That will be what we consider our strongest side. You know, yes, there maybe there might be a specific 1 or 2 selections for that specific game, but we're going to drop our strongest 23 for the conditions, the likes of that we've got available. Mo says, Asenati will be a bomb squad by himself. He's one guy I can see playing NFL. He has that size and rugby stamina. Contender says, I want to see more Marnus van der Merwe. Good to build depth at 2. Could we see Willemse kick for poles? If Mani is not in sync, worst case, Fassi kicks for poles like Sharks. Willemse plays 10. Look, we have seen Fassi kicking for poles in the URC when the Sharks had a few injuries. I've also seen Damien Willemse has been working on it quite a lot himself. When he was coming back from injury, one of the things that he was working was with the kicking coach and trying to add that sort of string to his bow. So that's something that he is definitely trying to look at adding. Butler says, I'm not really sure about Marco and playing Sia at 8. If Sia can't play at 6, I don't think he should be in the team because that's taking caps away from other players. Well, Sia is your number one choice 6. Sia playing at 8 is not about him not being good enough to play at 6. Him playing at 8 is the fact that we don't have 8-man options. So if Justin Visa was fit, he'd probably be at 8 and Sia would then be at 6. So I don't think this is a case of we're making accommodations for Sia to be at 8. We need a number 8, and he's what we're picking as the best option in that jersey, which I don't think is a bad thing at all. I'm interested to sort of see how it goes, actually, because I think that number 8 jersey is quite a... It's an interesting one. We still looked at lots of 8s between 2019 and 2023 and still had 12 million starting in the World Cup final. But Jasper Wiese wasn't in around that mix. And that number 8 jersey for the Boks is obviously quite iconic. So I think it's going to be interesting to sort of see which different players get options at 8. So Johan says, great team, getting the Brennans and Brightfly ready. Carl says, super excited to see at 8. And Taboho says, what do you think about the Springboks chance at Eden Park? It's a massive, massive test, I think. I think we can do it. I said at the beginning of the year, I can't stand by it. I think that if we do win at Eden Park, I wouldn't be surprised if we then lost a week later in Wellington. I think it's going to need such a big effort to try and beat them at Eden Park. I'll be surprised if we can then get ourselves up once again. We've seen that, for example, Argentina, when they go and beat New Zealand in New Zealand, then get thrashed the next week because you can't reach that kind of level. You struggle to get to that kind of threshold a week later. And obviously they become very desperate to prove themselves and to respond in the likes of that. So yeah, I think we've got a chance. I think we've got a reasonably good chance. I think it's our best chance in a long time, put it that way. I think that the All Blacks aren't as settled as they'd probably like to be, and I think that we are pretty settled. Some people are saying that we're not playing particularly well at the moment. I disagree. I think that I'm seeing lots of positives. So we can, if we pitch up and play a really good game, I think we can beat them at Eden Park. It's going to be our biggest test of the year. And then we're going to go try and beat Ireland and Dublin. We're going to try and beat France, the Stade de France. That's going to be really, really exciting to see as well. Illicit says, imagine CS saying he's not big enough to play 8. Mo saying, I'm excited to see the combination of Marnie and Williams work. Do you think the Sasha will start Eden Park? My gut says no. I think it'll be either Andre or Marnie, and I expect Andre to start. It'll come down to conditions, I think, If it's going to be wet and cold and we're expecting a tight game with lots of set pieces, then I think that Andre will come in and he'll play there. So I think that's kind of more where I'm at. And if it's dry conditions, then I honestly wouldn't. I would back Moni. It's interesting because a year ago, obviously, Sasha was kind of almost like, inverted commas, the number 1 choice. He started both those tests against New Zealand. Started the first test at least. I think he came off the bench for the second test. Could have been a long time ago. What we saw against Georgia wasn't amazing. And I think that we are seeing a player who is incredibly talented, but he's also very young. And I think we need to be very aware of the fact that he's not the finished product, and it's going to take him a while to find that consistency. Because that's what you get with young players. You see an inconsistency. With senior players, you get a much more consistent level of performance. With youngsters, they're far more kind of like sort of Mavericks vibe, where one game they'll be untouchable, and the next game they might not be at their best, and I think that with experienced players, they might not always be world beaters, but their standard level of performance is always at a very high standard. Butler says, I'm more of the get Johnny Dupree up in caps and confidence in being around the team again. Sia is a good player, but I wouldn't play him over a natural 8. Yeah, I don't think that Johnny Dupree, to be honest, is that high in the pecking order, in all honesty. I think that he missed a big opportunity Obviously, it wasn't his fault, but he, left for paternity leave. Basically, he had his child just after that Barbarians game. And I think he probably missed out on an opportunity. I think he probably would start the number 8 jersey against Georgia. So they're having a look, obviously, to see what Sia can do at 8. Johnny Tupere could very well start next week. I don't mind the Sia Khaleesi at 8 selection, though, to be perfectly honest. I think that when Cameron Hanekom comes back into the mix, you could go Cameron Hanekom 6, Sia 8, vice versa. Because I think that naturally, I think Cameron Hanekom for me is probably the replace for Sia at 6. I think we've got better. I think we've got more 8-man options coming through than probably number 6 options. And therefore, you could have a Jasper Wiese at 8, a PSF the Toy at 7, a Cameron Hanekom at 6. And I think he brings the breakdown work that Sia does. He's an option as well. So I'm very keen to see where they're going to try and fit him in when he gets back to full fitness. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to be this year. And that WLK still saying there's no strongest team. If there was, we'll all be able to name that team. Well, again, if there was a World Cup tomorrow, what would the team be? That's the strongest team. And could we probably name it? I think we could probably name most of it. I think that if the World Cup finals tomorrow and everyone was fit, this team would pretty much be the same, except Sia Khaleesi would be at 6, Jasper Wiese would be at 8. And you probably put Andre Pollard at 10, Grant Williams at 9. You'd have Chesson Colby ahead of Edward van der Merwe. You'd have Damien de Lende ahead of Jesse Creel. And then Philipsen and Apelele Fassi could be a bit of a coin toss. You would still be able to, I believe, predict 13 out of the 15 players if the World Cup final was tomorrow. So, again, I'll disagree. There is... Let me try it again. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. It is the start of the Rugby Championship. It is the Springboks back in action. It's felt like an absolute age since we last saw them play. But we are finally back, and it's Nettis Park. And interesting conditions, to be honest, with a bit of drizzle at the moment. Nothing much. Still expected to be quite a dry field when we get kickoff. Still expected to be very good conditions for running rugby. However, maybe not quite the warm, hot day we thought we were going to be in for over at Johannesburg. So very interesting to see that sort of weather and what it might sort of do for the game in itself. People, if you are watching, I need the following. We're about to do a check-in. We have got just under 40 minutes to go till kickoff, plenty of time. And I need you guys to do a bit of a check-in. Where are you guys watching from? Who are you supporting? We usually play like a worldwide bingo type of thing where we try and tick off all the different continents and see how many countries we are currently being watched at all over the world and sort of see where our Forever Sports community is. So very quickly, get those down into the comments. Let me know where you're watching, who you are supporting, and how you're feeling about the game. We'll do score predictions in a little bit. And we'll talk a little bit about a new sort of way we're going to be kind of doing score predictions and the likes moving forward as well. So all of that to come as well. We're going to hear a bit from Rassie Erasmus from his press conference earlier this week, what he had to say. We've got going to have a look at the team itself, obviously, and then we'll have anthems and kickoff coming up in about 37 minutes. Right, people, let's get into what sort of the big matchups really are. And if you're watching and you haven't sort of seen the teams, obviously a late change to both teams being made yesterday. So if you look at the Boks team over there, Bowen Venter on the bench, number 17, instead of Jan Hendrik Wessels, who is injured and not available for the side. If we then look at the Australia team, which will come up in just a second, also a late change there, Tane Edmund has been added to the bench. And what was a 6-2 split has become an orthodox 5-3 split for both teams. However, for the Boks, there is the case of Andre Esterhuizen, who could very much switch to flank, really, and that kind of becomes a little bit of a sort of bomb squad type of situation where you can still sort of make basically sort of 6 changes to the pack, inverted commas. So, for example, your scrums in the second half could be 6 out of 8 of the first half, because an Andre Esterhuizen could come sort of make that switch to the side of the scrum, and you could see, for example, a Damien Willemse going into the number 12 jersey. But it's going to be interesting to sort of see how they really use the bench today, and just because it's not a bomb squad with regards to a 6-2 split doesn't mean that's going to necessarily stop the way we deploy our bench in kind of a bomb squad way, looking for that boost, looking for that sort of impact in the second half. Let's go through some of the comments. And Tina Smith earlier was asking, my first time subscribing today, just to check you are continuing with commentary when the match starts. I hope so, because you are brilliant. Well, you're far too kind, Tina Smith. And yes, we will obviously be doing commentary when we do get kickoff. So make sure you are subscribed as well. There we go, first time subscriber. We're trying to push to that 100,000 subscriber mark. As you can see there, under 10,000 to go. It's a long slog to get to the 90,000, but now we're hoping we can try and get to that 100,000. So if you are watching and you are not subscribed, first of all, why? It's rude. It doesn't cost you anything. Go and do that right now. Some of the other comments over here is Sam Ambrell saying, waiting for the game to start. Go, Bokke, go. And Jenny saying, watching from Swanbourne. And South Africa, Sam saying, Wallabies is coming out firing. Bokke to then and score. Garth Manuel says, a medal in Colombia reckons Bokke by 18 to 22 points. He's going with a 42 points to 18 prediction. Kanto MC Petroleum saying, Esther Blanche in Morimole in Limpopo. Such a cool word, Morimole. I mean, imagine that being, where you come from? I come from Morimole. Really, really cool word and very cool place. And Kevin saying, supporting from Bokke from Cornwall. Jacques coming in from the Maldives. How's it, Steve? How are people? Well, Jacques, hope things are going well over there in the Maldives, living it up. Underwater, loving it over there. And Sam saying, watching from Cape Town. Terry saying, watching from Durban, South Africa. And we've got George watching from Stockholm. So we've got South America in Colombia. We've got Europe ticked off in Stockholm. And we've got, obviously, Africa ticked off in the different people in South Africa. So we need to try and see, is anybody watching from North America? Is anybody watching from Asia? Surely we've got a couple of people watching from Australia. So if you are, jump in the comments and tell us where you are watching from. We're going to move in and have a little look at exactly what Rassie Erasmus had to say ahead of the game. When we come back, we'll kind of look at some of the score predictions. We'll go through the team itself and look at potential battles that we expect to see. And then we've got anthems starting in just over 20 minutes time. So plenty of time to sort of get yourself settled in, get yourself some snacks, get yourself some drinks, for example. You know, we've got the beers ready over there. We usually sort of do a bit of a goal. We get our first super chat, we crack open a beer and we salute the chat and off we go. And just before we see what Rassie Erasmus had to say earlier this year, Ruthless Tongan saying he's watching from Tonga on top of a coconut tree. So there we go. We've got somebody from Tonga. So we've ticked off sort of the Australasian, Oceania sort of regions. Now just Asia and North America. And everybody was watching from Antarctica. Then we'd literally tick off all the continents. But lots of interesting things with regarding to the team selection this week. 5-3 split. Mani Liebach, for example. Sia Khaleesi at 8. And Rassie Erasmus asked all these different questions at the press conference earlier this week. And this is what he had to say.
Russ, maybe let's start with the flow of Damon's obviously the backup flow. Maybe just a thought process in that, and Sasha and Andre not in the 23. Just a thought around it.
Sasha and Andre will probably play in Cape Town, so we're trying to spread the load a little bit there. And then not having a flyer from a bench. We know Damien can play flyer for us. We've tended to find in the past, the only time that we really swap a flyer is maybe if he's having an off day, but or when he's missing goal kicks, and Mani's been really slotting them really well. I think the new Rhino balls might be a little bit of a difference there. He's really doing well there. We felt we had to have a 13 cover with Damien Dalende normally covering 13 for us, but with him having a bit of a niggle, he'll be ready next week. We felt we'll have to have Kanan on the bench, so it was between having Andre or Sasha on the bench or having Kanan on the bench, because we don't have an out-and-out 13 cover, but we do have a 10 cover in Damien.
Rassie, also maybe if you could just talk to us about just having Sia at 8. And also, we usually do this on a Tuesday. Is the reason why you decided to?
Because we've been preparing 3 weeks for Australia, it doesn't normally happen. It's normally after the incoming series, the next test match is pretty a little bit closer or shorter period before we. Why we're announcing it as early is to get the speculation out of the way and all the so you guys can actually speculate about the team that are playing. So the team knows already who's playing, so getting this out of the way, we can just focus on the really training well and preparing. We might, if they go 6-2, which we might have if you look at the spread of their squad or the balance of their squad, there's a lot of forwards in there that they brought on tour. If they go 6-2, we might change on Thursday or Friday and bring Erke back into the mix. But if they go standard 5-3, this would pretty much be our team. That's just to get it out of the way and focus on training and tomorrow is a pretty heavy day for us, and to fit in a press conference, we've changed our schedule a little bit in terms of training, and tomorrow is going to be quite a busy day for us, and we just thought getting it out of the way. What was the other question? See you at 8. Yeah. We actually changed our mind there. The more we practiced and prepared, we realized that the only position the guy really plays at 8 is at scrums. And scrums is probably the thing that happens 13 or 14 times in a game. But general play is probably the thing that happens the most. And with having a guy like Peter and Marco and Sia on the field, at the same time, we really feel Australia is a big threat at the breakdown. They really bite hard at the breakdown, and all three of those guys are really good guys who clean out at the breakdown, and we feel we're going to need that. So yes, Sia's probably going to pack 6 scrums, and sometimes on defense he might be at flank, and Marco might be at 8. So Don is happy with the way he's scrumming. So it's actually just at scrumming where he's 8. Apart from that, the guys will in general play in defense and attack. So I know I said a couple of weeks ago Sia has a 6, not an 8, but we came to the conclusion that it won't happen so much in the game where we actually need him at 8. So, and then we have Kwagga on the bench who can cover us there as well.
Rassie, with Grant starting and Kobus on the bench, did you not consider picking Morne maybe to play at his home ground?
Yeah, it's always nice to do that, like we played Foff and Nelspruit, but when we get up to teams that's better and better and really competitive, and we see Australia as a really good team, and I think everybody is seeing how they're improving and they're building up to a nice World Cup in their home country. You sometimes have the luxury of playing guys at their home venue, but sometimes, unfortunately, you can't be too emotional. But Krappies will get a chance next week in Cape Town. Hopefully, if things goes according to plan. If you lose momentum, then sometimes you change your plans. I think Andre would have loved to play as well. I know it's not his home ground, but he knows this part of the world pretty well. But he also knows him and Sasha knows Cape Town pretty well. So Krappies, hopefully, if things goes according to plan. Sometimes you want to not make always the emotional best for the person the decision, but what's the best for the team. And Krappies is probably one of the the most humble and serving team members that we have in the team. He understands.
I see, morning. People always like to sort of label, what the best first 15 is, your best choice team. But would you say this is more of a sort of mix and match? I mean, we obviously can't call it your second stringers, but it's not your first 15 either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you take Andre, Mani, and Flash, we've spoken so many times about that. And if you take the 3 nines, I think all 3 is test match quality. Same with the centres, Damien Dukes is a random Dalenda. We all know he's world class, but Andre has never dropped us there, and that's a pure injury sub there. We know Jesse and Kanan and Ethan, all 3 of them are test match level, but Jesse is probably our most experienced there. Then Cheslin had a little bit of a knee, so it's not, Edwell is doing really well. He's never lost a test match, and I think he's on 4 tries or 3 tries in 2 matches. And then fullback, Willie, we got to his 100, and he's learning, or he's teaching a lot to the young guys now. And he's Fussy is probably ranking wise between him and Damien. They're competing really well there. With Willie as a solid backup there. So I think if you look overall in the back line, it's maybe the 10s you can discuss a little bit. The 9s we know are really close. I know Kobus is 34 already, but he brings a nice, solid, experience vibe when he gets onto the park. But I think Grant's been firing really well. He's over his injuries, and he's been doing really well for us. Then you look at the pack. I don't think anybody can argue that front row starting is definitely. If they're not the best, they're very close to the best in our squad, and there's 1 or 2 guys off the bench. Bongi is very experienced. Wolf-Jan Hendrik, who's a youngster who's played against Australia before, and giving us a run with experienced guys like Bongi next to him. who's after, Luet and even, they understand each other. They've played under these circumstances. And then Marcus Sia and Peter Steff. I think it's pretty solid. But we hope if things goes according to plan, next week we'll hopefully give some other guys. There'll be a few guys that swing in both matches. But yes, I think it's a relatively strong team that we picked.
Rusty, after that first Italian match at Loftus, you spoke about how you guys had a really good training week, and then things didn't really go to plan for the match. So is that something that's sort of been in your guys' mind in this build-up? You've had a good couple of weeks training, and now you're going big time this week. Have you sort of changed anything in the build-up to try and make sure something like that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, well, the guys would have had 7 days, 10 days off, and we cancelled that, and we had it's our third week of being in camp now. I think we've been together for 9 weeks now. I think you actually asked me the question there that with the bomb squad when they came on didn't do that well. We don't have a bomb squad in this game. We've got a 5-3 split, and if you actually go and look at that game, we didn't want to sound like a team that has a lot of excuses, but it was actually 2 minutes where we lapsed. We were, I think, 27 or 29-3 up or 25-3, I can't remember. And then there was like 3 minutes where the guys just scored one maul try from inside the 22. But, we still gave them 42-20. So I think our expectations are really, really high from the team. And we disappointed ourselves with the intensity there. I don't think the start was bad. I think we had actually a really good start. I think when you see the scoreboard and you think, we're 25-3 up, that's a lesson that we definitely learned. I don't think we'll have the luxury of Australia being up with 20 points and the guys relaxed a little bit. So sometimes when you start too well, you think, okay, this is going to be an easy game. And we certainly learned a lesson from that. But, we're playing Tier 1 nations now, and we're playing teams that beat the British and Irish Lions. So, firstly, we tried to rectify that during the second Italy test match and the Georgia test match, and then up the intensity at training and have an extra week of training. So hopefully, if that happens again on Saturday, us as coaches are doing something. I'm not talking scoreboard-wise, I'm talking intensity-wise. We as coaches missing a trick.
Right, so there we go. Doc Erasmus with some very, very good insight as to why he's picked the team he's picked, and it's been interesting because, and that's good. It's good. It's really because there's a lot of debate this week about different parts of what he's picked, with regards to Sirklise at 8, for example. Very interesting selection that you've got your Andre Esterhuizen starting, Martin Liebach starting. You've got Edward van der Merwe giving the nod. You've got a bench which doesn't feature the likes of a Andre Pollard or a Sasha, so no out-and-out fly-half replacement on the bench. So it's caused quite a lot of debate, has that team. And we're going to go into it a little bit later. But now I want to get your score predictions in, because we've ticked off a lot of continents. And earlier we had Dante saying Mongolia, Lynette saying watching from Cape Town. We had Ronald saying South Africa. We had Howland Silence saying Iceland. Madaki's coming with a score prediction of 25 points to 15. Shanae is saying watching from Virgin North America. There we go. North America ticked off. We just need Asia now, really, don't we? And Dr. Francois Lartican watching from Czech Republic. We've got Jason watching from Dublin. And we've then got Dante from Iraq. And Jason saying afterwards see Iraq as the future of rugby as is. Right, people, let's talk about score predictions. And I want to get your score predictions into the comments below. So we've got a new platform. And we're not quite launching it yet. We're doing a bit of a soft launch to some select people. We're actually going to be running a competition tomorrow to be part of the testing group to try and help build a platform that you, the fans, are going to enjoy. So basically what's going to happen, you're going to be able to do your score predictions. You're also going to be able to do your team predictions, by the way. So you'll be able to predict the Springbok team in the future, which is going to be a lot of fun. But basically, this is my score prediction. I've gone with 29 points to 14. I've ummed about this, and I have resisted the temptation to try and end my prediction because I went with it earlier on in the week, and I got to stick with it. I got to stick with the lads. I've got to just say, I can't be that person who sits on the fence, and you kind of just start changing things before you before the game. So I'm going to stick to my guns over there. But what's interesting is that you then get to see what the fan score predictions are. So I've said 29 points to 14 Springboks to win. Of the 10 predictions, that is our testing group, they have all predicted the Springboks to win. 100% of them have said Springboks are going to win. And basically, the average user predicted score is 32 points to 24. Which is quite interesting. So basically, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, when we launch this to you guys, you'll be part of that stat. You'll be part of, how many predictions we'll have. Hopefully, have hundreds. Maybe we'll even have thousands. I mean, at the moment, we have got, by the way, we've got rain over at Ellis Park. They're actually umbrellas of all things, which is a bit weird. But we've got almost 1,000 people watching, and hopefully we'll be able to have, 1,000 people doing that prediction. But the rain coming down at Ellis Park was not part of the plan. Very much not part of the plan. And it's going to be interesting to sort of see how this might change things a little bit. I cannot believe somebody actually said, predicted rain at Ellis Park. But even now, the weather forecast, for example, wasn't high for rain. I mean, it's now gone up to a high of 20%, and apparently it's hit Ellis Park. So that's absolutely bizarre. It's actually dry outside over here. So, yeah, Ellis Park's obviously just got a bit of a cloudburst. But it'll be interesting to see how that changes kind of the game, because we are looking at potentially now a wet ball versus a dry ball. Hopefully we still get some running rugby. I'm hoping it'll dry out a little bit and we'll still get to watch the lads cook. But that is currently what the sort of score prediction is at the moment with regards to all the different people who have predicted. And very excited to very, very soon give you guys the opportunity to be part of that. And that's what I'm really looking forward to. And it's also, for those who are usually watching, our regulars, for example, we do our player rating show afterwards. Now, unfortunately, this week, hopefully just this week, it's not going to be you guys adding to the ratings on the actual platform. You obviously give me your ratings in the comments. But we've got a brand new platform that we visited developing. We've spoken about it before past. And now we're kind of going to tease it, really. I'm going to tease it. And you're going to see how it's going to work later. It's really, really cool. It's got the stats, for example, for the players as it goes. It shows you what your rating is versus the average user rating. So you can kind of see what your rating is versus what the fans are going with. You can pick a man of the match. It shows you what the different man of the match selections were. So we're going to have so much fun with this platform when we do launch it. But so this is giving you a bit of a teaser as to kind of what you can expect. On the platform itself, you'll be able to look at, there'll be media, obviously, with all the videos attached to it. There's going to be live stats and sort of a breakdown of the timeline as you go. So you'll actually be able to go follow the game live on the platform, look at the lineups, see the stats as it happens. As mentioned, you'll be able to predict the teams ahead of the game. And we actually have leagues, prediction leagues for scores, prediction leagues for team predictors. And then obviously after the games, we'll then be able to go rate the players. So it's been a big passion project for us, and we're really excited to share it with you. It's not quite ready, but we're starting to see what it's going to look like, and I really, really can't wait to share it with you guys, because I think we're going to make this a really, really cool part of our content. Let's get back to the game, shall we? And looks like it stopped, a couple of people have got their raincoats on. However, it does look like it has stopped raining. I'll have to try and get some word from the man on the ground, who's busy trying to find Wi-Fi at the moment to see exactly what the conditions are looking like. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the Bokke team, the updated Bokke team as well, because there was a late change to the lineup with Jan-Hendrik Wessels being ruled out due to a niggle, apparently, that occurred in practice. So as a result, we've got a change in the team with Bourne Fenter coming onto the bench, but it's still a very strong team, and it looks a little something like this. Right, a strong team. Let's put it nice and mildly. A strong side selected by Rassie Erasmus. I absolutely love the bench backline players. You know, I mean, Kobus Reinach for me was an interesting call. But at the end of the day, I think Warner van den Berg is viewed as more of a bit of a starting scrum half, inverted commas. You know, I think that we've often seen, you know, Kobus off the bench. We've seen a Grant Williams off the bench. But Grant Williams at the moment is so key to the way we play. He's got him starting these days. So, lots of impact, you know, in Kobus Reinach, in Damian Willemse, and in Kenan Moody. I am really looking forward to Damian Willemse. He's one of my kind of big players to watch for the day. Because, obviously, with that injury, you know, we maybe haven't seen the best of him recently, but at the end of the day, he is absolutely world-class on his day. One of the best fullbacks in the world when he gets it right. Very interesting to see how he got injured, and at the time, April Fassi got the opportunity. He's taken with both hands, and all of a sudden, he's cooking. Let's call a spade a spade. He's cooking, and Damian Willemse is now going to have to try and fight to get back into that into the mix there. And I'm really excited about that fight because I think they're such different players. You know, you've got Damian Willemse, who's an absolute unit for a start, defensively superb, has a kicking game. You know, has got a bit more of a distribution game maybe than Apelele Fassi, for example. But you've then got to have the look at the different attributes you require for the game itself. So, for example, when 100 Pollard plays at 10, you often then saw a Valeru play at 15. When Amai Liebok was at 10, you often saw Damian Willemse at 15, or now an Apelele Fassi at 15. And it's interesting to sort of see kind of what the combinations are going to be throughout the rest of the year. And I think especially against some of the big teams like the All Blacks in a month's time, and well, it's not a month's time, actually a few weeks' time. And also, obviously, like your Irelands and your Frances and the likes of that. So lots to sort of pick apart when it comes to sort of our team selection. Our rep today, by the way, is Ben O'Keefe. And to answer your question, and he's being backed up by James Dolman and Gianluca Ganecci. Tuel Tranini is the TMO. So those are the men with the whistles, flags, and computer screens. Because that is, and hopefully that is going to be the first and last time we speak about them. I really want to see referees just have a solid game, keep things nice and consistent. That is the big thing. It's always about consistency when it comes to refereeing. It's not necessarily about, you know, can they get every single call right? Every single call is not always going to be right, but if it's consistent, if it's consistent for both sides, we can kind of get onto it. People, the flamethrowers are on at the stadium. We are going to have kickoff very, very shortly, and we're going to move into the anthems in just a bit. So before we do that, people, your last opportunity to get your score predictions in. What are we saying? Jacques was going with 34 points, 28 SA for the win. A couple of other people, by the way, talking about the fact that they are watching from different places. We spoke about Dibby's watching from Poch. Simon Phelps watching from Barbados. Martin saying, it's my first time on your channel. Good luck, Bokke. Welcome, Martin. Hope you have subscribed, and good to have you here. Leon Weber says watching from Mamre. Francois is watching from Uzbekistan, of all places. Lizette is watching from the bed. Can't go wrong. Cannot go wrong. A bit of rugby in bed. Maybe with a bit of a drink or coffee or whatever, but you can't go wrong. And Angie says, watching in my quiet space, brackets the toilet. Leon says, Boks 38, the convicts 0. Mr. Jonathan Ellis, there we go. We've ticked off Asia, saying watching from Nanachang, China. So we're now across all the continents except for Antarctica. So we've got to try and send it out to a couple of research teams and really try and tick off all the different continents. Greg watching from Dallas, and Dean Vasaki watching from Dubai. Somebody else in China, Chad Meinberg, jumping in and saying that he's also watching from China. So good to see us really all over the world. Mark Bird is saying Boks 21, Oz 11. We are just waiting for the teams to come out. Then we'll move into the national anthems. And after that, we will have kickoff. And I'm seeing dancers doing all sorts of things on the field. So very, very excited to sort of see what we're going to sort of see. I think the conditions look like they've dried up a little bit. Doesn't look like it's currently raining. We've got, I think these are some of the kids, actually. I mean, the man's wearing a referee outfit, and he's doing all sorts of breakdance tricks. I'd be surprised that is one of our TMOs for the day, but it's an interesting vibe. But those two over there, and something I want to talk about, is our 9-10 combination. If we're looking at sort of where we see points of difference in this Boks side to try and beat Australia, 9-10 for me are going to be huge. If we see Grant Williams and Ronnie Liebok come together and have a good, solid game, I think we put on a lot of points. Very keen to see how Edel van der Merwe goes. It's a stadium where he scored tries for fun for many years for the Lions. He's now moved to the Sharks, but he spoke about in the week about the fact that the best thing he ever did for his career was make the move to the Lions, and this is where he basically made it. You know, this is where he got a Springbok call up. He was actually in the stands a year ago, injured, and there comes the flyover as well, by the way, at the Ellis Park Stadium. Very iconic flyover. Every year we do see it. Now, people, what I want to talk about is if you're from Cape Town, and I see Rosino saying, watching from the Western Cape, we are doing a big giveaway. 2 Springbok tickets to next week's Saturday's game against Australia in Cape Town. However, to be part of that draw, we're giving it away to 2 of our members. So if you would like to become eligible for that competition, please go and join the members club. It is the pinned comment over there. All of those people who are members will be going into the draw. We've got a form that's going to come out, and basically, yeah, you're going to go into the draw, and we'll then pick it from our members only. So it's just a bit of a way to say thank you for our members who really do help us continue doing what we love, continue bringing this kind of coverage to you. It all comes down to the members and the support they give to us, as well as all of you watching. So to say thank you, as we see Harry Wilson ready to bring out his troops, please do think about becoming a member if you're from Cape Town specifically. If you're not from Cape Town, still become a member, because there's going to be lots of other giveaways. And also we're going to be looking at using our members to beta test our new platform that we've got as well. So those are some of the perks, and there's much more perks as well. Different sort of content, first access to a certain amount of content as well. So go and check out our memberships over there, because that really does help us power through these times and give you the coverage that we do. Teams coming out, Jack. Here comes Australia, led by Harry Wilson. Good player, Harry Wilson. Very, very good player. Big players to watch coming out there. James Slipper, all that experience. Dylan Peach, we saw how explosive he was against the British Lions. Tanel Tupou, what a player he is. He's going to be someone to watch, and we're going to have to make sure we keep him nice and quiet this evening if we're going to try and be successful. James O'Connor running out. What a moment for him. And I mean, it was interesting. I was watching a clip, and he spoke about the fact that he has been through it all. You know, he's been at the highest mountains, been chopped over the knees, had to work back up to the top of the mountain. You know, some of it was self-inflicted, really, with some of the partying and some of the antics, off-field antics he had. But he's a player who, on his day, can cause absolute mayhem. And I think that the Wallabies could not ask for 2 better players than a Nick White and a James O'Connor to lead them in today in that very broad halfback pairing. There are the Impies featuring one of the most stacked South African individuals ever. I'm pretty sure afterwards he takes off the leopard skin and he puts it on the Springbok kit and he goes and joins the Bob squad in case there are any injuries. I mean, jeepers me. Put that man in a Boks jersey. Run him at 12. Run him at 12. You'll decimate most lineups. So, and here he goes. Siya Kolisi, the Guijo started. The fans are in. Looks like a pretty full Ellis Park despite some pretty high ticket prices. SA Rugby stood by them and said, we know our product, we know it's selling, we know what the Springboks are worth. And those who have paid plenty of money to go and watch Siya Kolisi and the men, let's hope they get their money's worth out as he comes out. Oxenchair now bringing up the front row, featuring Malcolm Ox and Wilco Low. Look at the experience coming out there. That tight 5 is just, it's mouth-watering. It really is. That tight 5 has got so much punch, pack, experience, XP, the whole everything, any possible superlative, they've got that. Right, final comments before we go into the anthems. Tony watching from Cambodia. Somebody else from, Alfie saying is watching from in Jamande in Chad. Mark Burgess was going 21 Oz 11. Random raw video saying SA35 points to 27. Diesel text saying watching from Fireplace at home in Cape Town. Stephen Myberg, thank you for your prediction. As I said, consider becoming a member. Go into that draw to win tickets. And Duan Pata saying watching from South Africa. Go Bokke. Let's go into the national anthem, shall we? And then we will have kickoff. It looks absolutely packed. Ellis Park, maybe a few seats in that top sort of east stand. They were very expensive, in fairness. We were going to do a giveaway for the Ellis Park game. And then first, we couldn't really get the tickets, to be honest. By the time we could find them, they were ludicrously expensive, and unfortunately we didn't have the partners that we wanted to have to try and get those tickets organized. But we are having a moment of silence for Davy Snyman, Springbok utility back, who recently passed away. Thoughts go out to his family, playing in the old days of basically this kind of jersey, you know, the good old cotton long sleeve kind of vibe. So thoughts go out to him and his family. And it's always when you see something like that and a former Bok die, it just gives you a little bit of extra motivation. Not that they really need it, but you just always know you're in for a special game when it comes from the Boks. Right, people, let's into our national anthems. And when we come back, we will officially have kickoff. So I hope you guys are ready for what it's going to be, for me, I think a spectacular game. I genuinely think that this Wallaby side is going to come out firing. It's going to be strong. And yeah, let's just hope we've got enough in our tanks to make sure we can repel whatever they throw at them. But let's go into the anthems, and when we come back, we've got kickoff.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth of toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state of birds Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing of birds Australia
Right, people, here we go. Anthem's underway, well, out the way, really. And Sirklich takes off his jersey to reveal the number 8 on his back. The first time he is ever wearing it at international level. I think he's in for a big game. I think there's been a bit of criticism about him, maybe not being as good as we kind of expected against Georgia. But I think we're in for a big game from our captain. And just really excited to see how he really embraced the number 8 and how we kind of make it work with our different types of combos. So, people, let's get into this game, shall we? Last opportunity to get your score predictions. I asked you earlier, who are you supporting? 92% of over 2,000 votes saying that they are supporting the Springboks. And the new poll is going to be who's going to win the game. Who will win this clash? Get involved in the poll, people. And let me know, South Africa or Australia. South Africa in the huddle having their last few words. Bokke, yes, is how it goes. And now they get ready to receive kickoff. Nick White with ball in hand. And expect to see a boo from the crowd when he gets onto that ball for the first time in the match. But it's in for a great game. The poll is live. People go and vote. Who will win the clash? 100% so far saying South Africa. Nobody really backing the Australians just yet. Pearce Toy next to Malcolm Marks, ready to receive kickoff. We are about to get underway, people. Please do smash like on the video. Let's try and see if we can get up to 250 likes by half time. Maybe even 500 likes by the end of the game. But it's only going to happen when you do smash that like button. The whistle goes, and Nick White gets us underway. Down that right-hand side, an early touch here for Lurch Diago. Gets into a good position, takes it well. And solid, nice little start there. Good first touch coming from Lut. Nice way to get into the game. And this time in the air, the Ed van der Merwe will give chase. And it comes forward, back towards Malcolm Marks. And then tell you what, the Supersport's having a dreadful time with the broadcasting. A long pass out the way to the Moini box, to JC Creel with a bit of space out wide. Pops it inside now to Curtly Orange. No, it's Ed van der Merwe on the right-hand side. Grant Williams looks like Curtly might actually have a bit of a different scrum cap. Okay, Cheapers now we're ahead there. Andre stays and goes to Apple Fassi. Fassi's got Sia Cleese on the white. Sia Cleese now. Into the 22, good stuff there from, and Cheapers, we've got a delay between the close-up and the wide angle, and we switch to the, there we go, looks like they've sorted it out. No, we haven't. We've got a complete delay between the wide angle and the zoomed-in version, which means that every time we change angle, we kind of back a few frames, making it a bit complicated, but we're inside the 22, that's the main thing. Marco van Staden. Good work from him. Oxen Chair pops it up to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks taking it into contact. 6 phases already from the box. Grant Williams popping up, and I think Wilco Lowe's been brought down. To the left side, Fassi. Curtly Orange into the corner. Try number 1 for the Boks. It took less than 120 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the board. So well worked. Keeping ball in hand. Left, right. Good ball carriers, good runners. And it didn't take long, did it? It did not take long at all to get that first try. Boxer up and running. Peter Steph Toy, a nice solid carry. Good work there from Oxen Chair. Seeing that ball. Then Grant Williams. Moini Bok. Draws in Apple Fassi. Draws in Max Jorgensen. Space out wide to Curtly Orange. Over he goes. Jots it down. Oh, and this is a big moment because Will Skelton's down and he looks in a lot of pain. He's probably one of the 3 players who are really like the danger men of this Australian side. So if he were to go off, there'd be a massive blow to Joe Schmidt's options. Right, first kick of the match here for Moini Bok with quite a heavily strapped right leg. Let's hope everything's all right there. And it's looking a pretty good one there. It's going to sail down the middle. Moini Bok gets it over. And unfortunately, I'm seeing some empty seats, people. That's not a good look at all. But Moini Bok has absolutely nailed that. Rusty Russ has made the comment saying that he's striking these rhino balls absolutely beautifully. And let's hope that maybe that's going to be the big thing when we've got those rhino balls, especially for our home games, that we're going to see him kicking really well off the tee. But that's the perfect start. It really is. And let's hope we just kick on from there, because if we can try and score a couple of early tries and really sort of put them to bed early, then you hopefully build quite a nice big scoreline. Lord Yaga once again under kickoff. Good work there. Trying to work out if Will Skelton has managed to... Yeah, he is there. Is Will Skelton. And, by the way, the Aussies with their names on the back of the jersey. I quite like it as a touch, to be honest. I'm surprised the Boks haven't gone that way. We've currently got pick and pay there, which makes it a bit difficult. But it's lofted it up for Curtly Lawrence and Eben Etzebeth. It falls back to Eben Etzebeth. Curtly Lawrence with a good contest on the ball. Quick ball here from Grant Williams. Goes to Malcolm Staden, to Lonnie Liebach. Sends it out wide to outplayer Fassi. Fassi's a bit of space. Goes to that left boot of his. He might have overcooked it. He's completely overcooked it. That's a dreadful kick coming from outplayer Fassi, unfortunately. But a hot start here. Hot start from the Boks. So, as Divi says, this was really fast. It is really fast. However, Billy Pollard will feed into line to Australia. And I tell you, it's a high-tempo game. We barely had a moment to look up. Yeah, Nick White goes short to Len Ikatal. Good carry coming from the Australian. Ball over the top, but Edel van der Merwe needs to come back, and he's under a lot of pressure. Looks like a high tackle. Does very well to get away from one. Gets away from Wilson, comes back inside. Also looks like another high tackle. Wins the penalty. He's done well in the end there, has Edel van der Merwe. Absorbing a lot of pressure. It's a dangerous tackle there, but I think we're going to see both these teams really try and play a high-tempo game. It is at altitude, so, you know, the higher the tempo for us, the better. We need to try and run these Australians ragged. Yeah, Harry Wilson, the Australian captain there, is slipping a little bit high. So we're going to have a line out just past the 10-meter line. Malcolm Marks with the ball in hand. I mean, Moini Boks striking those Rhino balls really well. Let's see how they fare in the lineouts. He goes to the front to Luotiaga, one of the best line operators in the world. And a front foot ball here from Marco van Staden in the midfield. Big hit coming from him. Fraser McGrath gets away from one, eventually brought down by James Slipper. Ball available for Grant Williams, looking to go to the boot. Does go to the boot. Plenty of chases, including Eben Etzebeth on the shoulder. He's leading the charge as Eben, and he'll get there first. And takes it brilliantly. Somebody the other day was saying Eben wasn't looking like his best. Tell you what, he started well today. Ball available for Grant Williams. Ball over the top on the left boot, and Kurt Lawrence will give chase. It's actually falling into the hands of Kurt Lawrence. Browns for the ball is brilliant. He's now lost it. He lost it forward. No, says the referee. Pity. What a little kicking behind there from Grant Williams. The bounce of the ball, absolutely perfect. I tell you what, I reckon there might have been a sneaky deal when it comes to these Rhino balls. I wonder if you've got them almost like in the middle of a controller. Because every single time we seem to go to the boot or whatever we use it, it just seems to do exactly what we need it to do. So long may that continue. Long may that continue. First scrum of the day. This will be interesting. Inside the 22 on the far left-hand side, Eben Etzebeth, the 10th most capped player of all time, by the way. The most capped Springbok, obviously, was actually lucky enough to have been at Mbombela last year when he became the most capped Springbok of all time. What an occasion that was. What a match that was. And he is still leading the charge. And I reckon he's looking to try and go out, potentially as the most capped player of all time. There's definitely at least 20 more caps coming to his name. So he's got plenty of time to try and build that. He could very well be the most experienced player ever when he does eventually retire. But a big carry there coming from Lenekatal at the back of the scrum. Solid first scrum that for the Aussies, and they'll have enjoyed that. And it's a good clearance coming from Australia. Nick White, the man with one of the greatest moustaches in World Rugby. And we saw Mila becoming one of the most members of the Forever Sports fan club. They're becoming part of our members club. Big shout out to them. They will go into a draw to potentially win tickets. But interesting there, the third most capped player of all time is James Slipper on the field at the moment as well. Pele saying go bokke, and Divi saying Grant by far our best 9 at the moment. And ball over the top, good ball over the top that for Australia. But Messi has come down. They've got a clean ball here for Nick White. And standing by is James O'Connor, his first touch. And Jesse Creel's absolutely nailed the tackle. Come up quickly on Joseph Suali'i. Good tackle that from Jesse Creel. Captain the Boks in the first couple of games of the season. Harry Wilson now runs into Luotiaga. Scrambles well. Malcolm Marks trying to get over the ball. Malcolm Marks wins the penalty right in front of the poles. I tell you what, we're struggling to do anything wrong at the moment in these early stages. This has been a hot start from the Boks. And if we can keep this up, then my score prediction could well be on here. Moini Boks turning around saying, what's the decision here? It's right in front. Do you want me to guys add the extra 3? Should I put you guys on the 5-meter line? I mean, come on. We're talking about one of the best flyers in the world, as far as I'm concerned, in Moini Boks. And I think he's actually called for the kicking tee. Test match rugby, boys. Test match rugby. Right, let's see how Liebach can strike his runner ball. 64% is his career kick percentage, 47 from 74. Obviously, it's one of the big things that has drawn a lot of criticism from Moini Boks, but I'll tell you what he brings in open play, for me, really makes up for it. And he kicked well in the first one, and the second one is going to sail straight through the middle once again. So, as Rassi said, he's striking the runner balls well. He's 2 from 2 tonight, is Moini Boks. And hopefully try and push that career percentage up. But we are 10 points to 0 up within 10 minutes. And if we do keep on this kind of rate, we're going to put in 80 points if we keep scoring at more than a point a minute. Some of the other comments, Renzo Apollos says, let's do this, our team. Go Bokke, go. Nikki saying, Lekker Bokke. Intercorso saying, go Bokkers. John Braun says, Aussies may just win. Bold call. 97% will disagree with you. They're going on the middle of the park, by the way, this time with the kickoff. Peter Steff, the toy's gone up and taken it very well. And Grant Williams looks to the right-hand side, goes back to Moini Boks. It just takes a bit of time, then goes to the boot. And it's barely gone anywhere. Underneath it is Edel van der Merwe, but taken very well by Dylan Peach, who then loses it forward. Turnover ball here. Eben Etzebeth pops it up. And long pass to Moini Boks on the bounce to Apre Lefasi. Liebach looking to go around the shoulder. Apre Lefasi, a bit of space. Just dabs it in behind. Into the hands of, looks like Tom Wright. He's quite lethal, Tom Wright is on the counter-attack. He goes left-hand side to James O'Connor. James O'Connor looking for space. James O'Connor, good tackle there. And Andre Esterhuizen And the ball's coming behind, coming loose, and going back is Nick White. And in fact, going forward is Edwin van der Merwe. He gathers it. Oh, but that was the touchline. He has been bundled up, but all of a sudden, Edwin van der Merwe came from nowhere, showing the pace that he has. Rassie Erasmus, I think just telling people to calm down a little bit. Stuff that. Keep it going. The pace of play here is immense. I'm exhausted and I haven't even played. I've just commentated on about 12 minutes worth of rugby. It's a good tackle coming from Dylan Peach. Edel van der Merwe not able to pop the pass up in time. But what a start this is. Australia now with a line out inside their own 22. Will definitely look to contend. You've got Loot de Jager, Evan Etzebeth. Loot de Jager is the one that's going to try and go for it. Gets up too late. Harry Wilson goes up and down well. Now, big carry coming on Nick Frost, the big man. In fact, I think it's actually Tom Hooper. Nice big carry from him. Good player, Tom Hooper. Fell out a bit of form, but all of a sudden is getting back to his best. And Nick White, under a bit of pressure with the box kick, finds a pretty good clearance, but it'll allow the box to restart about 10 meters past the 10 meter. So about 30 odd meters out. Grant Williams giving the call to Malcolm Marks. Did he say in this game of rugby is too fast? Good take that from Etzebeth. Pops it up for Mark Van Star and Grant Williams. Goes down to Esterhuizen. Quick hands though to Moy Liebach. And looks like a slight touch from the Australian player. And he has to go back to Kirkley Arendse. Pops it out to Fassi. Fassi stays back inside. Bounces off of Max Jorgensen. Ball available for Grant Williams. Etzebeth in the midfield. Big hit coming from Tom Hooper. Pops it up to Grant Williams. Grant Williams surveys his options to the right-hand side. Quick hands from Loot de Jager. Long pass from Liebach on the angle to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel with a bit of space. Pops it back inside to PSF the toy. Pops it up to Esterhuizen. Oh my goodness. Champagne rugby at its best from the box. The hands, boys. The hands. And Andre Esterhuizen goes over. And we're still scoring at more than a point a minute. This could be a decimation. The crowd's up. They're dancing. We're cooking here, boys. We're cooking. First international career try. As he went over there, actually trying to think, I've never seen him score a try for the Boks. The banana's there at Ellis Park. And Andre Esterhuizen, but it's the hands here. Grant Williams on to Loot de Jager. This is such a clever pass to JC Creel. He wanted it on the angle. He got it on the angle for Moy Liebach. He draws the player in, pops it into PSF the toy, pops it out to Andre Esterhuizen. It's such good hands. But again, Moy Liebach at the center of it. Long pass out wide on the right on the angle, which allows JC Creel to take it at speed and gets around Nick White. And all of a sudden, it's just that 2-on-1. Draw pass, nobody ahead of you. Now just slot 3 from 3, Monty, and then we can really cook. It's looking good as well. Drop him. Send him packing. Can't kick. Off the left upright from Moy Liebach. But he's been central to 2 tries so far in this early game. He's got 2 from 3 goal kicking wise, and we're sitting at 15 points to 0 within 30 minutes. Look at the celebrations coming from the Boks. Very interesting, by the way, is that Lindsay Veyer is the man sitting to the left of Rassie Erasmus. He is the analyst. Unspoken hero ready for the Boks. It's a great kickoff, though, from the Wallabies. And Dylan Peach has actually won it. Catching the Boks a little bit off guard. So winning the ball on kickoff are the Wallabies. Nick White now. James O'Connor pops it short. Tom Hooper puts his head down. Mark Van Staden makes a good tackle. Nick White to the left-hand side. Big Will Skelton. Couple men already over him. And over the ball they go. Ball available though to the left-hand side. O'Connor wrapped up quickly by Jesse Creel. He's played like an animal so far as Creel. Ball available as Fraser McWright grabs it. James Slipper. Big tackle coming from Loot de Jager. He's been good so far today. Frost short to Wilson. Oh, cheap as me. He's been dunked by Andre Esterhuizen and Marco Van Staden. On the halfway line, the physicality from the Boks. Nick White almost in 2 minds. Goes to James O'Connor. Connor puts it in behind and he will find touch. Good kick back from James O'Connor. But goodness me, let's go back and watch that tackle. Marco van Staden and Andre Esterhuizen lining up. I think it was Harry Wilson of all people. He's not a small man. It is. And they've just bang, double time. Oh my goodness. There's actually 2 things of snot that comes flying out. He got so hit. Pretty, not pretty to watch, but goodness me, that was a huge hit. A huge hit. He's still feeling that. I felt that from here. I'm kind of winded just watching that back. But now we're on the 22. Needs a good line out here. To the front it goes to Evan Etzebeth. Pops up to Grant Williams. Got plenty of ball carries. It goes to Marco van Staden. Eskom van Staden as he's known. Knocking the lights out. Now Grant Williams to the boot. Once again, Evan Etzebeth will lead the charge alongside Kirtley Orenser. Kirtley Orenser checks the plan. Kirtley Orenser runs it brilliantly in the air. We're not doing anything wrong at the moment. Malcolm Ops stops it up to Lourdes Jager. Lourdes Jager runs it straight. Picks it up and runs it again. Available up towards the 10-meter line. Grant Williams to the right hand side. Molly Liebach. Andre Estesen. To Fassi. They skipped out Sia Khaleesi. They decided that this is a backs party. Jesse Creel now in a scrum half. Picks up and goes. Looking for options. Jesse Creel decides to go himself. Good scrambling there from Oxenchair to steal the ball. But Grant Williams, half gap opens up for him. He looks to try and take it. They were away to the threat. And now it's Oxenchair. Retsachava Ditswe takes it into the contact. Grant Williams now to Molly Liebach. To Fassi. Fassi pops it short to Andre Estesen. Andre Estesen, good tackle on him up towards the 10-meter line. Need to scramble a bit. Molly Liebach can scrum off. He gives it away to Fassi. Steps back inside. Looking for the offload. Nobody there. Molly Liebach, quick ball to Lourdes Jager. It's literally like whoever's there first just runs in and scrum off. It's pace of play here. Slow ball now this time for Grant Williams. He's going to go short to Marco Verstappen. He's backed up by Apele Fassi and Kirtley Orenser. He's still going as Marco Verstappen up towards the 22. He's making a statement so far. Evan Etzebeth in the midfield. Pops it short to Liebach. Fires it up to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel looks to straighten. Joseph Suali'i. Fraser McWright. Fraser McWright over the ball. He's turned it over very well as Fraser McWright. Will Skelton goes to the left-hand side, but Liebach up quickly. And the ball's gone loose. And eventually forced it to James O'Connor. Throws it back inside. Back to the inside to Adel van der Merwe. Pops it onto the to Evan Etzebeth. He's throwing Joseph Suali'i again. But all of a sudden his hand pops out and the ball comes out. Malcolm Marks takes it into contact. Grant Williams. Liebach. Looking for options. Skips out Andre Estes and goes to Fassi. Fassi bobs it short to Marco Verstappen. Marco Verstappen gets it off it away. On the bounce to Kirtley Orenser. Kirtley Orenser straightens. Tom Wright. The left-hand side inside 22. Advantage for the Boks. Slow ball this time. Really slow ball. It's eventually there for Grant Williams. He goes short. Liebach wasn't expecting it, but checks it well. Etzebeth decides, stuff it. I'll just put my head down and go myself. Makes a few yards. Malcolm Marks there and pick up and going off from Sia Khaleesi. Gets over one. And Sia Khaleesi puts in the dive as he goes over. Try number 3 within 18 minutes. And I'll tell you what, everybody that spoke about the fact that, Marco Verstappen hasn't maybe been that impressive. And Evan Etzebeth's kind of been off the pace. Even Sia Khaleesi, well, they've all pitched up today. And the Boks are cooking. Cooking. At Ellis Park. The beers are going to flow now. 20 points to 0, 17 minutes. This is the best team in the world for a reason, people, and we are seeing it so far. Oh, jeepers. It's just relentless. The poor Aussies, I don't know what they'll do it, to be honest. I don't know what do you even say at half time? At this stage, you could be 40 points down. What are some of the commentaries? Nicky's saying, sounds like the play is evenly matched by the brilliant commentary. Appreciate that. Craig saying, excellent stuff coming on, Money. You sweet thing. Yeah, no, he's cooking. My man's cooking. And right in front of the polls. He's got, what's that now? 7 points to his name. Involved in the first 2 tries. 22 points to 0. Imagine saying that we're going to be 22 points to 0 up against the Wallabies, a few years ago. And it's just relentless. And what is so interesting about that try in particular is Sia Khaleesi saw the opportunity, but it's the pace of play. As soon as that ball goes down, he's actually running with pace, basically at full pace. He almost picks it up on the go and bursts straight through. So there's never a reprieve. There was no opportunity for the Aussies to try and sort of get into their space or set up the defensive line. It's just relentless. And it's pace of play. You talk about test match scenes being... a different level. Marco Verstappen, by the way, has gone off for an HIA. That's probably the gum guard that's pulled that through. They've gone short once again, have the Wallabies. This time it's fallen to Jesse Creel. But it's just suffocating. Welcome to Test Rugby. Evan Etzebeth down the short side, though. And he gets away to Adel van der Merwe. Ball comes back to Malcolm Marks. Sia Khaleesi leaves it. Malcolm Marks goes into contact. So Quacker Smith, by the way, but Fraser McWright over that ball, wins the penalty. He's been good so far as Fraser McWright. That's 2 turnovers. One of the reasons actually we probably went with both Sia Khaleesi and a Marco Verstappen is Fraser McWright. It's the breakdown threat. They're so good at the breakdown. We've got to try and neutralize that. So I've been very impressed with what I've seen so far from Fraser McWright and need to just be very much more aware of him. So penalty for Australia as that clock starts to catch up with the South Africa score. Old school saying, Mamma Mia, they are on fire tonight. I'll tell you, burning the house down at this stage. Burning the house down. Ball over the top from Aussies. It's very messy, but James O'Connor picks it up and takes it into contact. What a player, James O'Connor. I think it's so cool he's playing. It's pretty he's getting his ass absolutely handed to him at the moment. But cool to see him back. Wallabies now with the rare stint of possession. Will Skelton. And 3 men already over him. And Malcolm Marks is lurking at the breakdown as well. Penalty advantage as well. Right in front of the post. What's the point taking the points? You're going to have to go for the try. James O'Connor getting away from a few. Eventually runs into the very large oxen chair. Nick White stabs it in behind. Nobody then. Eventually Fassi does appear. Fassi needs to grab that. Under a bit of pressure as Upland Fassi. Cheap as me. You almost got caught out there at Upland Fassi. Took a while for him to actually jump onto the ball. But eventually he grabs it and they go back for the penalty advantage. So now a bit of momentum all of a sudden for the Wallabies. I think Harry Wilson will just want to slow things down here, to be perfectly honest. You know, just take the points almost just so you can get 2 minutes to breathe. Because the Springboks are just absolutely suffocating them. Yeah, I'll tell you what, they're empty seats there. We don't want to see that again next year. I mean, it looks about 80% full. You should never, ever have a Bok game only 80% full. It should be 101% full. You know, there should be people trying to, like, I'm not encouraging people breaking into stadiums before I get sued or anything, but that's how desperate people need to be to get into these games. And, you know, we saw these ticket prices almost triple. And it's already backed it, but we're now seeing empty seats. You don't want to see that at all. Valentino says, brilliant commentary. I'm watching Super Bowl Rugby with you as commentary. I appreciate the work. I love those kind of setups. That's what we're here for. Get the community going. Right, Billy Pollard needs to step in because they lost. Oh, that's not straight, surely, Mr. Ref. And it's not straight indeed. Here we go. Our first scrum of the match, by the way. So now we can see the big men kick. The big men. We've seen Monty cooking. Now we're going to see Volko Low. I'm trying, like Monty the chef. You know, he's baking the delicate things. You know, we're seeing, you know, little cakes, little pastries. Volko Low is a classic T-bone on the braai. Who needs a salad? Maybe a potato salad, an absolute push. But he can just sit down with a 2 kg T-bone, a brandy in one hand. You'll probably sit there cutting it up with 2 beers. You know, that is Volko Low. And now he's going to have an opportunity to have an absolute go at James Slipper, the most capped, I think he's the most capped forward of all, front row of all time. 3rd most capped player of all time. And let's see, we're going to keep that ball in. We want to have a go here. Not really getting, you can see Volko Low working hard. It's gone down Volko Low side. Ball is available. Good scrum that from the Wallabies to keep that in check. Grant Williams goes to Andre Estes, an agent of chaos at first receiver. Quick ball for Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Oxen Chair up from the scrum, ready to carry. Will Skelton looking to try and cause a bit of chaos. Good player, Will Skelton. Really good player. Now Grant. Feigned and now goes to the boot. Looking for touch this time. Looking for just a general clearance. That's fine. A good clearance as Grant Williams. Past the 10 meter. Can't ask for much more over there. The Saxon said 22-0. I thought Aussies were good now. Well, we've just been better, to be honest. Musical Metamorphosis saying earlier, yeah, same here. At least we have an amazing commentary here. Thanks to the awesome commentary. Well, thank you guys. Do it for you. So appreciate the feedback. Shout out. And looking at our poll, by the way, 97% reckon South Africa going to win. Over 1,500 votes so far. Over 1,000 people watching, but just 200 likes. Let's get that close to that 500 mark, shall we? Quickly taken here from the Wallabies. And James O'Connor goes short to Tracy McBride. Up quickly, though, was Martin Liebach. Good tackle on him. And Kwaka Smith up. Conceding the penalty. I don't think it's against Martin Liebach. Oh, it is against Martin Liebach. I think that's harsh. We're not rolling. James O'Connor looks to find touch here. Timothy says, just shows how the Lions struggled in the last 2 tests against Oz. Very over-optimistic in my view. And Craig Kwasi says, funny thing, this ain't SO's best team. Well, interesting. What would you change? Maybe, obviously, David Lindy probably comes in here. Chis and Colby still to come back in here. Maybe Jasper Visa, Cameron Honecker maybe to still come back in here. So there are a couple of players who are missing, but this team is cooking. Well, go short there, Billy Pollard. Now to Nick White, first receiver. Trip over the top from Nick White into a bit of space. Bounce with the ball's going to make things interesting. Edel van der Merwe is there, though, to bail us out. Still going is Edel van der Merwe. Good work that from the former Lions wing. I have to now watch him a Sharks jersey, which is very depressing. What can you do? Pick up and go coming from Lourdes Jager. Not sure it's the right option, but ball is available. They scrambled well to some of the Bok forwards to make sure that they kept the possession. Oxen chair now. Couple of phases before we're going to go to the butcher. I'm sure Quacker Smith there creating that caterpillar. Dwight Williams goes back to Moy Liebach in the pocket. Liebach with that left boot. That's a phenomenal kick. Yeah, it's a phenomenal kick. Up towards the halfway line. And cheap as me, that's good. I mean, he kicks with both feet. There's Moy Liebach. And that is such a skill. Because in that situation there, he just changes on the angle and goes to his left boot. He could go to his right boot as well. But he goes to the left boot. He just felt that was the better angle for him to work. Good chat there. And ball over the top there from Quacker Smith. Notice the referee to the left, right hand side. Good hands there from Tina Tupou. Ball over the top. Grant Williams up come quickly. On the bounce to Wilson. The Bok rush defense. Almost being infiltrated. Good tackle that from Grant Williams. Almost caught in the ruck though. Doing very well to roll away. Doesn't concede a penalty. Advantage. Will Skelton caught in the ball. Emenetzebeth wrestling hard to bring him down. Nick White looking to go to the boot. Goes to the boot over the top. Underneath it is Moy Liebach. And it comes back into the hands of Max Jorgensen. Throws it back inside. Picked up by Malcolm Marks. Good take that from Max Jorgensen. Good player, Max Jorgensen. And penalty coming. James Slipper over the ball. Holding on, says Ben O'Keefe. Going out with the comments over here. David says, great listening to you from Israel. Go Bokke. Lashy saying, the Boks, Wallabies look very tired and already limping. Craig Morgan said, sad there are empty seats. 100%. Carlson Cricket saying, great commentary. Thanks for doing it. Well, thanks for joining us. Timothy Williams saying, yes, action agreed. But compared to past Lions series, they struggled. And Valentina says, we're not the Lions. Springboks are faster than Lions. Our only real test will be the All Blacks other than Ireland. Well, I think you got thrown in France over there. To be honest, I think France are going to be... a big test for us. Alistair Block saying, struggling at the breakdown again. Only flaw of Tony Ball. Yeah, that is the one thing. And they said, Leslie said that their breakdown threat is so good. And we've had 3 or 4 turnovers. That's a big tackle they're coming from Malcolm Marks. Here, Khaleesi making a menace of himself with the breakdown. Will Skelton on the angle gets past Wilco Low, brought down by Pierce Jeff the Toy. Much better this from the Wallabies. Harry Wilson. Good tackle coming from Lourdes Diaga. Test of the Bok defense now. Joseph Suali'i. Onto it quickly was Malcolm Marks though. Nick White looking for options. Goes short. Once again to Skelton. His knees get taken out by Lourdes Diaga. Ball available for Nick White. Tom Wright at first receiver. Billy Pollard into contact. Good defense so far from the Boks, but 5 phases for the Wallabies. Much better. Lynn Ikatar. Good tackle once again. Good scrambling here at the moment. The left-hand side. Tina Tupou in the trenches. And Quacker Smith goes over the ball. Penalty advantage coming from Ben O'Keefe, saying that Quacker didn't have rights to do it. Suali'i now stepping away from one. Gets the ball away to Ikatar. Ikatar looking for options. Ball comes available. Back to Lynn Ikatar with a space on the left-hand side. Fast has been draped in. I think we need a piece going to the corner. Well, something out of nothing there for Australia. They've hit back. And that's kind of the problem with the Bok defense structures, isn't it? You know, 1 half tackle missed. Bit of space for the Wallabies, and they're over. That's his 2nd international try. That's a bit frustrating. And it's just a numbers game here at the end of the day. Commits 2 tackles, gets the offload away. Fussy has to commit. It's a good try from the Wallabies. And there goes the nil, you know, the clean sheet, as they would say. Let's go to some of the comments in the meantime, whilst James O'Connor sets up for this kit. He has, I was asking how many seconds left. Amanda says, brilliant commentary, keep us pensioners on our toes. No TV, so your input is invaluable. Cheers from George and Amanda in Margate, KZN. Not a good kick from James O'Connor. You can see a bit of a shake of the head from him. Saxon says, I need a rebuild, and France have lost their mojo again. He reckons that England will win the Six Nations. Big call. Bold. Matthew says, watching from a Spanish live stream with cut commentary, shot for the commentary, bro. Anytime. No, I haven't quite gotten my Spanish call up yet, but Quacker Smith still in the park. It looks like Marco van Staden wants to come back on from the looks of it. He's getting some instructions there from Why does it look like Andre Pollard? To the left-hand side, they go from the kickoff, by the way, to Harry Wilson in the meantime. Appreciate the super chat, Kwasi, with a little hot dog emoji. Love the work. And a little wraparound from Nick White. A long pass out towards Ligne Qatar. Shows and goes, though. Aware to the threat was Andre Estes. And Wallabies looking to play inside their own 22. Will Skelton now. Good work that from him. Now with a space. James O'Connor goes short to Tom right. Wallabies all of a sudden starting to go into this game. Finding a couple of gaps. James Slipper keeping it tight. Nick White looking to go to the boot. Taking his time now. Nick White keeps it low. Bit of an unorthodox kick, but it works, I suppose. Finds touch just by the 10-meter line. So it'll be a box line. And we haven't scored now, people, in almost 10 minutes. So we've got to step this up. We've got to step this up, people. It's getting far too long. Here comes Mark Staden back on the park. He was having a storm of a game before he went off. So nice to have him back. And Kwaka will come back and wreak a bit of havoc later. Welcome, Marks. Ball over the top to Siya Kolisi. Runs into Dylan Pearce. Sits down Dylan Pearce, who's down, clutching his jaw. I think we might see an HIA there for the winger. Stroke though. Andre Esterhuizen runs straight and true. Still goes Andre Esterhuizen. Justus O'Lee, he's throwing him away. Still throwing him away. Still going with Andre Esterhuizen. 10 meters out. Grant Williams. Short to Evan Etzebeth. Pops it up back to Malcolm Staden, but he gets tackled up the ball. Malcolm Marks picks it up and has to go himself. Box inside the 22. Marco Verstappen around the corner, but obstruction is the call. Siya Kolisi getting the timing wrong, and he's down. He's catching his knee as Siya Kolisi. Let's hope that's nothing too serious. He is staying down as the captain. A timing issue there. Big hit that. Dylan Pearce going to need a bit of treatment there, I think, after welcoming Siya Kolisi to the game in not the best fashion. Wasn't a particularly good tackle. It was a bit high. Sensible says, Jen's watching from Japan. The VPN DSV stream idea didn't work. Shot for the stream and commentary. Well, again, thank you for joining us. He is going off as Dylan Pearce. Andrew Callaway onto the park. Yeah, he's got a cut in his face. I think he's got a cut in his jaw, actually. I think it's inside his mouth. SK says, great commentary, love this. Do you do this for all South African rugby games? Sahil, Colvadia, shout out to all. I do. Well, to be fair, I've missed 2 games, and I might not be doing the Argentina game. But we do. The channel does every single block game. Don't you stress. I try to do all of them. But obviously, I've also sometimes got a life. Imagine me having a life. I know. But yeah, we do tend to try and do all of them. I'll be live for you next week. I'll be live for both those All Black games in the early morning. I might just have a brekkie beer when it comes to that series because, oh, jeepers, 2 tests in New Zealand. Whew. Getting my belly. And the vibes on vibes over there at Ellis Park. Oh, look at this OG line shirt. I mean, I'd say it's OG. It's probably about 12 years old. But you remember the MTN with the claws on the sides here? I actually got that shirt. That was actually my season ticket season when I had a season ticket for the Lions over at Ellis Park. Good times. Carlos Spencer in that jersey. I think Wandile Mjikevu. Streets won't forget season that. And as Kwasi says, like the video, even if you can't donate. But a big shout out to Jessica Fossley, who's also joined the Forever Sports Members Club, becoming a Forever fan. We've had 6 new members today. Would love to be up 10. So if you guys can, a little bit of support goes a long way in keeping us there. Also, we got you guys all for the post-match press conference, for example. A man's on the ground over there. He's in the chaos that is Ellis Park. So we'll have both press conferences, both from both coaches, for example, and lots and lots of content coming your way on Forever Sports. So welcome to the channel, people. Also trying to get up to that big 100,000 subscriber mark. So make sure you get involved and subscribe to the channel. But it is about towards the 10-meter line. Line up here for the Wallabies. James O'Connor. Ligne Qatar. Long pass out wide from Jorgensen. Onto it to Andrew Callaway with a bit of space. Going to have to shuffle across the box. Siya Kolisi gets across there. Ball comes back inside. And Kurt Lawrence has come away. And Kurt Lawrence will dot it down. Very, very good tracking. I'll tell you what. Siya Kolisi was putting in a shift there. And if they hadn't kicked it through, he was getting ready to try and smash Looked like I think it was actually Max Jorgensen down the left-hand side. But good work that from Kirkley Arnston to scramble because the Wallabies find a bit of space out wide. So we go Miney Buck now with the goal line dropout. Valentino says, yeah, I reckon you're right about France. However, Rassie and the team would have watched All Blacks versus France and the Boks have prepared accordingly. He goes quite short as Miney Buck to try and make this competitive. We do win it back. Pierce left the toys, chucks it out to Jesse Creel. He hammers it on that left boot, on the right boot of his. That's a good kick, actually. You're going to have to go all the way back to their own 22 as Tom Wright. Jesse Creel, not new to kicking, played a lot of his early rugby in the number 15 jersey before making that switch to the 13 at the Bulls. Such a good player as Jesse Creel. And so cool to see how he had to really work his way back. And I think the best 13 in the world. You know, I mean, I'm trying to think of who comes close. I mean, Gary Ringrose on his day is absolute class. But Gail Fuka on his day is absolute class as well. But I just don't think anyone's playing at the consistent level that Jesse Creel is anywhere around the world. Genuinely don't think so. Timothy saying, wonderful commentary, full of life, listening from Cheltenham, Gloucestershire. Please shout out for my mate Rob Hoyle in Joburg. Shout out Rob in Joburg. As we go to the right-hand side, to Sekalisi. Lenny Qatar making a big tackle on the halfway line. Ball available for Grant Williams. 6 minutes left on the clock for the first half. Quick hands from Lutjanga. Liebach goes short to Fassi. We've said that a lot so far today. Well, I've certainly said that a lot. I've played it Fassi. Icon to his feet. Brought down by Will Skelton. To the right-hand side we go. Oxenchair, first receiver. Bang goes Oxenchair. Eben Etzebeth pushing him through. Grant Williams goes to the left-hand side. Pierce left the toy. And, oh, jeepers, Will Skelton falls on him. Imagine Will Skelton falling on you. But ball pops up to Eben Etzebeth. And he runs into Jorgensen, wrestling through a few yards. And Lutjanga, slick hands. When did Lutjanga become like the next Moy Liebach with those little pops there? Japan has made him quite slick. Now here's Moy Liebach. Fires it out Jesse Creel to Sekalisi. Sekalisi runs inside. Gets away from Kellaway. Brought down by Tom Wright. Just short of the 22-yard box from the side. Surely that is from Kellaway. And the referee said the rack was over, but good work there. Not the best pass from Liebach. Long pass, to Liebach. Long pass out to Fassi is good, though. Fassi now steps back inside. Fassi brought down, slightly isolated. Will Skelton's going to get over that. Eben Etzebeth scrambles really well. Peter Steph the toy, pops it up, and goes himself as Peter Steph the toy. Sees Nick White and says, stuff this, I'm going to run him over. Doesn't quite manage to get past him. Now, good carry that from Oxenchair, but a good tackle on him as well by Harry Wilson, the Aussie captain. Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Lutjanga once again with that top. And Liebach going himself. Then long pass out wide to Sekalisi in the trams once again. Sekalisi brought down, pops it up to Andreas Dyson. Looking for the ball back inside, does put it back inside, and good work that from Edel van der Merwe. Pops back inside. There was nobody to regather, so Tom Wright grabs it, and then I think Edel van der Merwe managed to then push him out. So I think this should. It's a penalty for what? For what? Don't be an enemy of progress, Ben O'Keefe. Valentino says, we've got a huge pool of players, and not all the same players will be playing all those games. However, we'll beat them by more than a point then in the World Cup. Yeah, for me, that grudge match against France is, I'm licking my lips for it. I think that for me is the biggest game of the year for me. And obviously the 2 All Black games, but I'd love to just go and beat France in Stade de France, where they thought that we had inverted commas, cheated them out of a game and out of the World Cup. And Lux, boys, and Lux. And welcome another 2 members to Verna Pretorius and Amanda, or brackets Mandy. Welcome to the Forever Sports Members Club. Getting close to that 10 members. I think the most we had is about 22 members in a single stream. Imagine we got that today. So if you can, please do consider becoming a member. It really helps us improve our coverage for you guys. Like the new camera, for example, if anybody's noticed, you can now see Stephen crisp. Well, soon it's actually going to be 4K. I don't know if you want to see me in 4K, though. Solid lineup that from the Wallabies, though. All available for Nick White at the back. Inside their own 22, though. So, field position still good from the Boks. I think we'll be desperate to try and score that bonus point try before half-time. Imagine that. A bonus point try at half-time. We can go and fill up our brandies. And Wendy's saying, let's do this, bokke. And Jane saying, great game. Watching from the UK at the moment. SK says, Brew, amazing job. Do the Drix Duplessis UFC match tomorrow as well. Yeah, you know that we've got like an all-black Argentina game at midnight, effectively. So I'm only going to go to Beta Coppers one, but maybe we'll do a poll and see if you guys want to do the duplicate. But then you guys got to be with me, I'm not going to just like 5 people. If you guys jump in, we will do the fight. But you guys got to promise that you guys are going to support it. And it's a good line. Steal that from the Wallabies. James O'Connor hammers us downfield. Has turned Edel van der Merwe. Up and left. Is going to go back and, I'll tell you what, that needs to stop. Needs to stop. That is so unfortunate for James O'Connor. I mean, that is basically by the 22, and he's hoofed it downfield, bounced to the ball, it's just kept going. And it'll be a box scrum all the way back inside Aussie territory. Perfect launch platform for us to now launch a bit of an attack just outside the 22 on the right-hand side. Unlucky from James O'Connor, but that's altitude as well. That ball just didn't stop. It just keeps going, doesn't it? Jane says, great game watching from the UK at the moment. And King of Kings says, do you think Sasha Feinberg-Gomezulu is the future number 10 for the Springboks? I think so. He just needs to make the right plays and not always go for the amazing plays. Yeah, and look, long term, he's going to be, I think he'll be a Springbok Centurion. That's my bold call here, my hot take for the day. But I think that he's not quite the finished product yet, which is absolutely fine. So young. But having Andre Pollard to your right and Molly Bok to your left, in a change room environment, two starkly different fly halves, but both world-class in their own right. There's the box scrum we've been waiting for, by the way. There comes the arm. Grant Williams now. Andre Esterhuizen pops out to Liebok. To Fassi on the angle. Fassi, almost goes in behind from Edel van der Merwe. Picked up from Jesse Creel, though. Penalty advantage for the Boks. Grant Williams. Big carry that from Peter Steph, the toy. We'll go back for the penalty. Oh, gee, but that looked very, very promising. Very promising. Welcome a whole bunch of new people to the channel. Good to see buggers all hitting that subscribe button. The likes, though, are still sitting below 500 people. We can do better than that. Stephen Anderson says, shout out, watching from a hospital room in PTA. My son was born today. How cool is that? Shout out to you, Stephen. And what a name as well. You know, just name the kid Stevie P. You know, as his first name, and then whatever, CVP Anderson, it works nicely, but big congrats. How cool is that? Imagine your son gets born in the morning, and then at visiting hours at 5 o'clock, they said, would you like to see him again? And you're going, no, I've got things to do. I've got a Bokke game to watch. Like, the kid will wait. In fact, I hope you're holding the iPad in front of the kid saying, come. Future Bokke breeders are up there. That's going to be the first thing I do. As soon as that, if and when I eventually have children, as soon as it comes out, the right hand is going to be a putter in the hand, the left hand is going to be a rugby ball. The Hooter does go, and Malcolm Marks will feed the line out there. They're going to go to the front. To Lua Tiago, looking for the rolling. He dropped it. He's bloody dropped it. It's going to come down to the Wallabies start. So we're going to end at 20 points to 5, which feels like it's fizzled out a bit, really, after the pretty hectic start we had at the moment. So, last few comments before we go to the halftime show. Well, not the halftime show, the halftime break. We will be having a halftime show for you guys very, very soon, and that's going to be quite fun to do. But yeah, before we go into that, couple of comments from the different people from across the world, and a big shout out to all of you guys who have jumped in so far. What a first half. So let's see what they've got to say. Tina says, who else do you support? Stormers? No. I'm a Lions fan. Through and through, Lions fan. That's it. No second teams, nothing. Lions and Springboks. I can't even give you. I don't even have a school team to support because my school doesn't even play 15s anymore. Good times. King of Kings says Sasha could be a combination of Andre and Mani, and it's amazing to say that he's not a finished product with this talent. Yo, what a time to be a Springbok. 100%. Taman Fish and Chips says, let's chat about the new Stormers logo. Yeah, it's not good look, but might grow on me. Well, that's what we said in our More Than Disorder show that we do on a Thursday. Is we said, you know, you got to give it time to see if maybe you sort of start to come around. David says, your commentary is awesome. Watching from an offshore oil rig in Angola. That might be the strangest place I've seen. I've seen somebody in the comments watch from. How cool is that? Imagine an oil rig. Man's on danger pay, hanging off, swinging underneath with the ocean over there, gripping an iPad, trying to find some signal, watching the stream. The dedication there is unmatched by the lads. Invisible says, subbed, you have awesome channel. Go Bokke. Gail says, so thrilled to see her back as a captain. Yeah, look, he's had a good half as well. I think silencing a couple of the murmurings that sometimes pop up. But he's been good in that first half. Right, people, we're going to go to a bit of a break. I need to go and refill my my cooler box. We might actually go into a beer because, to be fair, we did say that we were going to start the beer train if we got a super chat. And we did get one. So we're going to start the beer train after halftime. The only criticism saying coming from Uncle Bet says, Last not on point. Carol says, watching on my narrow boat in Canal UK. King of Kings says the 2017-18 Lions was peak form. I'm a big Lions fan. Johannes Rad, big Lions fan. And Denver saying, all the way from African neighbors, Kenya. Nathan says, hey, champ, thank you for connecting me to the game. We are South Africans watching you from Vietnam. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in a bit. Let me go and stock on my cooler box. We might have to open some beers in the second half because I, for one, am pretty parched watching that effort. It was pretty epic. It was fun. It was fast. It was epic. And we'll see it all again for another 40 minutes after the break.
Thank you. There we go. Spoke too soon, huh?
Kunjani? Uya ama-Wallabies? Ngithi uyakuya elandelayo?
No.
Ama-Wallabies. Awuhlangene. Ukwenzisa South African flag.
Awuzwa ngithi security
Ngizangigijima.
Yeah. Abakusebenzelana. Yabona manje Very important. Voilà. Chef.
Guys.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we steady? I don't think we're actually ready, to be honest. I'm not sure I'm ready because that first half was electric and we are now ready for another 40 minutes of rugby championship action and the Boks. Currently 20 points to 5 up, one try away from the bonus point, and we are about to get things back underway as Mighty Bok goes down the left-hand side for the second half of this clash, and it's a good early nice contact coming from, I think that was Kurt Lawrence who made the tackle. Bit of pressure on the Wallabies early on. But tell you what a first half that was. Absolutely spectacular from the Boks. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of response we're now going to get from Australia in the second half. We were just basically outplayed. They go to the boot nice and early, and they do find touch to Australia. I think probably just need to try and win some small battles is probably their big focus really for this half. Is they just weren't in the game at all in the first half, and at least try and get substantially better in the second half if they are to sort of get anything out of this game. Got a poll running in the comments asking how many tries will they score in the second half, and 48% reckon we're going to score 4+. And they competed the lineouts there. Somebody mentioned the lineouts have been a bit messy, and once again, Wallabies have disrupted our line and come away with the ball. James O'Connor flings out wide, not the best pass to Lenny Catal, who has to get back to his feet and now puts his head forward. And we're going back for a penalty for offside. Not the best start we wanted to see. Yeah, offside says there's been a key from that. Just a little bit over eager there. Big news is that I spoke about the fact that I'd love to get past 10 members, and we have got that. So welcome Clive Edwards, welcome Bob Bender, and I think of somebody else as well. To the Forever Sports Members Club, Collis earlier. Schreiber also joining the Members Club. So a big welcome to all of you guys to the Forever Sports Members Club. As I said, completely optional. It's a small nominal amount every month, and it all adds up and allows us to do all the things that we do, and hopefully a lot more down the line as well. As I said, we're going to see in our player ratings is a brand new platform that we are very excited to launch quite soon. And you're going to give a small teaser of that. But anyway, a couple of substitutions, by the way, for the Wallabies. Angus Bell is on and trying to throw away Malcolm Marx. So we saw Andrew Kellaway on in the first half. And now we've got Angus Bell on. So a couple of subs. And that looks like a new player as well. Is that Zane Nango as well? It is indeed. Nongo on for so two new props here for short ball Wallabies. Oh my goodness, what a line that is from Harry Wilson. He's gone over. That's a disaster start for the Boks. And all of a sudden, that actually brings him right back into the game. What a line that was being run by Harry Wilson. It's such a good line. I mean, it's good offload there from Angus Bell. Just goes nice and short. But the line being run was absolutely superb. And we might have to have a look at. Are we gonna have a look at any of this thing here? I don't know if we're talking about potential obstruction. No, it's just a great line. Oxen Chair gets the read completely wrong, unfortunately. It's a great line being run, and he just bursts straight through and over he goes. Well, that's put a bit of a damper on my spurs, to be honest. I was about to open the beer, and I feel like we might have to just delay that until we head back. Because all of a sudden, from 22 points to 0, James O'Connor kicking to make it 22 points to 12. Not ideal, people. Not ideal. We're sitting there talking about how many tries we're going to score in the first half. Well, the Wallabies have scored 12 unanswered points. So we need to get back into this contest. We need to sort these things out. It's such a good line being run. Oxenchair's got it. He picks it there. He gets it completely wrong as Oxenchair. He looks around even. He actually can't understand what's happened. It's an individual error, unfortunately. He just doesn't read the situation well enough. Very rare, to be fair. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, I think, Oxenchair, and usually such a good defender. So 20 points to 12. 10 points is the game. Oh, but he smashed in the kickoff there, Harry Wilson by Eben Etzebeth. And Nick White will just slow things down. Got plenty of players creating that sort of caterpillar. Won't find touch though. Up the Fassi underneath it. Looks to run himself as Fassi. Goes for the Goosey. Brought down by Fraser McWright. Quick ball here from Grant Williams. Samoy Liebok. Edel van der Merwe. Edel van der Merwe seeing a half gap. Edel van der Merwe wants to go straight through the middle. Good carry that from Edel van der Merwe. Ball available for Grant Williams. Quickly to the left-hand side. Pops it short to Malcolm Marx. Gives it away to Moy Liebok. Moy Liebok seeing a bit of space. Moy Liebok straightening. Moy Liebok still going. Moy Liebok through. But slips in the tackle. Eventually brought down. Grant Williams. To the left-hand side. Nick White's up quickly, but good hands here. And Peter Steph the toy. Into the 22. Up against the touchline. They do manage to stay in. Grant Williams goes to Eben Etzebeth. Good tackle from him. Oxenchair now. Big carry from him. Yeah, still going as Oxenchair. Fighting his way to that 5-meter line. Ball available for Grant Williams. Curtly Arnster coming into. Was that Ed van der Merwe looking for a bit of extra work. Them having, and then knocked on by Peter Steph du Toit, I think it was. That's really sloppy from him and very unusual from him. You can see the frustration from Rassie Erasmus. Not been as clinical as we'd have liked. But now we see a couple of replacements. So here comes Franco Mostyn and Kwagga Smith. Lood de Jager's game is done. I'll tell you what, he showed today that he's got the class still. I mean, the touches he had, the little pops and the likes of that, he was so tidy, was Lood de Jager. Franco Mostyn now will take his place, and Kwagga Smith on for, I assume, looks like Sia Khaleesi's going to make way. Also, a very strong game from the skipper. Yeah, he is going to make way. Has that right knee strap, which he went down with. So I'm hoping that he's all right. Let's not hope there's no injuries. If there is even a hint of an injury, I think I wouldn't play him next week and keep him fresh for the All Blacks. But a scrum, yeah, and we placed him just at the scrum. But Lood de Jager, good game from him. You can see wheezing all those two, putting a big shift. Some of the comments saying, Jesse Clarkson says, "Go Bokke, bring it home. We believe in you." Charles Hutchison says, "Please give a shout out to Normandy Court." Well, shout out Normandy Court. That says, "I Bokke, julle moet asseblief fokus. Julle moet fokus, meneers." And Fam Shorts says, "All of Mzansi is behind you. Make us proud, Bokke." Yeah, but look at that hit there from Volko Low. If that ball had stayed in a bit longer, it would have been try time. But big carry coming from looks like just so Li'i. Nice big scrum there from the Boks though. We need to try and get those scrums operating in the second half. Angus Bell under a lot of pressure at that scrum from Volko Low. Takes it into contact. We're going to see Asanate and Hlabakanya a bit later. Looking forward to seeing that. Nick White now will look for the clearance. And doesn't eventually finds touch on the bounce. So we'll go back towards the 10-meter line to restart things. Felix says, fight till the last whistle. We know you've got this. Hashtag Springboks. Who are those VIPs in the corner there? I can't really see. A bit of a... Franklin Moster's first line is good. Grant Williams goes to Miley. Miley was a plenty of options. He goes to Quacker Smith. Dynamic number 8. Quick off the mark there. Franklin Moster pops it up to Andre Estes in good hands there. Peter Steph the toy down the trams. Has another go. It's Peter Steph the toy. Good work, Grant Williams. Under a bit of pressure. Gets away to Evan. It's an inside ball there to Malcolm Marks. Well defended from the Wallabies. Now to the left-hand side. Kurt Lawrence goes to Miley. Goes to the cross kick. Space out wide there for Edel van der Merwe. Oh, he's taken... Oh, it's knocked it forward by Tom Wright. We'll go back for the scrum. It was almost perfect. They're still playing, but we'll go for the scrum. It was a good option that for Marnie Liebach, and the cross kick was good. He actually just got in front of Edel van der Merwe, did Tom Wright. And this year done very, very well, but they knocked it on in the process. Jay McGee saying, Steve, what's up, man? Watching you from over the Indian Ocean at the moment. Glad to see the channel is doing well. I hope you're well over there. Nice to hear from you, Chief. Right, so line out on the 22. It's interesting how we were seeing we've seen a few patterns today. For example, we saw Luat Diaga at first receiver, just with those sort of soft hands. And the first time that Franco Moster gets the ball, in effect, to the number 5 jersey, what does he do? Bang. Little internal pop. So we see how we're using our number 5 locks as a first receiver just to sort of shift the ball a little bit. We've seen PSF the toy in the trams. The continuing involvement of this side. But a big scrum here, and we saw Wilco Low. Oh, he's done a job there, has he? Yeah, penalty advantage. Angus Bell can't cope with the pressure. First receiver is Edel van der Merwe. And around comes Grant Williams. Pops it up short to Jesse Creel, who kind of just overrun it, unfortunately. And they'll go back for the penalty. Oh, Wilco Low. And that's the excitement of Grant Williams. Looks up, saw a bit of space, and Jesse Creel was coming to actually out of the support, and Grant Williams eventually actually almost running into him. If Jesse Creel was about 2-3 meters to the left, could have popped up and probably could have gone over. That penalty over here, my level just popped us towards the 5-meter line. Try number 4's on the line here, boys. Romeo says, Bokke for the win, and nothing can stop you now. Angus Bell, he just crumpled there in the scrum. It's a tough evening. Tough evening. Give a bit of treatment there. Well, a couple of the Aussies. Got time for a couple of the comments over here. And Dwayne Patter said, let's go Bokke. Storfies Brink saying, one team, one nation, one heartbeat. Let's go Bokke. And Mark saying, hello from Valencia in Spain. How's Spain over there, people? Yeah, I'm under so much pressure from them to go over there and watch a bit of Formula 1. This is what I'd love to do. Looking at Andre Estes and what a game he's had. The agent of chaos is, it's just he got everything. He's got a good offload game, power, pace, skills, good boot as well. Great all-round player. He would start for most teams in the world. Unfortunately, we've got a man called Damien Delendi in the setup here. Oh, and he's going to limp off here is Lenny Katal. So once again, we're going to see Tate McDermott on, but is he come on at wing? Because we've obviously already seen Andrew Kellaway on, so I think we're going to see Tate McDermott on the wing again. This poor guy just wants to play scrum off, and he just never gets to. Good line of that from Franco Mostert. Going for the rolling Moy. We haven't really seen the rolling Moy. We tried to go for it just before half time, but we ended up knocking it on, and it's been quite well defended. And Grant Williams fires it out to Andre Esterhuizen, who we just spoke about. Good carry from him. Quick ball here from Grant Williams to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks gets past one. Eventually brought down by Fraser McWright. Ball available. Grant Williams to Eben Etzebeth, just short. Much better this from the box. But penalty at the breakdown. That's Tom Hooper's all over that. Breakdown needs work. We've got far too many breakdown penalties here, have the Wallabies, just as we're starting to get into a rhythm. That's really, really frustrating. Logan Roberts says, we have a plan, Bokke. It's a winning plan. And Wandia says, what do you think about the Zimbabwean rugby team? I think it's so cool that they made it to the next World Cup. In fact, we're going to try and reach out to them and see what we can potentially assist with them for the World Cup in a couple of years' time. We're planning on hopefully going over and looking to try and see how we can help our neighbours, maybe with a bit of media work, because it's so cool that the Sables are going to be at the World Cup. I watched Namibia at the last World Cup live, which was very cool. Billy Pollard with blood all over his face is going to feed the line out. They're still inside their own half, though. Jones O'Connor goes short to Fraser McWright. Good tackle that from Mine Liebach, who weathered the very big carry coming from Fraser McWright. Nick White to the left-hand side. Wrap around you. Long pass out wide. Look pretty forward. And those flats is on Tate McDermott. Chip over the top and Tate McDermott. I tell you what, Max Jorgensen's all over that ball. Max Jorgensen's regathered. Great tackle coming from Kurt Lawrence. But the Wallabies outside the 22. Boks need to get back here quickly. Nongo, good tackle coming from Mark Verstappen. Penalty advantage for the Wallabies. They score now, and all of a sudden, this is a proper comeback. To the right-hand side goes Nick White. Fraser McWright. Penalty advantage here. Playing with the spring in their step all of a sudden on the men in gold and green versus the green and gold. Skelton all the way back to O'Connor. O'Connor steps away from one. O'Connor still going. Ball available for Nick White. Long pass out wide into the hands of Kurt Lawrence, but they'll go back for the penalty. Boys, we need to start cleaning things up here. Are we going to see? Are we going to see a card? Was he gesturing for a card? Or are you talking about cynical? Evan's going to go chat to the referee. Okay, looks like there's going to be a warning here from Ben O'Keefe. And Evans asked you can have a conversation with everybody. What are the comments saying? Yuri Vessel saying, go to Port, it's a player in Valencia, have a big essay group of people at my restaurant. I'm sold. Here we go. So Damien Willemse onto the park. Up in the Fussy makes way. We're going to see half an hour of Damien Willemse at 15. Let him cook. Fussy with another decent game, though. Very involved in the build-up play there. SABC says, work hard, play smart, play with heart, go bokke. Rugby says, when are the Boks playing France next? In November at Stade de France. What a game that is going to be. Absolutely epic. Right, good to line up that. In fact, no, we've been stolen it. We've stolen it. There we go. Good work. Opportunity to get back within one score was the comment made by Matthew Pearson commentary. Well, we've stolen the line out. The first time we've stolen a line out at a crucial time as well. Big turnover that. And Grant Williams will now kick towards touch and just try and get us a bit further back. And he's not finding touch outside 22. So the pressure's still on you from the Wallabies. Having to really man up and get our defense sorted out of the box. Yeah, it's a very interesting looking coaching staff at the moment. They're not happy. Not quite the coaching staff we saw when you're 22-0 up within the first 20 minutes. Taking the foot off the pedal have the Boks. We have not scored in well over half an hour. And we've stolen it again, though. Eben Etzebeth, brilliant. Mine Liebach wants to run this. Jesse Creel puts the hammer down. There comes Curtly Arnser to Damien Villa. Oh, it's a dreadful pass. Curtly Arnser. And the space was there. Just, as you said, taken the foot off the gas here. We've taken the foot off the gas, and it's getting sloppy now. It's getting very, how do we go from playing the way we did for 20 minutes to now, even there, good win, and we had space over here. Jesse Creel goes to Curtly Arnser, sucked into, if that pass had gone to hand, Damien Willemse had nobody ahead of him, Tom Wright right back, but he probably would have stepped inside of a Andrew Kellaway was coming inside, and then he would have just had Tom Wright to beat. Poor pass. Ball over the top. And great take there from Nick White. Pops it up short. But the ball's been ripped in the tackle from Joshua Lee, but not forward, says the referee. Right. Stop. Breathe. Here's the plan, people. Scrum. Scrum penalty. Kick to the corner. Let's get back to basics. Let's get back to scoring tries here. It's a good rip there coming from Andre Estes and up against Joshua Lee. But this is the problem. We needed to have been far more... what's the word I'm looking for? I've lost it. We need to be far more accurate, I suppose, is one of the words. But, we need to be more accurate. We should have been aggressive. When we were 22-0 up, we could not have taken the put off the pedal. We've got to get back on flat out and get us back on the front foot. They've scored 12 unanswered points. And you just feel if we can just get one try, we can open the floodgates. HJA says, All Blacks going to eat us alive. I mean, that's a big shout. The All Blacks have played 3 tests so far this year, and they almost lost to the France B team. So let's see how the All Blacks go up later before we start making such big assumptions. I mean, the way we played in that first 20 minutes, I don't think anybody... well, clinical, there we go, people. That's the word I'm looking for. It's been a long day. Needed to be more clinical. But here we go. Trump time. We had a bit of a reset here. Come on. Fold him. Both down, says the referee. Available for Grant Williams on the left-hand side. Long pass out towards Andre Esterhuizen to Edel van der Merwe. Edel van der Merwe comes in between the two. That's Orenso on the left there. And now Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Oxenchair bumps into Zane Nongo. Ball available for Grant Williams. To Moyne Liebach. Moyne Liebach looking for options. Damien Willemse on the bounce to Edel van der Merwe. Gets away from one as Edel van der Merwe. Sucks in 2. Good carry from him. Grant Williams. Wilco Low pops out to Moyne Liebach. Goes short to Oxenchair. Open play. A bit of space out wide to Jesse Creel. Long pass out toward Pierre-Steph the Toy. Pierre-Steph the Toy. Gets the ball back inside to Kurt Lawrence. Kurt Lawrence manages to stay inside, right up against the touchline. Grant Williams to Franco Mostert, puts his head down. Much better this from the box. Liebach now. Long pass out towards Willemse. Willemse, see a bit of space ahead of him. Steps back inside. Still going as Willemse. Looking for options. Pops it up short to Grant Williams. Grant Williams goes up. Edel van der Merwe. Oh dear, he's slipped. Comes back inside. He's done well, but he needs to get that ball available. Yeah, that's very well as Edel van der Merwe. Oh, and then lost it forward as he's into contact as Damien Willemse. That whole pasture play is kind of summed up what we've seen this half. Is that so much good, and then just at the last moment, a mistake. Frustration from Damien Willemse there. He was just so flat, and the ball just hitting his chest before he even had a chance to grab. And you can see the frustration from Tony Brown. And I believe Rassie Erasmus muttering a few things. Not a happy coaching staff. Sensible says, hopefully altitude will start to take its toll on the Australians. Kiamura says, a boring game. What? How is a 34-point game boring? There's many things I could describe this game. I definitely wouldn't describe it as boring. But obviously, high expectations there. Boy says, how much are you missing Cheslin right now? Not that the wings have been bad. I think Kurt Lawrence has had a couple of poor moments. We need to get them more into the game here. Edel van der Merwe has been strong on the carry, looking to become the first Springbok ever to score in each of his 4 first games for the Boks. Ball over the top. James O'Connor, long pass out wide. Kurt Lawrence needs to scramble. Puts his head down as Max Jorgensen's going to kick and chase, but Kurt Lawrence's going to... Damien Willemse gets him behind. Good work that. Ball back inside of Moyne Liebach and Edel van der Merwe to Pierre-Steph the Toy. Now Grant Williams to the left-hand side. Moyne Liebach goes first. Edel van der Merwe. Hands here. Hands. Jesse Creel. Brought down by the 10-meter line. Good work this from the box. Quokka Smith sees a bit of space opening up. Working his way through a couple of defenders. Good work that from Quokka Smith. Grant Williams now goes to Oxenchair. Pops it up to Moyne Liebach. Long pass out wide to the hands of to a lead. Oh no! It's going to be a breakaway try. Does he have the pace? Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, he's been so good today as Moyne Liebach, but that's an awful pass. And all of a sudden, Australia are going to be within 3 points. That is annoying. That's his first international try. We're doing our best to throw this away. And we've got potentially the worst rugby analyst in the world, and Kiamura saying it's unimaginative rugby. It's a great read. I mean, the pass was on from Moyne Liebach, but we've done it too many times. And all of a sudden, they're going to be within 3 points of us. How have we got to the stage? Oh, my goodness me. Be interesting to see what Rassie Erasmus has to say after this game. $19 points to 22. 19 unanswered points after our 22 unanswered points. A great read from Swati. It really is. Because if he misses that, it's try time. So it's a big call for him to go for that interception because, as I said, if he misses that, it's PSF the 20 Edel van der Merwe. So he misses that pass so early, it's 2-on-1 in the box into the corner. It's a phenomenal read. Right, here we go. Big moment. So Edel van der Merwe off the park. That's interesting. We're going to see Kenny Moody on the wing. Bowen Fenter on, as was Asnat and Tlabakanye. Bongi Manami on as well. So here we go. A bit of a bomb squad in terms of the way we deploy now. Lots of new faces and almost locking on in the kickoff there. Oh, Australia. Right, let's see what this bench can do though. Nick White goes to the boot. Damian Vince underneath has slightly overrun that and it's bounced and it'll go up. It should be a Bokke line. Is a Bokke line out. Sensible Tom Fullery saying we are making extremely silly mistakes now. SK saying it's good to see how we respond to pressure. HJH says we are so focused on scoring a ton of tries that we don't do the basics correctly. Boy One says Aussies are more comfortable in open play, need to go to a 3-phase plan. Kiyamura saying Boks don't need opposition, they hamstring themselves. Well, he's trying to say Boks don't need an opposition. This is a key word out there. So the question is, who do you support and who is this phenomenal rugby team that is so much better than what we've seen in front of us today? Come, let's see a bit better. Even much better line up that. No, never mind. Skew is the call. Oh, Bongi Manambi. He's not having a good season at the moment. Come on, lads. This is not supposed to be where we put the hammer down. You know, we get to this sort of stage and really start to put pressure on them as the altitude starts to kick in. Well, first opportunity at scrum time here for Bowen Fent and Asanat and Tlabakanya, the two newbies. A total of 2 tests between them. So big opportunity here to see what they can do. Free kick for what? Going over on Bowen Fenter's side is the call. So free kick for Australia. And yeah, Rusty's having a chat to Don Human. He's not happy as Rusty Erasmus. Don Human barking into the his walkie-talkie. Right, deep there from Nick White. It's a bit overcooked there, so Damian Willemse will mark it. Good take that from Damian Willemse. And he hammers it downfield. It's a good kick there from Damian Willemse. That should be up towards the halfway line. It'll be a Wallabies line out. Boyce says, we might come stuck here. Bongi doesn't find form in the lineouts. And Antti says, let's see champions' response to pressure. 0 points in 20 minutes. 0 points in 40 minutes, actually, from the Boks. Pollard, we've gone up quickly. We've won the line again. I'll tell you what, we've competed for the second half brilliantly. We won 3 lineouts. Steals so far. So that's been a good part of the game. Grant Williams now goes to PSF the toy. We just need, I feel like we just need that one try. And I think the floodgates could potentially open. But you just got to get that one try. Williams goes to himself, goes Williams. Oh, great tackle coming. Pops it up to Evan Etzebeth. Gets off the way to Markham Starden. Grant Williams to PSF the toy. Franco Mostert. Grant Williams behind to Moy Liebach. Liebach out to Damian Willemse. Short to Andre Esterhazen. Somebody needs to straighten. Esterhazen obliges. Pops up to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel comes back inside. Just past the 10-meter line here. Ball available for Grant Williams. To the left we go. First receiver, Asnat and Tlabakanya. Nice solid hit from him. Back to Moy Liebach. He goes to the boot. Left boot left. And Kurt Lawrence will compete. Kurt Lawrence comes away with it. Backwards off yellow, says the referee. Big counter coming here from the Boks, but they do scramble. Fraser McWright has his hands on the ball. It looks like a replacement, actually, for the Wallabies. I think they replaced Mani in the second row. I think that's Jamie Williams coming to the park. Nick White, outside 22, goes to the top here. He had a word to the referee about where Evan Etzebeth was. Great take that. Kurt Lawrence has actually spilted forward. Turnover ball here. Angus Bell with the ball. Long pass out wide. Ball over the top to Tom Wright. Gets away from the tackle of Kenan Moody. Jesse Creel needs to hunt him down. Tom Wright has got Harry Wilson around him. Ball to the top to Harry Wilson. They're going to go, and he's going to go over it. This is absolutely up. Australia lead. That's 4 unanswered tries. And they're in front. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh my goodness me. Imagine we lose this game. Oh, I'll fume it. The Wallabies 24, South Africa 22. The kick to come, and James O'Connor makes it 26-22. This is mental. And you're saying you're going to have a heart attack. Yeah, no, listen. My watch is... during that World Cup final, I think I got like 4 different relax reminders. During that final. So, crisis. As says, 26 unanswered points. I mean, this is bizarre. I mean, to have turned off like this. Harry Wilson, by the way, has actually done himself a bit of mischief there. He's actually going to go off here as the Aussie captain. A brace of tries, gets his team in front, and off he goes. Right, people, we need a much better, well, good attempt at the kickoff there from Dame Villain. So we need to get our hands on the ball here, people. We need to really step this up because it's not been good enough. It really hasn't. 26 unanswered points. Angus Bell, and now Australia playing with all the confidence. Nick White to the right-hand side, James O'Connor. Long pass out wide. And Curtly Orange is not there. And all of a sudden, space on the inside here. Is this try number 5? It is going to be try number 5. This is pathetic. 5 unanswered tries. Bennett. Absolutely Bennett. Curtly Orange, so what are you doing? He went for the intercept, straight through his hands. All right, where he's in no man's land. He's in absolute no man's land. And the steps, Boks slips. It's just so not good enough. This is actually ridiculous. I was having such a good day. 33 points to 22 with 14 points. I mean, come on. James O'Connor has not missed a beat, really, I think, after that first kick. Robert says, New Zealand can take on both teams and still win by 50. I don't know where this New Zealand arrogance comes from when you guys have not been that fantastic in the last year or two. Like, you didn't win the rugby championship. We actually lost both to the Boks last year. So I don't know. Oh, that's a terrible kickoff, really. Danny Gleeson says let that bounce. So it's weird how the All Blacks supporters are getting cocky. Oh, I hope they get dusted later by Argentina. Oh, jeepers, that would just do my weekend. Come on, boys. It's 11 points. Two quick tries and we're back ahead. Rassie Erasmus absolutely fuming in that coach's box. And fair. Come on. Ellis Park needs to start. Gilbert's Rannock is on. Good line. That's not a good pass down from Evan Etzebeth. Monty Liebach goes to Quacker Smith. Pops it short to JC Creel. To the left-hand side. Pops it up to Franklin Master. Monty Liebach. Andre Esterhazy. Andre Esterhazy has been good today. Pops it up to Monty Liebach coming around the corner. Grant Williams has stayed on, by the way. So they've actually replaced Curtly Orange and put Grant Williams on the wing. I think that's actually a great shot. Even Etzebeth now into contact. Come on, boys. Score now. And I think we'll be okay. I think we'll just get through this. But Quacker Smith now. Working hard. Ref, he's not rolling. Man. Etzebeth goes himself. Kubus Ranach, Bone Fenter. Going through the phases here of the box. Kubus Ranach goes to Andre Estes, and he's been good. Goes short to Jesse Creel, almost through. Kubus Ranach looks to snipe. Kubus Ranach, putting a bit of space. No, man, just hold on to it, man. Tries to pop it on the ground, and he's lost it for, I mean, really. Oh, cheap as me. Sassanata Clavicanya's hammered Fraser McWright. Just patience, Kubus. Doesn't have to always be kept alive. It's such a good break. Gleason now. Take McDermott. In at scrum off now. And finds touch. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Yo, that box supporter sums it up. Looking so miffed. Dion Davis as well. He's seething. There's just like steam coming out of the ears of the Boks coaches as they watch on. Because this has been shambolic in the second half. Goodness me. And we've lost the line out. But Quacker Smith's there. But James O'Connor takes it, pops it up short to Tate McDermott. That's diving over, ref, but whatever. O'Connor goes to Billy Pollard. That's not Billy Pollard. It can't be still on, is he? I saw. Yeah, Brandon Pango Monster's on there. That's Angus Bell, that's what it is. Tate McDermott at the back. Good take that from Caden Moody up against the touchline. Does very well to stay in. But there's been no release there, ref, at any stage. Kubus Reinhardt goes to Bone Fenter. Back towards the halfway line of the box. Yeah, got to score in the next couple of minutes. Wants to go to the boot, yeah, does Kubus Reinhardt. Caden Moody. So good in the air, usually is Caden Moody. Knocks it back. Quacker Smith goes diving over the top. Lock on advantage for Australia. Just trying to force the issue the in time. Tom Wright now puts it back. Advantage is called over, and he's outside the 22. So we'll have a scrum back inside the 22. This is it now, boys. This is it. The lineout's just outside the 22. Oh, cheapers, man. I cannot believe how badly we were in the second half. So we got no contest the lineup up front. Good target carry that coming from Marco Verstaden. Here comes the line-out move in the midfield, but they don't take it down. They suck a few players in, and Jesse Creel goes to Monty Liebach. Short to Grant Williams inside one. Grant Williams, good carry that from him. Quickly taken from Jesse Creel. Pops it short to Evan Etzebeth. Composure now, boys. For what? From the side, my arse. Ben O'Keefe. Every time we've looked like we're gaining momentum, there's something that happens. City. Oh, don't wipe your smile off the face, you're Ben O'Keefe. Imagine laughing at the moment with the Australians after that. James O'Connor, not gone particularly far. We have been good at stealing the last year, but we're running out of time here. Eight minutes left on the clock. This time an unsuccessful. Fraser McWright goes to Langy Gleeson. Big tackle on him. Tate McDermott looking to go to the butcher. Up towards the left-hand side. Kellaway knocks into touch. Into touch on inside our own half. 6.5 minutes basically. To try and score 2 tries here. Come, let's see. Front of the line, Eben Etzebeth. Good work there. Malcolm Staden. Kubas Ryan's going to go to the butcher. Kenny Moody's going to give chase. Kenny Moody's after it. So is Eben Etzebeth. Still go after Etzebeth. It's allowed to bounce. Bounces in to take McDermott's hands. McDermott gets away from a couple. Still goes to take McDermott. And he's found space. Steps away from one. Still goes to take McDermott. Eventually David Vincent makes the tackle. I mean, moments like that is why we've lost. We let it bounce. All of a sudden, Tate McDermott makes a flip and break. And all of a sudden, they're outside the 22. Running the clock down. Hooper now. I mean, we've almost effectively lost this game so far. What an absolute disaster. O'Connor goes to Kellaway. Kellaway goes to the boot. And it's going to the hands of Marty Liebach. Oh, what a pass that is from Liebach. That's filthy, actually. Bowen Fenter. Long pass out, but it's always an interception. Damien Villister does very well. Pass it out to Andre Esterhazen. Esterhazen. They're up against forwards here. Gives it away to Creel. Creel puts the hammer down. Ball back inside to Esterhazen. You can't hang on to it, man. Come on. Now Tom Wright's on the break. Franco Moster goes across. Tom Wright steps in with Willemse. Tom Wright. That is pathetic. I cannot actually believe what I'm seeing. Australia over. Game done. 38 points to 22. Handling absolutely awful. Literally, Andre Esterhazen holds on to that. We probably go over. Loses it into the hands of Tom Wright. He goes the length of the field and scores. The passing has been atrocious. The second half has been dreadful. Rassie Erasmus is going to rip these guys an absolute new one. Can't be tackling like that, Damien Willemse. Cannot. Six tries to 3 from Australia. 60 minutes, by the way, almost, since we last scored a point. This is pathetic. Absolute pathetic. And it's amazing how we've got all the All Blacks fans suddenly in the comments. I mean, they were very quiet when we did the double against them last year. And very deep to come in here just before you're about to play Argentina. In Argentina. Yo, I hope they get clapped. I cannot believe how bad the second half has been. And we go short, and that's not going to go the 10 meters. So we'll have a scrum at halfway now. Well, we're going to have some fun player ratings. And straight down at the scrum. Well, it's going to be a fun player rating show. If nothing else, it's going to be a fun player rating show. We'll see you guys. Yeah, that's basically, so basically in terms of what's going to happen afterwards is this is going to go directly to the player ratings. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what our beta testing guys are going to say. Oh, I cannot believe this. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how we respond. Right, to the right-hand side goes Tate McDermott at the back of the scrum. O'Connor just goes to the boot, putting it in behind. And he's fine touch as well. It's a brilliant kick, that, from James O'Connor. First time since 1963. Brandon Painga, Mosa will. I mean, this is. I cannot actually. I mean, I can't wait to see what Rusty Russ is going to have to say after this. Ball to the back there. One minute left on the clock. Lange Gleeson. Looking for try number 7 here, Australia. Tate McDermott, well, we basically start playing. He's almost waltzed straight through. Bowen Fenton gets his hands on the ball. Fraser McWright. Space to the right-hand side. They go to the left, though, to the Wallabies. To Len Ikatal. Pick up and go. Lange Gleeson. Angus Bell just short. Brandon Painga Mosa over. Does he have grounding? Held up, says the referee. So we'll have a last opportunity to go the length to try and... I mean, we're not even going to get a point out of this game. If we score a try, we can at least get a bonus point for the 4 tries. I mean, we're looking at a 4-try win bonus point. 22-0 at 20 minutes. Just a reminder, by the way. 22-0 at 20 minutes. That's what the score was. The hooter goes. Australia have done it. It's been a Joe Schmidt masterclass and an absolute disaster class. And they take it well off the kickoff from the Joe start. And Tate McDermott puts it into touch. Final score, 38 points to 22. Well, shit. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. Well, there we go, people. We're going to go into our player ratings in a bit. And, yeah, I think our beta team is going to probably rip them apart. Very rightly so. People, please do hang around. This is going to go into our player rating show. We'll kind of do a bit of a recap. And then we'll go into our player ratings as well. People, it's been a good stream. It was fun up until we started being shit. But let's get into it, shall we? People, we'll see you guys very shortly. Please do smash like on the video on the way.